I've debated sharing this for, well, a long time, but never got around to it. Mainly because I try to keep this memory out of my brain. This might be a long one, but it's a creepy thing that happened to me about 4 years ago. So, for starters, I grew up in southwest Saskatchewan and moved onto my aunt's farm in 2019 to live in the other house that is on their property. The house is fairly old, but to be honest, I loved it. It wasn't long, though, after I moved in that I started to feel, I guess, uneasy in the house, alone. I would close every window when it got dark, as it felt like something was watching me through them every night. Eventually, I decided to get a puppy to keep myself company when my boyfriend at the time was at work or away from the house. It helped to have the company, but I always dreaded having to take her outside when it was dark. For a bit of scene setting, our house sat on the left side of the gravel road. At the back of the house, there was about 10 meters of backyard, and then there was the cow pasture and the cow barn. We didn't own cows, but in the summer another farmer would rent out our pasture space, and so we would have them on the property. It wasn't uncommon at night to hear coyotes around the farm either, and there were tons of them as well. Every so often when I'd go out with my puppy, we'd hear them all around us, too close for comfort as well. We had a farm dog too who would keep the coyotes away for the most part, as she was huge. But every so often, she would wander elsewhere on the property to scout, and the coyotes would get a little too close. They always tried to lure my puppy out to them as well, but luckily I kept her leashed. Now, one thing you should know about my pup is that it takes her forever to find a spot to go potty. This is still a problem today, 4 years later even, but back then it was the bane of my existence. She would pace for at least 5 minutes, and that was only after finding a suitable spot. Sometimes we would be out there for like near half an hour, just so she would go, and not go in the house, another problem of hers. Huskies, am I right? Anyway, on this particular night, it was raining pretty heavily. I was not happy to be out there, and she had decided that she wasn't going to go until she found her perfect spot. We had already been out there for 15 minutes, and at this point, she was also getting frustrated with the rain and wanted to go inside. But I wanted her to go before we went in, since we'd already been out there for so long. So, as any annoyed puppy mother would do, I started getting a little bit frustrated and would repeat, go potty, every time that she'd get distracted from her objective. It was dark, I was cold and annoyed, and to make matters worse, the cows behind us were fussing fairly loudly too. This was out of the ordinary for them. They were usually quiet and sleeping at this time of night. I was also hearing what sounded like a strange bird whistling, but shook it off as probably being an owl up in a tree somewhere. I tried to keep it out of my mind as I kept shouting and pleading, go. I was facing away from the pasture, and suddenly though, in my left ear I heard it. Go. Now, one thing you should know about me is that I have a very strong flight response typically, but this froze me on the spot, as I was mostly confused at what the heck I just heard. I tried telling myself I didn't hear it. I tried telling myself that it was just a moo from a cow that I had heard wrong. But again, as if spoken directly behind me, I heard it again. Go, go. It sounded unnatural. It was as if it came from someone who had never spoken a word before. A raspy, deep, monotone go. It almost sounded like it was coming out of an old radio. But of course, there were no radios out there. Every time that it said it, it sounded the exact same as the first time it was said, and whatever it was had started repeating it as if it had been taught its new favorite word. At this point, I spun around to the pasture to find nothing there. But then, again from behind me, in the opposite direction now, go. This had all happened in the span of about 3 seconds, and at this point, I remember shouting out loud, "All right, you don't have to tell me twice," as I picked up my little furball and made a dash for my front door. I swiftly locked both doors behind me and sat bewildered in my kitchen. Puppy went back to puppying immediately. Obviously unbothered by it all, and happy mum wasn't making her stay out in the rain any longer. I picked up my phone and called my aunt, asking her if my uncle had been out in the field with the cows. She said no, and I explained to her what had just happened to me. She sent my uncle over to the pasture to check it out, but soon after told me that he hadn't seen or heard anything. He said that he'd check the pasture again in the morning, but again, there was nothing. I spent my night hiding from the windows with the lights and the TV on loud enough to not hear anything outside. The next morning, when my uncle checked on the pasture, he didn't see anything out there, but what he did find was 2 calves that were dead. That explains the colossal cow panic that had ensued the night before. I regret this, but I didn't push for any more information, as I honestly just didn't want to know, but they told me other than that they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. A few months after that, and I started going to therapy for the paranoia that this had caused me. I started feeling like people were watching me, out to get me. Another few months after that, I moved out of the province for good, and finally felt safe. I'm wondering though if any of you here have any idea of what the heck this could have been. There's no chance that there would have been someone out in our field, as we were fairly far away from town and neighbors, and we have cameras that would have seen anyone enter our property. Coyotes are common, like I said, but I don't think they have a capability of mimicking words. So, do you have any ideas? Since moving, I've had some weird related things happen as well, but I'll save that for another time if you guys want to hear it. But thank you to anyone who can contribute to this, and thanks for hearing me out. This happened when I was around the age of 11 to 13. I'm 20 now. So, growing up, we had it rough. Our family lived off of minimum wage, my dad was an alcoholic, my siblings were banned from our neighbors' houses because they were accused of stealing. One of our neighbors that lived right next to us was actually a teacher. I'll call him A. He was a teacher at our local high school. He lived with his wife, and we'll call her B, and his 2 kids. We were friends with his kids and occasionally spent afternoons at their house with our other friends. The husband, he had a brother that had mental problems caused by drug addiction. We'll call him C, and he lived just beside their house as well. It was like a duplex, but with C's door facing our fence and A and B's door facing the road. Now, there are times when we were watering down plants that C would come up to our fence and show his tongue at us, as if trying to lick the air in front of me while making eye contact. We don't usually hang out at our garden because of this, and if we had to go to A and B's house, either had to come out and watch us go in so C wouldn't touch us, especially me because I was just really terrified of him. But still, this was our only house that we were welcome to, and we were dumb little kids and just wanted to play. Now one day I was coming home from school. As I unlocked our gate and went in, I saw C picking our doorknob with a flattened spoon. He ran when he saw me and climbed up the fence back to his house. And to say that I was mortified is a massive understatement. I told his brother about it, but they didn't do anything. We had to add wires to our fence so that he couldn't climb our fence again. Honestly, I just thought that he was a bit of a creep. I also thought that he was just struggling with his mental state and drugs and all that, but a few months passed by and my dad was away. But by the way, I had 2 siblings, all of us are girls, so when my dad left for something, the only ones left in the house were all females. One night though, I heard a discreet sort of psst while I was filling our water containers. I ignored it, but then I heard it the second time, and I looked around and saw that it was A calling me from the other side of our fence. He signaled that I should go outside because he's going to give me something. It was a 20 peso bill, rolled really tight. This was weird because when he handed me the bill, his other hand was inside of his shorts. It happened again after a few days, and this time he was wearing only a towel on his lower half, and his hand is again inside the towel, clearly doing something under there because I can see his forearms moving. This time, I was really creeped out and went inside immediately. I never told my parents about this. I noticed he also started calling my other sister, and I told her to stop going when he calls, and she did. After that too, we never went to their house again. We transferred after that, but since I attended the high school he was teaching at, and some of my friends are his students, I still heard some pretty disturbing stories. He was apparently really into the female students, mostly sarcastic to males. Years after, he was discovered that, yeah, you can guess the rest. And I don't know what happened after that, but I still haven't told my parents my story, and I'm wondering if maybe I should. A few years ago, my mother died after a long battle with cancer. In her last few weeks, she was bedridden at home at one point and on heavy pain medication. The whole family took turns to help and spend time with her, and what she told us towards the end gave us all a shock. She kept having a scared reaction to something. She'd jump up and say, "Oh my goodness," or she'd swear as if something had made her jump. She didn't say anything at first, but then after a week or two, blurted out something one day that gave us all the creeps. "I wish he'd stop scaring me. Tell him to go away." She was annoyed at something, or someone to be exact. Confused, we asked her what the problem was, and she told us. Apparently, in her last few weeks, she kept seeing her deceased partner walking around the house. He'd walk down the hallway or past her bedroom door, or sometimes he'd be sitting in her room, and every time that it would happen, she would jump with fright, obviously not expecting to see him there. She was more annoyed than scared, I guess, but she'd see him several times a day, just going about his business as if he'd never left. Usually her reaction would be, "Oh, for goodness sake, go away." Not because she didn't want to see him, but because it kept making her jump. Our first thought was that it was something to do with the pain medication that she was receiving, but the nurse assured us that it wouldn't cause hallucinations or visions or anything. It absolutely terrified us to know that as well. She went into hospice a few weeks later, and it was then too that the visions stopped. Weird, huh? We still don't even talk about it either, because that's how creeped out we all are by it. To give some context, I used to be a 911 dispatcher for a small city. We dispatched all law, fire, EMS for the entire county, and within this county were multiple law agencies. I had been there for about 3 months or so when I met him. His name was Jake. Jake had recently transferred from a big department in California and landed himself randomly at our department. It didn't make much sense as to why he left California in the first place, but he always insisted that it was just time for him to move out to a smaller, less dangerous department. Him and I quickly became close and would chat almost every day after I got off shift. Within a few months, it became apparent that we liked each other, and our flirting progressed into something more serious. Fast forward a few months later, and it turns out that he was doing some inappropriate things to photos or videos of me whilst he was actively on duty. This and a few other things that he had kept hidden on duty led to him losing his license and leaving. During the process of his termination, his sergeant had suggested that I get a protective order against him, as he had apparently made threatening statements previously towards me, such as, "You better be telling the truth, I'll find out on Tuesday if you're lying to me," etc. I had begun to fill out the paperwork and was told that I had a temporary protective order on him in the meantime, but don't think that I ever actually did. Anyway, about 2 weeks later after his termination, he calls me to catch up. The entire call is like an old friend to an old friend. What am I doing for work? Do I have a boyfriend now? But progressively turns more personal. When does my shift end? What do I drive? Being 18 and naive, I treated him like I always had, answering his questions. I had contacted his old department afterwards, as his sergeant had told me to let him know if I was ever contacted again, but they turned me away pretty quickly and didn't want anything to do with it. So with that, I blocked Jake. Roughly a month later, I get a call from a new number, and it's Jake. Once again, he wants to meet up and catch up, but this time he so casually goes on to tell me about this new house that he's wanting to buy in my neighborhood, knowing that it's my neighborhood. I had never told him where I'd lived in town, let alone what specific neighborhood I lived in. During this call, he progressively got more aggressive as well, making statements such as, if I knew that I was going to get canned, I should have just had my way with you. He half-heartedly joked about getting a hotel room just for me, and, well, that was that. A few days later, he FaceTimed me, and once again came off as simply wanting to catch up as he was sick. Midway through our seemingly normal conversation, he makes it apparent that he's been touching himself this entire time. Keep in mind, nothing suggestive was mentioned, and our conversation at that point was about his new dog. He's blocked once again, but has tried to follow my social media, and now I've started to see him in my area too. Last I knew, he lived nearly 30 to 45 minutes in the opposite direction from me. So, my question for all of you guys is, am I just reading into this, or should I genuinely consider this stalking, and if so, what should I do? About 6 months ago, a group of friends of mine came to my parents' house for my birthday for a few days. This was right after our college semester had just ended. One night we decided to hang out at the pool in my neighborhood too. I live in a gated community and there's a community pool in there. It was pretty late at night, around 2 or 3 in the morning. Now, over the course of time that we were there, I began to notice shadows moving around in my peripheral vision, and at times, the sound of footsteps running behind me. I live in Florida, so I assumed it was just iguanas or some other sort of wildlife that might be around. However, within an hour or so, I continued seeing shadows and hearing strange noises all around me. They would be gone just as quick as I would notice them. Eventually, I mentioned it to one of my friends with me that I was seeing and hearing things and thought I was going crazy. He said, "Dude, you aren't crazy because I've been seeing and hearing the same stuff too. I just didn't want to say anything." I asked the rest of my friends and some of them didn't notice anything, but others had sworn that they saw shadows moving in the distance. All of us described the same sort of eerie feeling as well. Like as if we weren't the only ones there. But we were. It was late at night and we had been there alone for hours at this point. Then one of my friends spoke up and he had told me that he talked to my dad earlier and that my dad had recently found out that our neighborhood was built on an ancient Native American burial ground. My parents, they had moved to this neighborhood while I'd been in college, so this was news to me. Also, I'm personally not religious at all and I don't really believe in paranormal activity or anything. I've never believed in ghosts and certainly never thought I'd seen a spirit or anything. But now, I could have sworn that I was seeing things. Sure enough too, I looked up the history of my neighborhood location and hundreds of human remains were found in a sacred burial mound on the land. It was discovered in the early 1900s, just thought to be a mound of sand. After remains were discovered, the land was bought by an archaeological enthusiast to eventually turn the mound into some sort of amusement park where people could walk through a tunnel and view the remains of Native Americans from like 800 years ago. There were even tigers and lions on the land too, with dozens of exotic animals that were attractions in the amusement park. Eventually though, this park fell out and in the 80s, it was expected to be purchased by the county as a historical preservation or whatever. However, it was bought out by the current owners of my gated community that exists today. There are dozens of condos and houses built all over the land, and the actual mound is still there today, covered with grass and trees. And to this day, I still get the same eerie feeling when I pass by that mound in my neighborhood, because I always thought that it was just a man-made hill or a decoration or whatever. But it's not. And guess where it sits? Yeah, right next to the pool. At 4 a.m. tonight, we got back from our walk. We live in Poland, pretty much on the Czech border, and usually take a late walk. Around 2 a.m. we took our off-road vehicle into a nearby forest that we've been in many times. We parked the car and walked across a bridge to a spot that we visited in the daytime. I should also mention that there's two separate sides of this forest. We walked deeper into the woods. Surrounding us are mounds, which I think are old war trenches, based on the area's history and items that we found there before. The ground is full of dead leaves, so you could hear any movement, especially this night because the woods were completely silent. All of the grassy plants or shrubs on the ground around us looked like they'd been recently crushed, not cut down, and all facing the same direction, which was a little bit weird. It was honestly like a herd of buffalo came from on top of the mounds and just ran down and trampled them all. I assume deer did this, but as we were walking closer to the mounds to venture upwards, all of a sudden we hear this heavy thud on the ground, like a weight, maybe 60 kilos, landed approximately 5 meters away from us, closer to the mounds. We didn't see anything or hear any other movement, which was strange. So we decide that this is the time to leave. The bridge is about 20 meters away. I'm trying to move quickly. My partner is clapping and shouting in case it's a wild boar. When we get to the bridge, we're still on the same side before crossing back to the vehicle. We both stop and shine our flashlights at the forest to see if there's something there. We don't see or hear anything. But about 30 seconds later, we begin to cross the bridge, still with our flashlights pointed at the forest. But now, in a bush about 3 meters away, are two sets of round yellow eyes staring at us. The first set of eyes is maybe, like 1.5 to 2 meters from the ground, and the other set is about 1 meter from the ground. Even though we had just shined our flashlights in that exact spot, and were still in earshot of this bush, we didn't hear anything moving there. You can't even take one step there without the leaves going crunch though, so that was definitely strange. The only thing that we actually heard was the sound of the initial thud, so how did this thing move so quickly towards us without making any noise? We walked the rest of the bridge backwards while shining lights at this bush, and the whole time these eyes were watching us as well. We then jumped into the vehicle and we got the heck out of there. Luckily, it didn't follow us, and whatever this was stopped, stared, and just stayed behind the bushes on the other side of the bridge. I can't tell if it was after us or if it was making sure that we left its side of the bridge or something. Initially, I thought that it was a wild boar, but I've seen them many times in my life, even at night, and these eyes didn't look the same. Plus, there was the actual size of the thing. Whatever it was huge. I really don't know how else to explain this, and there's just no other large creatures like that in this area. We will go back tomorrow in the daytime to see if there's any animal prints near that bush. But in the meantime, do you guys have any ideas as to what this could be? This incident took place in the summer of 2023. Last year, I transferred with my company to take a new position in a major Midwestern city. My spouse was still working and living back in California for the next few months, so I rented a studio apartment for myself in a newly renovated apartment building in a popular downtown neighborhood until we could look for a place together. The apartment was small, but it was nice. It was in a secure building with interior hallways and a nice downstairs lobby. I was one of the first tenants to move into this newly renovated building, and other new residences soon started moving in too. A major advantage of this move was that I'd only be a couple of hours' drive from my hometown and my parents as well. I started my new job and everything was going great. I was enjoying my new neighborhood, and the neighbors in the apartment building generally kept to themselves, like I did. Then, a new guy moved in across the hall and everything changed. David was a single man in his 60s and was very different from the college students and young professionals who lived in our building. I started noticing his erratic behavior almost immediately. I would come home from work and he would be sitting in his car in a small parking lot just sort of staring off in the distance. We were having issues that summer with smoke clouds coming over from the vast Canadian wildfires. They were leaving a light dusting of ash on our cars similar to pollen. David, though, was convinced that someone was spraying this dust on his car and was accusing various tenants that he would run into in the parking lot. He would hoard trash in his apartment and leave trash bags in the hallway, causing a foul odor. He would also be yelling to himself in the hallway. I finally had enough and I complained to the leasing office. The manager was quick to dismiss my concerns, saying that she'd been in this apartment and everything was apparently fine. In August, though, my parents' 50th anniversary was coming up and I was excited to go home and spend a weekend with them. A few days before their anniversary, my boss informed me that he would be flying into work on an important project with me that would have us working throughout the weekend. I was really disappointed and I felt like I was letting my parents down, but I managed to get away for a quick overnight trip in the middle of the week to see them and get back before my boss was due to arrive. I drove down and I spent the night with them, and the next morning I checked my email as I was getting ready to head back. There was an email from my apartment manager in regard to the incident the night before. The email was very vague, but it stated that a resident was dead, and there would be further details coming later. My heart sank and I immediately went pale. My mind instinctively went to my strange neighbor, David. I opened up a local news app for my city, and the top story was an active shooter in my apartment building who was killed during a SWAT team standoff the night before. Apparently, David approached my next-door neighbor in the hallway with a gun and threatened to shoot him. The neighbor ran into his apartment and called 911. David also called 911 and told the dispatcher that his neighbors were hacking his phone and if the police didn't come, he was going to start shooting people. The police came and tried to talk to David, but he had barricaded himself in his apartment and claimed to be heavily armed. The state police and the SWAT team soon arrived, and David began firing a rifle out of his window at anyone that he saw in the parking lot below. All of the neighbors on my floor were trapped in their apartments with no way of escape. They had to get down and barricade themselves from the gunfire. There was another building across the street with a direct line of sight into our apartment building. A police sniper took position in the building across the street and shot David through his window. When they flew a drone into his open window and confirmed that he was dead with a gun still in his hand, they went in. Luckily, nobody else was injured. I got home later that day to a bullet-riddled apartment building, and several neighbors who normally didn't speak to each other were hugging and crying and showing each other videos of the incident from their hiding places. I've never been so lucky to have been out of town. If my boss hadn't have messed up my plans, I would have been home that night, and who knows what would have happened. I'm sorry David didn't get the mental health attention that he needed, honestly, but he put so many lives in danger, and I'm just really glad that I wasn't there. I grew up in a small Southern Californian town, known for its orange groves from days gone by. All those groves have been replaced by housing developments, and also shopping centers now. But there were still quite a few around when I was growing up in the late 90s. My friend Johnny and I used to get into all kinds of trouble back then. We were just general miscreants, I guess, but there was one time that I truly believed that we almost became victims of a child predator. If anyone listening to this also grew up in the 90s, then you know that it was a different era. We'd be out all times of the day, and our parents would have no idea where we were. And there were lots of kidnappings back then too, and I can remember multiple times that I was offered candy or asked by some creep to help him find his cat. I always said that I'd go and check with my mum, and by the time that she'd get outside ready to whoop some butt, they'd always be gone. Anyway, Johnny and I were up to no good one day after school like always. We were traipsing around this orange grove that bordered his street. We started pulling these little metal dam things off of the irrigation channels and tossing them wantonly. All of a sudden, though, we heard a sharp whistle, and both looked up to see this man about maybe 25 feet away from us, wagging his finger and going, But his reaction was not at all proportional to the property damage that we were causing. He clearly didn't own or work in the grove, because instead of screaming at us to stop, he had a grin from ear to ear, and I can still see his face in my mind all these years later, and it gives me chills. Johnny and I stood there for a second watching this guy. Then we looked at each other, and Johnny looked back toward the guy and shouted, "Run!" I look over and the guy is in an all-out sprint toward us now. Despite the physical exertion that he was putting into his sprint, the grin was still on his face. Johnny and I ran harder and faster than we ever had before. We made it out of the grove and back to his house before noticing that the guy wasn't behind us anymore. We quickly forgot about it because Johnny's family had just gotten a Nintendo 64 and we started playing Mario. I cannot remember if it was the next day or week or what, but sometime after this happened, we were both with his mum getting donuts and we saw a wanted poster with a sketch of a man that looked awfully similar to the guy who chased us. He was apparently wanted for trying to kidnap a boy outside of a school. Johnny and I looked at each other and seemingly telepathically agreed to never say a word. I don't know why we never spoke up. Maybe it's because we were at an age where we'd be relentlessly bullied by homophobes because of the mere possibility that we could have been, assaulted like that. But we never did speak of it again. As I'm sharing this, I'm considering reaching out to him to see if he remembers and if it aligns with my memory of the incident. There were so many different things that happened in my childhood in the 90s that could have easily ended with me dead. Somehow I'm still here and I even have my own family now. I trust no one because of incidents like this, and these days, I always have my head on a swivel. This is a story from what a friend and I saw 7 years ago. It was the week of my birthday, November 2nd, 2017. And as I shared a birth date with one of my gamer friends, we decided to have a weekend birthday party that would take place from the 3rd to the 5th. One of my friends had to go to work that Friday and work for a couple of hours before he could come back, but he didn't arrive. I offered to drive him there and back as he was a very good friend, and I didn't want him to miss the first night of TTRPGing. Also, since I had reached an age where I wasn't drinking as much as I did in my early 20s, it felt like a good time to get together. He worked as a floor cleaner in a chain store in our home state of Michigan that was 20 miles away from my house, so I was fine with just waiting in my car with my book. Now, I work in the criminal justice field and am trained to observe and retain details about notable events. I'm still able to recall critical events from 12 years ago with great detail. Also, my friend was present and confirmed everything that I saw. He may not work in the criminal justice field, but he did go to college focused on it, and he is a great observer, often noticing things that all our friends miss. Anyway, it was 2 a.m. when we drove to this job. Being the gamers and the sci-fi fantasy fans that we are, our conversations were filled with our geekiness the whole way up. Driving north along this Michigan highway, we didn't see anything other than some white-tailed deer movement, which in the rural area of Michigan is not out of the ordinary, and it seemed to be another fall night with a relatively open sky as well. My friend went into work while I read my book with nothing abnormal happening while I sat there. He came out a couple of hours later and we set off back to my place. We had been driving and talking further about various geeky topics until we began driving up this hill. We just seemed to have an awkward silence between us in the middle of our conversation, and I specifically remember thinking something was just off as we reached the crest of the hill. At the crest of the hill is a house on the passenger side of the road, with a mailbox and a guardrail which leads from the base of the hill up to the driveway because there's a crazy sort of ditch on the other side of the rail. As we're about 50 yards from the driveway, I saw it, standing there by the side of the road. I could see the brown legs, torso, and antlers. I specifically remember thinking that the deer looked absolutely huge, and in the back of my mind, thinking that I should find out who owned the property near there that would let me go hunting near the area. But as we reached the crest of the hill, I realized that this was not a white-tailed deer. This thing was standing on two legs with what would have been its front legs hanging at its sides, as a human would have their arms. The head was also wrong, as it just didn't seem to have a snout, and its face was covered by hide with its green glowing eyes facing toward us. Its antlers were sitting at the top of a sort of human-shaped skull almost, which is not where they sit on a deer's head. This thing, though, was absolutely massive, standing between 6.5 and 7 feet tall, and very broad, which I'm gauging off of the scale against my car as I drove by it in comparison to my size. I drove a 2008 Chevy Impala, and I'm 6 foot tall. My abdominals were aligned with the window when I was standing outside, and when we were right next to this thing, I saw its legs at knee level. I managed to keep driving onward without any issue, and my friend and I continued in silence for, well, nearly a mile when he finally turned to me and said, "Did you just..." He asked before I cut him off, saying, "Yeah." And as he brought it up, I felt a knot forming in my stomach. He continued, "You know, that could be a..." I cut him off again and said, "I really don't want to talk about it, okay?" We stopped talking about it and continued for the next 10 miles in silence till we reached my house. We went to bed, even though some of our friends were still up, but I didn't sleep well the rest of the night. It should be said that I grew up in this 4-county area, and I've been traveling these roads at all hours of the day and night my entire life, especially the one that we had taken, which I traveled at least twice a week at roughly the same time frame. I have extensive experience with Michigan wildlife, and have acted as the nighttime deer spotter for my family since I was old enough to see over the dash. I've hunted since I was 10 years old, and have killed many deer, and as is common in my area, I have been the victim of a car deer accident more than once in my life. If anyone thinks it was a person doing a prank, you could factor that percentage down to pretty much 0. It's near the end of bow hunting season at that time, and no one outside of the towns and cities would dare dress as a deer, much less by a road. I also discussed this with my friend before sharing this, and our descriptions of the events matched. But we don't talk about this much, and we really don't see each other often at all anymore. Also, I was used to staying up till dawn, so it wasn't me being tired or anything. But weirdly though, why did it seem we had entered a sort of trance like that? I've seen blood spurting out of someone's open neck, and I've not missed a beat as I applied pressure waiting for an ambulance, so why did this bother me so much? What was it? A Wendigo, a skinwalker, not a deer, or something else? The questions still haunt me, along with the anxiety that I feel every time I walk into the woods. I haven't seen anything like this since then, and really, I hope that I never do. This happened over a decade ago. My ex and I decided to hitchhike across California because we were bored and homeless, and really we had nothing better to do. We stopped in a small town and found a little stream underneath a bridge. My feet were hurting really bad, so I took my shoes off to cool them in the water, and that's when I noticed movement in the bushes to my left. Then a strange man walked out, staring at me wide-eyed. He made a movement with his finger as if he wanted me to go into the bushes with him. I froze and I yelled for my ex who was on the bridge waiting for me. He came running, but by the time that he got there, the man was gone. It was a really creepy experience, but I'm used to weird things happening to me because I look much younger than my actual age. I know he must have thought that I was a kid at that time, which that makes it even worse, I suppose. It's unnerving, though, to think that someone could be comfortable enough to do that in the daytime. And that is why these days I never go exploring by myself. I am a respiratory therapist that works at a local hospital. I was on my way to work, about less than a mile away from my occupation, when the car in front of me quickly merged into one of the emergency lanes, as if something sudden had just happened. Then he just sat there. No hazards going off, nothing to indicate that he'd planned on moving. I still had 20 minutes before I had to be at work. Assuming this individual may be in distress or have car problems, I decided to be a good Samaritan. I parked on the shoulder of the road and turned on my hazards. We exchanged eye contact and I gestured a wave, rolled down my window and asked, "Are you okay?" He seemed to have either not heard me or ignored me, but he did seem to realize that I wanted to help him. He gets out of his car at this point. Keep in mind we're on an extremely busy road. I'm also in my work scrubs, which tends to help people relax knowing that they are with a healthcare professional. However, this was different. When he got out of his vehicle, I assumed that he would have told me that he was in some type of pain or something that caused him to pull over abruptly. I mean, he'd been driving fine the entire time that I was behind him. So I casually get out of my vehicle and walk over to the back end of his car. And this is when I officially start a conversation, asking if he's hurt or if something is wrong. Just all the basics. But the thing is, his eyes were so cold. He had this body language to him that almost made him seem a little unhinged or skittish. He hadn't answered any of my questions, so I tried once more asking, "Hey man, we're in the middle of a busy road. Is there something wrong with your car or something going on with you?" He simply replied, "No." I started to feel this sensation of discomfort, like he wanted to do something to me but was restraining himself. So I just continued to play it off. He didn't seem drunk or high, but he had these black, beady eyes that I just couldn't stop looking at. It was as if he was just a vessel to something dark. I tried to continue the conversation. "Well, why did you stop, man? You don't want to get hit out here, do you?" He replies, I don't know where to go." I didn't know what he meant by this, so I questioned further by saying, "Do you know what city you're in right now? If you're lost, I can tell you where the nearest highway is," which was also less than a mile away. His reply was a little chilling. "Anywhere but here." I was now really confused. He didn't know where he was, but he felt this urge to get out of the area as quick as possible. So I asked, "Well, what direction are you wanting to go? The 75 north will take you to Dayton. You could also take 75 south and you'll head to Cincinnati." He then asks, "What would you do in my position?" Now, I have no idea what he meant by this. I simply said, "Oh, I don't know what kind of position you're in, man. Can you drive? The hospital I work for is within view and we don't have to go in. I just want to make sure that you don't get hit." He agrees to follow me, but once I turned on my blinker to turn into the hospital, he completely stopped following me, pulled a U-turn and just sped off. Now, I know that this isn't like the creepiest thing in the world, but you really have to try to understand just how foreign and strange this guy's behavior was. Each time he engaged in conversation, it was as if he was contemplating to tell me something, but ultimately remained silent. From the looks of it, he drove a red Toyota, a RAV4 hybrid maybe. So, I mean, he didn't have a broken down car or looked like he was a substance abuser or anything. He just seemed incredibly nervous, and his fast motion gestures and twitches of all his body language has left me puzzled, and still gives me shudders when I think about how he moved, talked, and the lack of response, declining any help, not explaining a single reason as to why he just decided to park on the side of the road in the highway like that. I mean, a simple, "Oh, I'm lost," would have been enough for me to feel better about the entire situation. He just seemed incredibly paranoid and hesitant. On top of that, too, the entire conversation led nowhere to his situation or why he was acting so strange. I just wanted to make sure that he didn't need help or get hit by a car or something. Anyway, I'll update you guys if I hear anything about a patient coming in later. He also has a face that is burned into my memory now that I will not forget. I just got this gut feeling to leave, but to be as polite as possible, I guess. But what do you guys think? Do you have any thoughts as to what this all could have been about? And if you do, please do share them with me because I'm still lost. So, this started about 2 to 3 years back. I had just experienced a terrible breakup, and I started receiving these really disturbing phone calls. It started simple. The first call I answered, and the person on the other end said how much they missed me. Now, I have a very small circle of friends, and I'm not on Facebook or any social site where I update my photos or daily activities or anything. This is important too. And I know that the ex that I just split up with had nothing to do with the following as well. The first call, like I said, was simple. They said that they missed me. I asked who it was, and they said, "It's me, don't you remember?" So I just hung up, and they immediately called back, crying and upset that I was being mean. The caller clearly was an adult male, but they were talking as though they were a very young child, around 6. I hung up again, and they didn't call back. Looking back, I should have blocked the number, but as I mentioned, I just got blindsided by a breakup and I wasn't thinking straight. Then they kept calling. They would call, and if I didn't answer, they left messages saying how pretty I looked with my blue sweater that day, or that they knew how I took my coffee now and said that they would remember it for when we finally went out for a drink together. At that, I blocked the numbers, but they would call from another. I answered one day, yelling at them to leave me alone, and hung up again. When they called back, it wasn't the boy this time, but his mother. She was very upset, saying that I was hurting her boy by not wanting to play, and you could very clearly hear the boy crying and screaming in the background. At this point, it dawned on me that this actually wasn't a joke, a prank, or something like this. There was something seriously wrong with these people, and they were obviously watching me. For a few weeks following my breakup, I had to live in my car. The entire time I hardly slept. I was terrified, thinking that I would wake up one day and see him standing outside of my windows. When I finally got a place, he called to congratulate me, and he couldn't wait to come and play with me. I haven't heard from the people for a year now, but I checked my phone after a very busy workday, and I noticed 10 missed calls, and to be honest, I'm terrified to check my voicemail. I've reached out to the cops, but they won't do anything since I haven't been explicitly threatened, and have been advised to just block calls. I'm going to change my number, but I'm terrified that the calls will continue even after that, and that it will upset them further. I'm sharing this because I'm hoping that people might have some kind of advice for me if I reach out to them, or tips or something. Because right now, I honestly feel like I'm living in a horror movie. This story is actually my sister's. Back in 2009, my then 21-year-old sister was living alone after getting into a fight with my parents. She worked as a waitress while going to school, so obviously money was scarce. She was living in a very bad part of town in an apartment complex that from far away looked okay, but things got weird once you took a step closer. It was one of those 2-floor South Florida buildings, but all but maybe 5 units were currently occupied, 5 out of 18. The rest were in such bad shape that they couldn't be rented. We're talking about holes on the roof, broken pipes, etc. One night though, my sister is getting home at around 11 p.m. after her shift was done, and she notices this old van parked in one of the spots next to the stairs that she had to take to go up to her apartment. I guess natural instincts kicked in because she decided to not use these stairs and use the other set of stairs on the other end of the building. She had to walk across the entire parking lot to reach these stairs. As she's doing this and going up the stairs, she looks at the van and she realizes that there's two people in it, sitting in the dark, looking at her. Seeing this, she decides to hurry up and sort of sprint to her apartment. By now, she sees that these two men get out of the van and they start running up the stairs next to their van to try and catch her. Her apartment is so close to these stairs that by the time that she's near her door, they're halfway through the stairs. She turns around and starts running towards the other set of stairs that she had just come up from. By the time that she's going down the stairs, the guys are chasing after her, running into the second floor towards her direction. She couldn't run across the parking lot back onto the street because they would have caught her for sure eventually. So instead, she ran to the back of the building hoping to jump the fence or something. Well, that was too bad because the fence was too high. She obviously wasn't going to make it up, so she spots all the way back to the corner this big dumpster that has a lock in it. She runs towards it, hoping to get on it and jump the fence and get on the street, but when she jumps, the entire plastic lid collapses with her weight, and she falls inside the dumpster. She can hear these guys turning into this area now and going, she must be in one of those apartments. Remember that they were abandoned and had no windows, so they start calling her and telling her to come out and to not be scared. She's inside the dumpster, mind you, holding the cover up with her hands from underneath, making it look as if it was closed. They get near her. She can hear their steps, and since the dumpster was locked, I guess that they didn't even try to pull up the lid. And in the end, it was this innocent lock holding this thing together that probably saved my sister's life. Had they pushed the whole thing up, it would have fallen apart and my sister would have been exposed and probably murdered. They went inside the apartments and she could hear them. The whole thing must have lasted about 40 minutes. They eventually gave up and they just left. My sister, she didn't sleep, didn't move, and didn't leave the dumpster until the following morning. She got out once she heard the cars and saw daylight. Thankfully, the van wasn't there anymore and she moved back home that same day. I'm looking for some opinions on this encounter because, although it was years ago, I always think about it and just wonder, what if? So basically, we were crossing the border of Costa Rica. The border has a long-standing line where you wait to go through the border control and there's a bunch of taxis on the other side. The line is pretty long and my friend and I, both female and 23 years old at the time, we're at the back of the line at this point. This man eventually comes up to us and is speaking Spanish. We don't understand, but he guides us toward the front of the line and puts us next to two other American girls. We're confused and asked what's going on, but he says in broken English, "You four together, I take you in taxi." We think that it's a bit weird, but we did skip some of the lines, so we stay next to the girls. We talk to them and we all agree that we think that it's very strange that he put the only four young backpacking girls together when we clearly don't know each other and is aggressively making sure that we get in his taxi once he crosses the border. Anyways, we cross the border and he's waiting for us. He begins leading us to his taxi. We tell him no though and immediately jump into another taxi with two male backpackers that seemed much safer. And as we look back, we see another guy yelling at the guy who was just trying to get us to come with him. They are fighting now and he seems to maybe even hit him on the head for possibly not getting us in the car or something. I don't know. My question for all of you guys is this normal or was he about to traffic all four of us somewhere? I really don't know, but something about that situation just seemed really fishy. I live around a small town in Kentucky, out in the boonies. Behind me is 1,000 plus acres of pure woods, hardly any clear patches in fact. There's an old house or barn. It's about maybe 20 minutes hike from my house. And well, I got bored and grabbed my gerund and started to the house. I finally find the house as I take a quick break. House is probably maybe 75 meters from me. I'm pretty hidden if you were to look out from the house and look in my general direction. I'm smoking a quick cigarette and I hear my name in a beautiful female voice, sort of like sing-songy. Instantly I get up, gun in ready position. I'm ready for whatever is about to go down, and I'm here, just listening and looking. Birds are still chirping, bugs are still buzzing, so I'm like, okay, I must have just imagined that. Whatever. So I started walking to the house. I'm on the front porch, but before I head in, I leave a cigarette on the porch. I was always taught that going into an abandoned house in the woods, that you always leave a gift. Also, this is my very first time finding the house and being inside of it. So I walk in and, honestly, for a house built in the early, maybe 1910 to 20s, it was in pretty decent shape. I spend maybe, I don't know, like 20 minutes in the downstairs floors and I start going upstairs. And my body froze and I heard my name again, but it sounded like it was on the porch now. At this point, I'm getting a really odd feeling. I'm already halfway up the stairs though, so I say, to heck with it and keep going. I walked around upstairs, found a window with a really good view, spent a few minutes enjoying it, and I felt this cold presence on the back of my head, as well as with a hand on my shoulder. I instantly turned around and there was nothing behind me. But I heard small running footsteps that went down the hall and sounded like out the door, followed by a little girl's laughter. When I say that I ran like a bat out of hell, that is an understatement. Full-blown running, gun in my hands, I hauled butt through the woods and I get a good 100 meters away. I'm completely out of breath. It's about 10:30 in the morning. I left at about 8:30-ish. I begin smoking another cigarette on a log and I'm hearing the birds chirping, etc. At this point, I'm like, good, keep chirping. I start heading home and I was walking a pace that I like to call, I'm scared but I ain't trying to look like it pace. I get about 200 meters from my house. Last obstacle is a creek. I'm on a steep hill to the right overlooking the creek. And for whatever reason, something in me said stop and look around. At this moment, I realized that there's no birds. Not even the stupid bugs are making noise now. It was so quiet that I could hear my blood flowing through my ears. I heard something down the creek too. I poke over the Civil War fence to see what's down below, and it's just a single buck standing there. Alright, well, all that for a buck? I start walking down to the creek when this thing stood on its hind legs and bowed before taking off on all fours through the woods. It was at this point that I began a nice jog back home. The following night, I heard my name again from the woods around 3 a.m. At this point, I yelled a very subtle get lost. The dog's got to pee though, which is why I had to go outside at 3 a.m. by the way. But I haven't heard it since, and it's been 5 years since then. I still go to the house every now and then and never had the same experience. Personally, I really don't know what touched me, let alone breathed down the back of my neck like that, but it definitely was stalking me, whatever it was. There are a few more other stories from those woods that maybe I'll tell another time, but this one always creeps me out whenever I share it. This happened last night around 11 p.m. I'm staying at my brother's house since I'm visiting my country for vacation. My brother and his girlfriend were already in their room getting ready for bed. I went to the kitchen and realized that I missed washing. I've been doing the dishes, a glass which was on top of the little kitchen table. For a second I thought of drinking the little bit left in it since it's a typical drink from my country which I rarely find abroad. But as I was holding the glass, I felt like someone was watching me by the kitchen door. So I turned around thinking that it was my brother's girlfriend, her young daughter, or my brother, even though they were all already in their rooms with their doors closed. But then as I turned around, I saw in the middle of the hall, right out of the kitchen, a young woman looking at me. Her hair was straight and long, falling to one side as she was basically bending from her waist as she looked inside the kitchen where I was. It was so fast, but the image so vivid that I was completely shocked. I cannot even describe what I felt at that moment because it was a mix of disbelief, fright, wonder, and more. Immediately, I put the glass back on the table and knocked at my brother's door in spite of the fact that it was late, and I knew that he was exhausted. I didn't want to bother them, but I just had to tell them. I had to tell someone. They opened, and I asked them as I was entering, "Have you ever felt a presence or seen anything? Because I just saw a woman out there when I was in the kitchen." They looked at each other, and my brother immediately said, "I have. She has long dark hair and she was bent to one of her sides to look at you. Her straight hair falls to one side. I just saw her a week before you arrived." But then he added, looking at my sister-in-law, "You see, I'm not crazy." We both got goosebumps. How can it be that we have seen the same thing in the very same place? They've been renting this house for 4 years already and never seen or felt anything other than some random noises, which is typical to any house, really. So this all started pretty recently. I told them that ever since my arrival, I was feeling or seeing a presence by the glass doors, the ones that separate the living room and the hall. I felt, or saw in my peripheral vision, someone was by those doors, but every time I checked, nobody was there, so I didn't think too much of it. It was only last night when I saw her that I put things together. Anyway, as we continued to talk, none of us were sleepy anymore, so my brother told me to put the kettle on to have some tea. I went to the kitchen, and I saw her again. This time not as vivid, but she was there for sure. By now, we were all terrified too. I know that this all sounds really crazy, but we actually saw a ghost, a spirit or an entity or something. I politely asked, well, her I guess you could say, to please leave because she was scaring us. My brother lighted a candle and said a prayer. My sister-in-law doesn't believe in these things, but she has admitted that she cannot explain how my brother and I saw the same thing with the exact same description. This is a first for me, and the whole thing's a bit crazy. This is a true story, and I've been kind of obsessing over what the heck happened out there. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible, without leaving out any key details. The wilderness, it's my peace and my home, but these woods, there's something wrong with them, and I never should have come to Washington. So, my wife's uncle Jay bought some land just north of Spokane, Washington with a friend of the family, Kay. They got it at a significant discount because a nearby aluminum smelter had polluted the ground and it was impossible to use the water beneath the ground. They had set up 2 plots and each had a camper to live in. Jay had been progressively getting paranoid and saying people were stalking him and watching him in the trees. About 3 months into living there, a man wandering through the woods there had an interaction with Jay and ended up attacking him and breaking his jaw. Upon being arrested, the man said that he was overcome with the desire to see if he could kill him with a single punch. 2 months later, Jay was murdered in his sleep on the couch in his camper. Kay found him and immediately ran as far away until he stopped to call the police. There was sufficient evidence of who did it, and they quickly caught the killer, who was a 19-year-old boy who said that he simply wanted his bike. Apparently, he beat him with a power tool that was laying on the floor nearby. Kay was completely terrified at all times to be there alone. He had moved in with a family member until 8 months later, he ended up with nowhere else to go and had to return. In constant fear, he finally convinced my pregnant wife and I to come and stay with him. The second that I turned off the highway onto the property, I was overcome with dread. There were at least 250 crows covering the dirt road up to the property. I didn't sleep whatsoever the first night. I stared into the forest, searching for the cause of my intense fear. The energy of this place was so uncomfortable, and I assumed it was simply just knowing Uncle Jay was killed here, but even the days were eerie. Never did I have a moment where I didn't feel watched here. My wife and I always had the sense of fear, especially after dark. Things sort of normalized though for a while, until one day Kay began puking and feeling very lightheaded all the time. I took him to the hospital and they said that he was fine, probably a flu. At this point, it was the anniversary of Jay's murder. 3 days after the date of Jay's death, Kay comes running out of his camper screaming, "I can't breathe." Waking my wife and I up, we ran out to see what was wrong. Kay had gotten into his car and floored it, crashing into a nearby tree. I run up and peer through the window to see the most intense and most primal fear that I've ever seen in someone's eyes. He was gasping and clutching his chest. Moments later, he breathed out one last time, and then he was dead. We tried CPR for 30 minutes until the EMS arrived. On July 10th, though, 1 year and 3 days after moving there with Jay, and they were both dead. Now it's only me and the wife alone on the property, every moment living in fear and not understanding what happened here. I still don't know why we didn't leave right away, to be honest. But one day, I came out to get fresh water from a drum that we kept for water to smell the worst smell that I had ever smelt. The water container had a 1-inch opening on top, and inside the water were bits and pieces of chipmunks, like spines and heads. They didn't fall in, mind you. Something had definitely ripped them apart before putting them inside. The nights were also getting worse and worse. I never saw anything other than shadows messing with my eyes. I was nearly always filled with unease and intense fear, though. Fear in the woods, even at night, is new for me as well. We all get a little bit spooked in the thick of the wilderness and pure darkness, but compared to my home, this wasn't even a wilderness. The snapping of branches and pine needles crunching underfoot haunted my every night. The screeching owls loved to chime in right at the height of anxiety. My nights were spent peering into the pines, watching, always waiting for whatever evil to present itself. I knew that it was out there, and whatever it was, it wanted me to know it too. One night, my wife and I returned home to having the worst feeling that I had ever felt. Every second driving up that long dirt road increased my anxiety tenfold as well. Something bad was ahead, and it was clear to both of us. The thick fog shrouded the pines. If it wasn't for the glimmer of the full moon, it would have been pitch black that night. Everything looked different too. Although it was right where we left it, nothing seemed out of place. Looking around, I suddenly see this orange, long-haired, manged cat sitting on a stump. This cat's eyes were so intense too, fiery, almost glowing but not quite. That cat, in my mind, was the embodiment of pure evil at that time. I saw darkness in it. We start hearing branches snapping, pine needles crunching all of a sudden, seemingly from every direction. The brush was sweeping back and forth, clearly indicating something was running within it. Here I am still staring at this cat, almost frozen in fear. Suddenly a voice breaks out, echoing through the forest. "Hello? Is anyone out there?" A little girl, I thought, but something was off about the voice. My gaze finally breaks with the cat, and my eyes dart towards the road. My wife yells back, "Hello, are you okay? Anybody?" The voice had changed. Help me, it said. It was the same person or thing yelling, but it was sort of as if it was trying to disguise its voice almost. We yell back several times without response. Then, the most intense, shrieking, evil-sounding voice of a woman is cut deep into my body. I am filled with more intense fear than I am able to describe. But my wife, she is overcome with the need to find this person, and she started to head off into the forest without a word. I grabbed her by the arm, though, and tell her that something just isn't right. Why won't she respond to us? She tries to break free from me to go off alone. I tell her to get back into the truck and I'll grab the spotlights. We aren't going on foot. We roll the windows down and shine my intensely bright LED lights throughout the forest. We slowly creep down the road, yelling back. As we get further down the road, the voice strikes out, "Please, why won't you help me?" Sounds are pretty difficult to pin down in the woods, but this one, wherever it was very close. I hit the brakes and stop immediately. We shine the lights and yell back, searching, but there's no sign of anyone. When suddenly, the voice explodes into the cabin of the vehicle, as if they were standing right outside of my window, leaving my ears hurting and ringing. And at that, I just hit the gas and I didn't look back. We called the police when I hit the highway, and afterwards they said that there was no one around. I picked up our stuff the next day, and my wife gave birth the following day. We never stayed there again after the baby was born. And to this day, we still have no idea what the heck these things could be. I never even believed in paranormal things before this, but these days, I really don't know what else could have happened there. Also, just to be clear, we had all been blood tested while living there, as well as no toxic metals on either autopsy reports. And as simple as it seems, nobody had any poisoning whatsoever. I grew up about 15 miles outside of downtown Portland in a semi-rural area. We lived on a windy country road in the hills where the homes were spread quite a distance apart. Our closest neighbor was maybe a 10-minute walk away, I would guess. But our house was set back off the road and had a gravel driveway that had a sharp turn, so you couldn't see the house from the road and vice versa. Now, one morning spring day when I was 10, I was riding the bus home from school. As the bus squeaked to a stop at my driveway, I looked out the window to my left and saw a man in a grey pickup idling aside the road, parked perpendicular to my driveway, almost blocking it. Being so young, I thought nothing of it, but when I got to the front of the bus, the driver held her arm out, blocking me from going any further. "Do you recognize that truck or that man?" I told her no. At that point, she opened her sliding window and motioned for him to move along. He looked at her, then looked back ahead and didn't move. He wasn't looking at a map or anything, just sitting there. The bus driver then got on the intercom and told him that he needs to move along, but he continued to just stay there. Then she said, "So you best move along. I'm not going anywhere until you're out of here." He finally left, and after a few minutes, the bus driver let me out, and she said that she would wait several minutes for me to get up the driveway to go home. I told my mum what happened as soon as I got home, and the next morning she came with me to catch the bus and to thank the bus driver. I believe that she gave her some sort of a gift, but I'm not sure exactly. After that incident, my mum and stepdad hollowed out a section of the trees at the end of the driveway as a hiding spot. In that spot, my siblings and I could watch the road while waiting for the bus in the mornings, while nobody could see us. This incident, though, gives me chills when I think about it. If my bus driver hadn't have been so vigilant in looking out for me, and if that man in the pickup had been up to no good, I would have absolutely been a goner. Right after my driveway, there is a sharp turn and a steep downhill, and the bus would have been out of sight within seconds, which means that there would have been absolutely no witnesses. Before we start, I would like to note that I grew up in a very religious household and was even in a Christian cult up until grade 7. After grade 7, my family entirely broke away from the church and never looked back. I'm not religious, and I've never experienced anything that I would categorize as spiritual or paranormal. So my issue is that over the past few weeks, I have consistently had a problem where I can smell rotting flesh, which I know can sometimes be linked with demonic presences, right? The locations and durations of the scent seem really random. It's almost like a breeze comes by with the smell, and I can just never locate where it's actually coming from. So, let me go over when it started. So 4 weeks ago, I went to stay at an old farm that was an Airbnb. The lodging was horrible. You could see the upstairs unit, rented by somebody else, through the ceiling in the basement where I was staying. They tried to cover the holes with hay, but it was a weird feeling. The basement made me feel very uneasy as well, and while they're alone, I get an overwhelming scent of rotting flesh. It was so bad that I looked for a dead animal in the cupboards and complained to my boyfriend about it. Nobody else seemed to be able to smell it though, which was weird. I told my boyfriend I could not stay there, and so we left and we never spent the night. 3 weeks ago though, I was at my boyfriend's family home, and his niece, who was also at the farmhouse with us, wanted to sit on my lap. While sitting in my lap, I got the overwhelming smell again. I sniffed her, thinking that maybe it was her, but she was clean and her clothes were clean, and again I just couldn't locate the scent. It was almost like it blew past us while she was on my lap. Again, nobody else smelt it though. The last 2 incidences both happened in my house while I was alone, and again it seemed almost like somebody walked by me with the scent, and it dissipates just as fast as it occurs. I checked all the usual spots to make sure that nothing was actually rotting in the house. I found nothing. Asked my boyfriend if he smelled anything in the kitchen both evenings, and he said no. But finally, last night, I was in bed and my boyfriend came into the room holding an antique candlestick holder. I'll explain that in a moment, but he was trying to whistle a tune. We had just received the candle, and he thought that it was sort of cool to walk around the house by candlestick. Once inside the room, I asked him if he had ever heard of the myth about whistling at night being a bad thing to do. He said no. Jokingly, I whistled an eerie low tune, and within mere seconds, we both heard a low, deep growl or exhale. Both of us stared at each other and started asking each other what that could have been, but ended up deciding to just not pay any attention to it, as there was really no explanation that either of us could come up with. Both creeped out, we put our earplugs in, and we just went to sleep. Now, the reason why I'm here is to ask, is this something that I should be concerned about? Has anything like this happened to anyone else, and does it just go away eventually? Additional things to note as well is that my boyfriend's father won a brand new build house. Our house was a show home. 3 weeks ago, he went to the house before he sold it and took some of the leftover show home furniture, including several antique items. That's where the candlestick came from. All antiques are now on display within my home. I'm not sure if they're legit or not, but anyway, that's where they came from. I don't feel unsafe or scared in my home alone. There's no negative energy or anything like that I'm aware of anyway. My boyfriend's stepmother unfortunately committed suicide several years ago, and in her note or will wrote that my boyfriend was not to receive any money from her death, but the other 2 sons would split the inheritance. She was an unkind and really immature woman, holding grudges from when he was a teenager. Since his father just won a house, he gave some money to my boyfriend as an early inheritance, which turned into my boyfriend buying me a ring. This was 5 weeks ago. Technically, this money was not hers, but I thought that I should note it. Again, I can't pinpoint any other possibilities or links to something paranormal that are going on in my life. I'm not sure if any of these are linked or if I'm just even experiencing paranormal activity to begin with. Whatever it is, though, it seems to follow me, so maybe it is me. What do you guys think? I'm an older woman, and back when I was young, things were different. What I mean is that you could hitchhike with creepy guys in vans, we called them hippies. But it was also a time when serial killers roamed pretty much free. I grew up on a farm in South Carolina, no paved roads and not a lot of communication from the outside world. My best friend and I decided to walk to the only store or post office gas station for some candy. This was highly unusual because we never had any money pretty much. As we were walking, though, this car came driving by really, really slowly. We didn't think anything about it because the roads are not the best here anyway. We were also not the most worldly kids, and nobody ever really told us about stranger danger. We knew everyone and talked to everyone who said hello. Well, this car passed, and then we see it turn around. We didn't think much about it again, but when it came up to us and stopped, I might not have known what the danger from a stranger was, but I did have this horrible nauseous feeling when I looked in the car, like when you see an animal predator and you don't know what you should do. All I know is that I had this feeling that we should run. My friend must have not gotten that feeling because she went right up to the car. The man was greasy and dirty, but we were used to seeing people like that out working here. He asked us if we wanted a ride. She said sure, and I said no, we need to walk. She looked so mad at me, like I had just ruined her day, but in the end she said that she was going to walk with me. I could see his hand move like he was going to open the door, and I just had this feeling of dread wash over me. Everything started to go in slow motion, so I grabbed my friend's arm and pulled her back. Just then another car was coming up from the opposite way, and he suddenly drove off. She was so mad at me for hurting her arm, and I did leave a couple of bruises, but hey, I was worried about her. Anyway, a few years later she came over to me, and she looked like she was about to pass out. She had a newspaper in her hand and couldn't say anything, so I looked at it, and it was the same man who had tried to get us in his car that day. His name was Pee Wee Gaskins. He was truly a vile and disgusting human being. I was literally taught to obey every adult that I came across, but if I had, we wouldn't be here today, of that I'm sure. Arm yourself. Doesn't matter if it's a firearm, a taser, pepper spray, or a knife. Many people are not nice. Mental illness is out of control. Criminals outnumber us now. So always be aware and always follow your gut. This happened about 20 years ago when I was a junior in high school in southern Louisiana. At this time, a few friends and I would go out canoeing on the weekends. One of our friends lived right next to a local river, and we would park a car at a landing several miles downstream from his property, and then drive back to his house and canoe back down to the landing. It would usually take us a few hours because we would take our time, take breaks to swim or stop and eat on the riverbank beaches along the way. On this day in particular, there were 4 of us, all males, 16 to 17 years old. But before we got onto the river this day, our friend whose property was on the river remarked about a weird place that he and another friend had seen on the river on a prior trip. He described it as a cult compound that was set back from the river a few yards in the woods. He said that he would be able to remember the little ramshackle dock that was built on the river in front of it if we saw it. In our teenager minds, we thought that it would be the perfect adventure for the day to try and find and explore this cult compound if we could. Only in the mind of a 16-year-old boy would it seem like a good idea to go and walk around uninvited at a creepy structure in the woods, right? Anyway, we set off and we were in our usual high spirits. It was a beautiful day and we were having a pretty good time. After a while, our friend sees a dirt road that led away from the riverbank into the woods. He said that he thinks this road would lead to the weird place. So we bank the canoes and start down this dirt road. Not too long on the road though, and we began to get attacked by a swarm of horseflies. To this day, it was the most horseflies that I'd ever encountered. We decided to cancel our little trip down the road, and we ran back as quickly as we could to the canoes. Surprisingly, the horseflies didn't follow us back to the canoes, and we continued down the river on our merry way. Now I wonder what would have happened if we had continued walking down that road, but also regretted not taking it as a hint to stop our search for the cold compound. In any case, a little after that though, our friend sees the handmade dock that he mentioned earlier, so we decided to dock there and continued our adventure. We climbed up the bank of the river and walked into the woodline. After a few steps though, I could see it. In a clearing was a 2-story shack built from an assortment of lumber, tarps, and billboards. It was about that time that I noticed a moat dug around it that I realized, a crazy person lives here. We should probably leave. But before the words could leave my mouth, we saw him walking towards us. He looked a lot like Charles Manson, with his unkempt brown hair and woolly beard. He was wearing khaki shorts and an Abita beer t-shirt, and had something shiny and metallic in his hand that I thought was a knife. He said to us, "Turn around." I thought that it was a wonderful idea, so we turned around to walk back to the canoes. He then said, "Not that way," and then he fires a shot into some bushes next to him. Obviously, what he had in his hand was not a knife, but a pistol. He then led us to a clearing and sat us down in the dirt. I looked above us and noticed that we were sitting under a log that was being suspended by ropes and pulleys. I don't know if he could have pulled some switch and dropped the log on us or what, but it was weird. So he starts to rant and rave to us about all the people that he apparently shot before who had tried to steal from him. He said that he's also had his dogs attack people before and proceeded to tell dogs that we couldn't see or hear to shut up and stop barking. I think to myself, well, I'm about to die now. It was weird too because I wasn't panicked, and I remember thinking that I was kind of lucky because most people don't get to know when and where they're about to die, but I did. I know it's weird and I have no idea why I was thinking that or how exactly it comforted me, but that was just what was going through my head. Then I remember getting a little sad that my parents may never find my body or find out what happened to me. As I was thinking this, he kept ranting, and I remember thinking that I would stay calm and compliant, but if he started shooting, tried to tie us up, or tried to make us go into his shack, I would try and fight him for the gun. I would have rather gone down fighting than be tied up and face some kind of other horror. But he tells us that he needs our information so that he can call the police. To be honest, I was really relieved at that notion and wanted to say, yeah, call the police right now. He goes into his truck, which was an old beat-up Toyota Tacoma type truck, and starts to look for paper and a pen. He couldn't find any paper, so handed us a small piece of lumber and told us to write our names and addresses on it. 3 of us wrote fake names and addresses because we didn't want this guy to know where we lived, but a 4th actually wrote down his real name and address. His rants continued, and he tells us that he fought in Vietnam, and often the Vietnamese would sneak up and attack in groups of 3 and 4, just like we were doing. I decided to try and make small talk with him and say, "So, you were in the military, huh?" He starts to tell us that his shack was actually built by the Navy and transported down the river to his location. He said that he was in the Navy and trained Marines and martial arts or something. He regaled us with other stories of kind of switch from angry, menacing rants to a sort of happy-friendly ranting. He says that he could tell that we weren't there to rob him because we don't have any buckets. He tells us that his parents always welcome guests here, and he was now happy to do the same. He proceeded to tell us to stand up and walked us back to our canoes. He tells us that we're always welcome to come back, and if we need a name to call this place, we should call it Skull Island because his parents and the bones of several dogs were buried here. Our same friend who wrote his real name and address down says, "Oh, I'm never coming back here." We elbowed him and whispered for him to shut up, and we just waved goodbye to our host and we got the heck out of Dodge. When we got back into the canoes, we paddled in silence the whole way back. I was worried that at any point he was following us in the woods with a rifle, ready to switch back to menacing mode and decide to take us out. But thankfully, we made it back to the landing and we were able to drive off in peace. After the 4 of us had an epic group hug. So, the lesson is this. If you don't already know it, never trespass on people's lands in the woods, especially if you already know the place is supposed to be creepy. Looking back as I got older, I genuinely feel bad for the man. He most likely had some mental health issues and was living in a place where he just wanted to be left alone. He shouldn't have had to have dealt with a bunch of teenage boys near his place and may have had people try to steal from him before. I'm doubtful if he ever shot anyone before, but I'm definitely thankful though that it didn't get any worse for us. Although, I must say that the thought of those horseflies, it still bothers me. This happened about 20 years ago. I was 9 years old at the time, but my parents have also told me their side of the story on a bunch of different occasions, so that helps me to recollect it all. My parents are both biologists. They met at work, and from there it's history. The place where they worked at the time was a government building dedicated to biology research used in government projects turned towards the public, meaning that they were the ones studying the environment and making environmental protection laws around their studies. This being a massive old government building, it always had a security guard present, day and night. During the day, these security guards would mostly just stay at reception and greet people, but at night they would go do their rounds and make sure that there were no intruders because of all the science equipment and computers kept in the building. And it was one of these guards that this story is about. Initially, he seemed like the nicest person. He was really nice to me, and frankly, all the memories I have from him before this were generally really good. He would greet me and talk to me in the nicest way every time that my parents brought me to work. He would make me paper planes, which he was surprisingly good at, and throw them around with me, and he would stay with me at the reception in the days that my parents had to work into the night. Obviously, for me, that would get really boring really fast. So he'd keep me company and entertain me. Mostly we would talk, play with the paper planes, and just watch TV. It all seemed nice enough for my parents to trust him with me too, which was probably their biggest mistake. One night, my parents had to work even later than usual. I think it was around 10 p.m. and they were still at it. So this guy, who was on the night shift, decided to take me around the building with him to do his rounds. We started on the top floor, checking all the rooms and the exterior part on the roof. Every room was so dark that I'd always stay a little bit behind and wait for him to turn on the lights. Then we stepped down to the second floor, where my parents' office and labs were. We checked the opposite side of the building, going into the labs with massive extractors, microscopes, and every kind of science equipment that you might think of. We walked down the stairs to the first floor, where most of the administration rooms were. I still remember seeing some maps on the walls and embalmed fish everywhere serving as decorations. First floor was all clear, so it was time to check the 2 basement levels. I thought that it would have made sense to check the labs on the right side first, as the left side had a flight of stairs at the end leading up to where my parents were. But for some reason, he decided that we should go check that side first. We checked all the labs, but I noticed that his pace was accelerating and he was starting to look and sound happier, excited even. Once again, we checked all the labs, all the corners from one end to the other, turning on the lights ahead of us and turning them off behind us as we left. When we got to the last area, he turned all the lights on and we went inside. There were 3 separate offices on each side of the lab, and on the first one, he hurried towards the printer, opened it up, took out 2 pieces of paper and made 2 quick paper planes. And that was when everything changed. He picked up one of the planes, went outside of the office, and threw it towards the end of the room. Then he told me that the one he just threw was mine and that we could throw them around in here. I ran to the other side of the room to pick my plane up, excited to play with it, when suddenly the lights went off. When I turned around to check what was happening, I saw him getting out of the lab, turning the lights off and locking the door. I ran to the door, punched it and kicked it while screaming for him to open it, panic taking over me because of how scared I was of being in the dark at that time. Through the glass on the door, I could see him scurrying away in the corridors, turning the lights off as he went and disappearing after turning a corner. I'm pretty sure that everything that I felt and every shadow and creepy monster I saw in there while waiting was a part of my imagination because of how scared I was. I balled up against a corner and I could see shadows moving around in the dark. I could only cry, lost without knowing what was happening and why he was doing this. My parents finished work eventually, and when they did, they packed up their things and made their way to the lobby to pick me up and go home. When they got there, the security guard was at the reception, but I was nowhere to be found. They panicked, of course, must have shouted 100 times different cuss words at the guy, and I'm not sure how my dad didn't murder him right there and then. But when they first asked the guy where the heck I was and what he had done with me, he simply said that he had gone to do the rounds with me and I must have gotten lost somewhere. This is a building that would take you about an hour and a half to check from top to bottom, even if you're rushing, so must have gotten lost somewhere is not exactly helpful. They looked for hours without finding me. It was only when I saw a light far at the end of the corridors leading to the lab that I was in that I got the courage to stand up, rush towards the door, and start punching it as hard as I could. They finally found me there and made the guard unlock the door to get me out. I don't really remember sleeping that night, and if I did, it must have been out of exhaustion. But I know that I made my mum stay in the bedroom with me the entire night. I was just completely shook. Of course, my parents made a complaint against the guard, and when they did, and the guy started being investigated, he was fired and arrested. Not because of locking me away, where he probably hoped that no one could find me, but because he had been partnering up with other criminals to steal computers and equipment from the building to sell in some shady market, along with the information in the hard drives and make money out of it. By then, he had stolen a lot of old computers without anyone realizing, and who knows what his plans were for me that night. I'm not convinced that locking a crying child in the middle of darkness, hidden away in some room, is exactly the most normal behavior if you're not trying to hide them and get them later when everyone has left and sell them as a part of your product. Luckily, he never had the chance to do that because my parents never gave up, and I really, really hope that he never got to do that again with any other kid. This is an experience I had when I was 16 during the summer of 1995. I was a junior in high school. I was a theater nerd and hung out with my two besties, Stella and Chris, a lot. Chris was short for Chrissy. At night, we usually picked up a few friends, bought some beer and smokes at the local liquor store with one of our fake IDs. Then we headed up to the reservoir or local park to enjoy our illicitly obtained goods. This particular Friday night, I was driving my dad's 1976 Mercedes 450 SL. I was buying it from him with payments over time. It was in decent shape and ran strong, but was 19 years old, so it had a few minor issues. One was that the passenger side door could only rarely be locked automatically using the lock from the driver's side, which is relevant later. So, I picked up Stella, Chrissy, and Ted around 8 p.m. We were feeling good and extra happy because it was Friday. Ted had to go in the front seat because he's like 6'1", and the back seat would barely allow two small people in it, Stella and Chris, to sit there. We drove to our favorite liquor store just down the road from the reservoir, and Ted and Stella got out to get ciggies and beer while Chris and I stayed in the car chatting. About a minute after our friends walked into the liquor store, an old Chevy van pulled up about 6 feet behind me, blocking me in. At first I thought it was just a drunk townie being dumb. Then, a thin, pale woman with shoulder-length brown hair came around to my passenger side window and tried to start up a conversation with me and Chris. The woman's eyes were obviously dilated, and she said something about how she and her friends were amateur movie makers and she was looking to cast us in their next gig or something. Chris and I exchanged a look, and we were both on the same page of like, what the heck is this woman talking about? But I had a bad feeling and a very strong sense that the woman was going to try and get into my car, so I subtly started hitting the lock button, hoping that it would take. The woman just stood there, babbling at this point, and she put her hand on my passenger side door handle, but literally, the second before she tried opening the door, my sweet little Mercedes freaking finally obeyed my frantic tapping and locked the door with a loud click. The woman looked confused for a second. She tried the handle again, but my car was locked. And now I was scared and angry. I knew the curb weight of a 76 450 SL was about 4K. The Chevy van behind me may have been blocking me and had curb weight up on me, but he was top heavy. I bet that I could do a lot of damage to it if I slammed into it with my foot on the floor, especially if I did so repeatedly. So I said very loudly, "Lady, take your hands off my car, step away. You go tell your friends that they need to move their van now because I'm going to floor it in reverse and tear it into your van like it's a piece of tinfoil." I turned my key and revved my engine. It purred like the sweet little gas-sucking powerhouse that it was, and my car swayed back and forth with each rev. I wasn't bluffing either, and I think the woman saw it. The woman's eyes got wide and she ran back to the van screaming, "Go, go, go, move." And as she was running back to the van, I saw a thin dude with long stringy hair running out of the liquor store towards the van too. He jumped in the back and the van peeled out, leaving a shower of gravel and grey exhaust in its wake. About 10 seconds later, my friends Ted and Stella came walking out of the liquor store. My adrenaline was super flowing and I was relieved to see them. Chris and I told them what happened and they shared their experience. They said the guy who went into the liquor store had just walked up past them and started rumbling about some random weird Jesus and Bible stuff to the clerk. He also said something to my friends about them looking open-minded and gave Stella major creeps when he looked her over. The guy at the counter had just listened for a few minutes while my friends waited patiently to buy smokes. Then the guy heard the revving and screaming and bolted out of the door. The clerk asked my friends if the man was with them, and they said heck no. He said that he thought that they were all together, or he would have told the guy to leave because he sounded crazy. So my friends bought the beer and smokes, and eventually they walked out. Obviously, we all thought that that was pretty weird stuff, but to this day, I'm so grateful that my door locked when it actually did. Whatever that woman and her friends wanted, I know for sure that it wasn't anything good. So the first experience I had in this apartment, my boyfriend left for work and I was laying in bed still when the door creaked open slightly. I was sort of half expecting to see my boyfriend coming back into the room, opening the door slowly in case I was asleep. However, when I peered through the open crack, nobody was there. None of his roommates were home either, and I figured that it was air fluctuation from an open window and moved on. The following night, I awoke around 2 a.m. to rattling that I thought was coming from the ceiling fan at first. This rattling persisted, got increasingly louder, and then would stop. This pattern continued throughout the night. A few days later, the rattling began again. Still thinking that it's the ceiling fan, I rolled over and back to sleep. I woke an hour late to the door creaking open like before. I waited for someone to walk in or say something, but again there was nothing. The apartment was quiet again. It made me feel pretty uneasy, and I woke up my boyfriend this time to tell him. I finally calmed down after some time and started to fall asleep when I heard rattling, and when I opened my eyes, the door was shut again. I again woke up my boyfriend because at this point I was scared and sort of confused. We brushed it off eventually, figuring that it was my imagination or something. I have a history of sleep paralysis, so I've seen some pretty scary but unreal things from my bed at night. My boyfriend went off to work the next day and I spent the morning cleaning. Some items from previous tenants have been left in the closets of each of the rooms. It's a sort of touristy area, so seasonal employees and short-term stays are always coming and going, leaving things behind for the next person. I was reorganizing the linen closet, which had some pretty outdated bedding, when some items fell out of a folded comforter. I wish I was making this up too, because it seems so unreal and eerie. Of the items wrapped in this comforter, there was a Bible and an angel figurine, also some Tuscany vineyard-themed wall decorations. And I became pretty spooked considering the past few events, so I wrapped them back up and put them in the closet where I found them. I told my boyfriend and our friends about this that night. The name Shelby was written in the Bible, so I was wondering if any of them knew a Shelby at all. Nobody had, though. Out of curiosity, they removed the Bible and flipped through its contents. Highlighted scripture was found only in the Old Testament, highlighting the punishment for sins. My boyfriend was reading these highlights to us while I sat at our table near our bedroom door with another girl from the apartment. I heard a quick rattle of our door again too, and then when I looked up, I could see the other girl that was facing the door had seen what I had heard. We stepped away from the door and stared in disbelief. "Did you see that rattle too?" she asked. I told her no, but I've been hearing that sound for the past week. That was 5 days ago now. Last night, my boyfriend woke me up, this time to ask if the noise he's hearing is what I've been hearing too. I listened for a second, and then came the incessant rattling of the doorknob. My boyfriend had been reluctant to believe all of this, but he couldn't deny it last night. It's getting colder here too, so we've been keeping our window shut at night. We're running out of explanations, to be honest. He got minimal sleep as the door rattled off and on all night again, and it frightened him quite a bit too. We messed with the handle ourselves to recreate the sound, and it's definitely our bedroom doorknob. It has the same sort of jingling sound. It has the whole apartment pretty spooked as well, honestly, but I'm just glad that all it seems to be messing with at this point is our door. So, all throughout my life, I've had weird encounters with, well, the unknown, but this one definitely takes the cake. Visiting my cousin for a night of video games and Yu-Gi-Oh! It was near 10 p.m. and I decided to smoke a cigarette. He joined me outside his back porch area to chat when, while he was talking to me, I felt compelled to look to the left, and that's when I don't know, felt something was moving over the ledge. It had a weird aura and presence about it. I know this sounds strange, but it was like it was ignoring me or didn't notice me because it continued to sort of move along the top of the ledge in a direction where eventually it would reach the opposite stairs and the path to the neighbor's north. But that's when it just stopped. It just stopped and turned itself directly facing me. I could immediately tell that it was looking at me, and I just sort of looked back. But being able to get a clear view of it now, it was a dark figure, but it had to have been at least 8 or 9 feet tall. I really don't know how long it was, but then suddenly my cousin said shakily, "Hey, oh my goodness, what is that? We need to get out of here." And as he opened the door to the house, my cousin is a big dude, by the way, and really isn't frightened by much. I kept looking at it, backing up, and until finally I shut the door. My cousin and I were in complete shock, but he went to grab his firearms, and we waited and turned the lights off, eventually going to bed with no other problems. To this day, I still don't know what that was. In other circumstances, were I alone, I would have thought that it was just a hallucination or my eyes playing tricks on me, but the fact that my cousin saw it too means that whatever it was actually there. And it was enough to scare us to the point where we felt like firearms were something that we needed to defend ourselves with. It was scary, and it's definitely something that I won't forget anytime soon. This incident occurred in the late 1990s. I was a young American woman living near a larger city, and one weekend I decided to experience some nightlife with some friends. We were driving next to a sidewalk. It was probably 10 p.m. when a tall, skinny guy waved us down and asked for a ride. We hesitated. There was barely any room left in our little red Subaru anyway, but he was well dressed and decent looking, so we figured that he had a reasonable explanation. We asked him where his car was, and he said that he never owned one, but that he once totaled his parents on purpose. We thought that was a little weird, so we jokingly asked him what he had against his parents. He then proceeded to launch into a tirade against the auto industry, about how cars are dangerous, polluting gas guzzlers, and how no one would be driving them in 50 years. He finished by saying that he'd been contemplating slashing our tires. He patted his coat pocket, implying that he carried a knife, once we let him out, but we were such nice girls that he couldn't bring himself to do it. At this point, we were all pretty scared, obviously, so we politely asked him if his destination was close enough for him to be able to walk the rest of the way, especially given his burning hatred for car travel. He shrugged his shoulders and mumbled something, and then he abruptly exited the car before we had even come to a complete stop, mind you. We drove as fast as we could. We all just went home after that, and luckily, none of us ever encountered that dude again. So, this is a quick incident that happened just a few moments ago, and it has me freaked out, and I just want to share it. It's a quiet afternoon, and I'm slowly cleaning the kitchen. It's surprisingly quiet outside, as typical, when it's nice out, that is. The neighborhood kids are running around and being rambunctious as they usually do. I'm enjoying the quiet and finishing uploading the dishwasher, and decided to go outside for a smoke. I'm putting my flip-flops on and head for the front door. I open the door, and then I hear a very, very distinct "Ma." Now, when my daughter is looking for me around the house, she'll say the same thing, with a distinct tone of voice and inflection that I'd recognize anywhere. It came from the back door that leads into the yard, and it spooked me because I know that she's away at her father's house until after dinner today. She called me about 10 seconds after I heard it, though, and it proper spooked me, and I really don't know what to think about any of this. Today I share this as a 36-year-old man. You'll have to bear with me too, as the details of this story are a bit vague and also a bit of a blur, but I'll share what I remember. In the summer of 1993, I was in the first grade. My parents had been divorced for many years, with my mother having sole custody. As a child, I barely remembered my father, but he would make his brief appearances or send gifts on Christmas or my birthdays. But seeing my dad always made me happy, as I was far too young to comprehend the complexities of a battered relationship or marriage. And after school one day, I was shocked to come outside to see my father waiting for me. My grandma usually picked me up from school, but never my dad. He had a small black car, a beater. He always seemed to dress nice, suspenders and slacks, hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. I remember getting into his car and smelling what I now know as an adult to be clove. I later gathered that he had a habit of rolling his own cigarettes, and gained that he must have been in a clove phase. There's a bit of gap in time here that I really can't remember, but it's now nighttime, and I'm watching the fluorescent lights from miscellaneous stores fly by my passenger seat window. A gas station I can't really remember, Braum's ice cream at an intersection, and more time loss. I'm now running around with another kid, in and out yellow-lit apartment corridors. Some doors are open and we go into one. There are kids in a back bedroom playing Sega. I watch as Sonic zips through loops and listen to familiar music that momentarily makes me feel safe. But then I suddenly realize that I'm very alone with complete strangers and find my way back outside. There's another gap. My belly is full from beans and burritos, and I'm looking down a very dark hallway in my father's apartment. I'm standing next to an aquarium giving blue ambient light that sits on my face. I want to go home. Something just doesn't feel right all of a sudden. In an attempt to comfort me, my father gives me a toy flashlight that projects the Batman symbol. I shine it down the black hallway. The cheap plastic of the switch fidgets and stubbornly slides, clicking on and off. My father is on the phone and he's upset, voice raised. I apologize for not knowing what happened next, but I can confidently say that I was safely returned by my father. My mother had no idea where he lived, and he would sometimes drive around at night in efforts to find the mentioned landmarks to trigger my memory. I haven't thought much about this until tonight, and it really made me feel wrong and uncomfortable, everything that happened that night. In hindsight, I was definitely being kidnapped. I really don't know the full extent of what was going on, but something just told me that something was wrong. As you may have guessed too, I don't really have a relationship with my father anymore, and who knows, maybe that's for the best. This happened to me when I was 9 years old, 28 years ago now, but I still remember it so vividly. I lived at the time in a seaside resort called Blackpool, England, in a modest 4-bedroom house. The area itself was good, with very little crime or concern, until that night. You see, I shared a bedroom with my brother. We had bunk beds, and I was on the top bunk. The bedroom was on the first floor at the rear of the property. My bedroom overlooked the back garden. And one night, I was awoken by the sound of a window lock being tried. I opened my eyes and looked towards the bottom of the bed, which faced the 4 large windows. And to my horror, someone was outside, perched on the window ledge, attempting to get in through my window. I froze in horror, not daring to allow them to see that I was awake. I remember sliding back down onto my bed, keeping as still as possible. I lied there for no more than a minute, but man, it felt like a long time. My heart was beating so loudly that I was sure that it was about to give me away. With my eyes closed, I stayed still, listening to them shuffle across the next window. Unlike before, though, I could now hear a screwdriver or something in his hand, which was being used a little more forcefully to get in. Without moving, I opened one eye ever so slightly to see whether I could make out who this person was. A security light on the back of the property suddenly triggered mid-look. I panicked. Surely now he had seen me. Now he must have known that I was there. Staring back at me was a dark figure, black clothes, wearing a matching balaclava, only his eyes on show, and this horrible, startled, piercing look, clearly having been caught off guard by the security light. He froze and just stared. He didn't move an inch. I was now sat up, equally as stunned, staring back, locked by fear. I immediately jumped off the top of my bunk. There wasn't time for stares, screaming for my parents as I ran out of the room and into theirs. They tried convincing me that it was a bad dream and told me to get back into bed, but there was absolutely no chance of that happening, and after a couple of minutes they agreed to go and investigate, which simply entailed looking through the bedroom window. Nobody was there. They had gone. I got back into bed, still almost frozen with fear. What if he had gotten in? He might be in the bedroom right now. He could comfortably fit into my wardrobe or even under my bed. My brother, who was 6 years my junior, had slept through the whole episode and was no use. Looking down my bed towards the windows again, I noticed that the latch on the 4th window, it had been left open inside, which means that a simple pull from the outside would have easily opened it. I shut my eyes and remember silent tears falling down my cheeks. If he was in my room and knew that I was awake, he might harm me to keep me quiet. Pretending to be asleep seemed the best option, and eventually I must have nodded off. I was woken up the next day by the sound of my cat outside screeching in the garden. Daylight came through the windows, and the bedroom didn't feel anywhere near as scary as the night before. Cautiously, I walked towards my bedroom window. I noticed marks from the window's locks from the outside where the paint had been scraped, which means that it wasn't just a bad dream. My cat screeched again, and I heard a commotion outside below me in the garden. 3 police sniffer dogs were parading around. A policeman was stood talking to my mum. I rushed outside, but was quickly ushered back into the house and was told to take the cat indoors. The look on my mum's face, I knew that she was trying to hide something from me. The ambulance, which arrived a short while later, gave it all away, though. Apparently, it had turned out that someone had broken into the house next door through the back bedroom windows. The motive? Well, it appeared to have been a simple theft, but the elderly lady who came across the intruder had been found dead at the bottom of her stairs. And the police, they never found out who it was. But then again, they never dusted our windows for prints, as my story was never told. We left the house and moved away within 6 months. I still think that they feel guilty for not listening to me and not acting differently. Even to this day, my parents don't wish to talk about it whenever I try and bring it up. In respect for my best friend, whose life was, to say the least, a complete mess as a child, I've been keeping this story inside for a very long time. I'm going to be completely honest. I've never even spoken a word to my mother before. At first, it was fear of getting social services involved. Then, after they got involved anyways, I guess too long had passed, and I just figured that she never really would benefit any from knowing. This all happened when we were 11 years old. I'm 29 now. It all sort of feels like a surreal dream, to be honest. This feels like the appropriate place to get it out, though. Names have been changed, of course. So, when I was in elementary school in Canada, that's K to 6, I was an awkward child. I have high-functioning autism, and while my grades were great, my social functioning was lackluster. It still is, if I'm honest. This left me with a fairly small, very colourful group of friends. Two of the closest being Jessie and Katie. Now, I came from a fairly overprotective household. My mother watched me like a hawk, and thus I was a naive kid. I didn't really understand that a lot of the oddness and dysfunction that would come out of my two friends had to do with problems at home. We were never allowed at Katie's house. I think her mum was extremely overweight to the point of hardly being able to move anyway, and she was embarrassed of it. Jessie's house, however, was only a few blocks away from the school, and we ended up there a lot. Her parents were divorced, and her mum was deaf and mute. My mum and her would communicate through notes, and when I would go over, I would hand them to her, and while she at first would always seem slightly erratic, there were no real red flags. When we first started going there, Jessie's mum was living with her boyfriend, as well as her boyfriend's parents. Everyone in the household was deaf with the exception of Jessie and her younger brother, but both of them had limited hearing. I think for the first year or so that they were there, the boyfriend's parents kind of kept everything from getting too out of hand, but it was pretty clear that it was a dysfunctional household. After they moved out of the household, it was just Jessie's mum and her boyfriend. They would often lock us in the basement too when I would spend the night there. It was a full apartment, so we just saw it as fun freedom. But the one time they forgot to lock it and we walked in on them, shoving needles under the table. Again, we were too young to understand what was going on, but we did understand that we walked in on something bad. From this point on, we would be designated to spend our sleepover nights in her garage, as it was furnished with carpets and couches. The issue with this was, though, that Jessie's mum always kept the door locked so we wouldn't interfere with their activities again. So when one of us had to use the washroom, we would have to knock on the basement window until Jessie's little brother would hear and let us in through the basement window to pee. Another issue being, he was hearing impaired. Thus, sometimes it would take a literal hour of absolute banging on that window to get anybody's attention. We were young, and this felt as close to freedom as you could get, I guess. But we didn't really understand why or what was wrong or dangerous for Jessie's mother to do this, so I guess I just never really thought about telling my mum. And it kept going on. One night, though, we were doing our normal sleepover, playing Pokemon Gold, trading and battling with link cables, and waiting for Jessie's mum to bring out the oven pizza she said that she was cooking us literal hours ago. It was about midnight, no bedtime in that household, and Katie said that she really had to pee. She was trying to wait for Jessie's mum to bring in the pizza so she could go through the door, but she couldn't hold it. She goes out by herself to try and rouse Jessie's little brother, Aaron. But we were expecting it to take her a little while, but to our surprise, she comes back extremely quick, locking the garage door behind her and latching the lift door. She looks really startled too. She tells us that she was knocking to try and get Aaron's attention when she hears a rustle from the bush next to the gate going to the front yard. It takes her a minute to realize what she's looking at, but standing about 5 feet from the gate, 15 feet from the window Katie is at, is a tall man, dressed completely in black. She said that it seemed like he just sort of appeared out of darkness, or like he was waiting for something. He asks her if she's managed to lock herself out, while slowly taking a step towards the gate. As she gets up and takes a step back, his pace quickens towards her and she sprints back to the garage. At first, we thought that she was just messing with us. We laughed and told her to stop messing around, but then we heard it. Hard twisting of the locked doorknob. Then, worse, the sound of scratching metal against the knob. He was trying to pick the lock. We stood in absolute fear for a moment, then grabbed the only pathetic things around that we could use to try and defend ourselves. Then, it just abruptly stopped. There were no windows in her garage and no people on the door, so we couldn't see anything, and so we really had no idea what was going on. But we waited for about 10 minutes, having no idea where the man was, if he was still out there, where her mum was, or where that pizza had got to. but we were still sitting ducks in there, and he had clearly failed to pick the lock, but who knows if or what he would try next. Now, this is stupid, I know, but we were stupid scared children. We grabbed our weapons, which consisted of glorified sticks, and we left that garage. At first, there was no sign of any man. We moved towards the downstairs window and started slamming on it, screaming and pleading for Erin to open it. Again, that's when we heard it. It was almost a sort of sing-song, mocking voice that rang out. Well, hello again. 3 men this time, all in black. The one in the middle had spoken. They made a move forward. We once again sprinted back to the garage. This time, they just straight up tried to kick the door down, all 3 of them stomping and kicking. It was close to giving in, and then everything just stopped. Jesse's mother had come out of the back door, pizza in hand, and startled them. She ran back inside, got her boyfriend and his 2 other friends, users travel in packs, and they were able to chase them off with some actual weapons. Obviously, I'm guessing about that because we were still inside the garage, but we could hear stuff. The adults stayed in the backyard all night, weapons in hand. One person even sat on the roof with a compound bow. Yeah, a compound bow. Anyway, night turned to morning and it all settled down. But after that, we never stayed at Jessie's house for sleepovers ever again. She was put into the care of her grandparents shortly after this too. It took me a really long time to actually grasp what happened that night, but considering they never actually called the police, I'm fairly certain that we almost got literally murdered over some drug debt that Jesse's mother probably had. Literally, I can't even imagine the evils that could have gone on that night if fate wasn't on my side. Something tells me that those 3 men were way too happy to find children to take as penance, and it would hardly have just been a straightforward murder. It still makes me shudder thinking about it, and I'm just really glad that we all ended up okay that night. In Mexican folklore, an archetypical witch is the lechuza or owl witch. It is said a lechuza makes a pact with Satan or other evil spirits in order to gain this ability. They're often portrayed as older women, and it is said that he removed her legs and hide them while they're out in owl form. As a child, I was told legends by my maternal grandmother who swore encounters with witches. Luckily, I didn't have any encounters, at least not until my adulthood 2 years ago. I was in Mexico, in my dad's hometown, a small town of maybe 9,000. Our house in Mexico is pretty far away from the main town at the very end of a long dirt road. To the left of the road is small traditional houses, and to the right is a deep gully or trench, which was once a river, I think, and on the other side of the gully is the woods. It was around the time of the town's festival, which was an excuse for the adults to get drunk, and in the town's plaza, while the kids played at the fair. I opted on leaving early as I was tired and didn't like drinking anyway, so I hitched a ride with someone from town who lived at the beginning of the dirt road, which meant that I'd have to walk about a mile, or close enough to that. So 10 minutes into my walk, I heard what sounded like birds and assumed the birds nearby in the trees were settling down for the night. I looked at the trees, and about 10 feet up I saw a pair of eyes, bright orange, staring me down. I was unnerved, but pushed on and ignored it. I heard more rustling and looked back, noticing the eyes had gone, which led me to believe that the bird had flown away, when suddenly I heard a voice from the bottom of the gully. "Hey sir, come here." I decided to ignore it, but it kept on pestering me until finally I snapped and walked towards the gully to tell this woman to leave me alone. I started telling her that I was in a rush to get home when I noticed something weird. She was dressed in like native attire, which meant that she had a long skirt, but it wasn't all the way down, and this woman's ankles were completely missing. She appeared to be floating. She looked at me with utter hatred in her eyes. I realized that she knew her secret was out at that point when I saw that, and I bolted for the house, hearing a large flapping sound following me. I looked back, and flying behind me was what I can only describe as like a huge owl with bright orange eyes. I ran into the house, but I only had a few seconds of peace before something was banging on the door, screeching inhumanely. I panicked and remembered my grandmother telling me the prayer was the best defense against a witch, which, when I started doing this, it seemingly worked as the screaming stopped. I decided to place salt in the doorways when something broke the kitchen window above the sink, and attempting to come through that window was that same owl, but this time it was sort of gargling, almost, I don't know, like vaguely human words, maybe? In a panic, I took the salt I was using on the doorways and just threw it at it. Immediately, it backed away from the window and perched itself on the fence, staring daggers into the window. I sat on the couch on edge all night, and eventually I must have passed out. The next morning, I woke up hoping that it was all just a horrible dream, but upon entering the kitchen, I saw the glass from the broken window, and when I stepped outside, I saw large scratches on the front door. I walked over to the fence where this owl was perched, and on the fence and the floor surrounding it was what looked like blood. Unnerved, I started sweeping the glass out the front door when I saw her, an older native woman across the gully among the trees, staring at me. Her face was covered in what looked like small cuts with little bits of blood, as if she had been assaulted by tiny shards of glass. I knew that this was her, and I stared her back down until eventually she just sort of retreated into the trees, and after that I never saw her again. Every time I go back, I still place salt in the doorways and pray as soon as I enter that house. Often in that house, I feel watched too, and other people who stay there report voices outside and stuff on the roof, and in any case, like I said, I haven't seen anything again after this, and hopefully I never will. When I was a kid, around 7 years old I think, I spent the day at a cousin's house in my old hometown. He lived right in the middle of town, so we could ride our bikes pretty much everywhere. This was back in '98, and the tiny place that I came from, everyone knows everyone and keeps an eye out for the safety of any kid they see. When my mum dropped me off at my aunt's house that morning, she gave me some money to be able to go to the corner store for some snacks for my cousin and I. After a while, hunger struck and I took off on my bike to Reeves' Grocery. It was the best stocked store in town, and there were only 2 stores. But pulling up, I noticed an old maroon sort of coloured car parked outside. Reeves' storefront had a short brick wall about a quarter of the way up, but from the brick up to the roof was all glass. The type of glass that you can see through one side but is a mirror on the other. I didn't pay the car too much mind at first. I rode up onto the sidewalk and gently rested the handlebars of my bike against the wall. I hopped off my bike and, by force of habit, I looked into the store window. In the reflection behind me in that old maroon car sat a little old lady in the passenger seat. She was dressed in all green, dark green, wearing a beret hat, and she had one of those sort of crocheted Afghan blankets draped around her shoulders. She looked very, very old. Deep wrinkles covered her face to the point that I couldn't even see her eyes, really, and her skin had a grey tint to it. She smiled sort of sweetly at me in the mirror, but when I turned around to wave and smile back, she wasn't in the car. Confused, I glanced back at the store window and I could still see her sitting in the passenger seat, smiling at me. Fight or flight kicked in and I aborted all thoughts of 3D Doritos and Gatorade and raced off as quickly as I could. I didn't even get on my bike in the end. I just grabbed it by the handlebars and pushed it as I ran as fast as my little legs would go. Looking back on this whole thing, the little old lady really seemed to me no harm. Her wrinkled face looked kind and her smile was warm, but my 7-year-old brain just yelled ghost and told me to run. When I told my mum about it a few days later, she told me that sometimes spirits get stuck or have unfinished business, so they can't pass on. I remember this encounter fondly these days, though, and wish that I could have better, reacted to the situation. I mean, maybe I could have helped the green lady somehow. So, I know that this is a bit of a strange one, but it's just never sat with me right, and I feel like sharing it. So my girlfriend and I are watching a show on the TV, when there's suddenly a knock on the front door at around 10 p.m. We both looked at each other like, who do you have coming over? The look between us settles, where we both shake our heads and non-verbally say, "I have no idea who that is." I pause the show and get up and ask, "Hello, who is it?" A man from the other side of the door says, "Do you believe in Black Lives Matter?" I heard him, but the logic in my brain just didn't. Who was this man? Why was I being asked this question at 10 p.m? What was going on? I got really confused and asked, "Sorry, what are you asking?" The man, in an even softer, quieter voice, says, "Do you believe in Black Lives Matter?" At this point, I was right next to the door and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. My girlfriend was behind me. I then immediately motioned her to get away from the door. I remained quiet, turned the lights off, deadbolted the door in front of the guy. What was even creepier, though, was the dude didn't say anything after that. There was no knock, there was no further interaction, just silence in the dark. I don't know when he left. In fact, he could have been there for hours for all I knew. Also, I wondered if the fact that we had an LGBT flag in one of our front windows prompted this. To make matters more strange is that I'm literally the last person to do something like that. I have a historical track record with getting myself into situations and problems with strangers for being too nice, if anything. So for me to get that feeling was really a first, and I was all freaked out, and my girlfriend was even more freaked out at how freaked out I was due to me never being like that. Anyway, in the end, it was probably one of the strangest interactions I've ever had, and like I said, something about it just has never sat with me right. One day, when I lived in a house near the woods, around 10 a.m., I was sitting on my back porch deck. My dog was with me, as well as about 3 or 4 of my cats. I was home alone, and it was a quiet weekday, and my neighbors were gone to work. While I was sitting there quietly on the deck, all of my animals started looking around the yard, sort of panicked and startled, hiding and whatnot, like they had heard something coming. I sort of just sat there looking around and listening to see what they were reacting to. After several seconds, I started to hear what sounded like a humming sound. Then, it seemed like it was coming closer and sounded more like buzzing. By this time, my pets had ran and they hid and were nowhere to be found. The sound moved closer though and seemed to be sort of floating in the air, moving at about the same pace of a person walking quickly. The sound seemed to be steadily moving across my yard, hovering a few feet above my head. As it got closer, the humming and the buzzing became more distinct, and I could also hear voices. It sounded like a city of different voices, all talking at the same time. I heard it perfectly clear as it moved overhead past me, and the sound sort of faded as it went into my neighbor's backyard. Thankfully, it didn't pause or stop, and it took several minutes before my pets decided that it was safe enough to come back out from hiding. It was just a really weird experience, and if it hadn't have been for my pet's reaction, then I probably would have just thought that I was tripping or something. I felt a little uneasy after that too, and gathered my pets and went back inside. I haven't heard anything like that since or before that either. Thankfully, I didn't see anything attached to the voices. It was just a ball of traveling voices floating through the sky. Weird, I know. I've quibbled with the thought of publicly sharing my story for a while now. Recently, though, I've arrived at a place where I think the benefit of sharing outweighs the risk. People can be really judgmental. So I'm taking a chance and just putting it out there because, who knows, maybe it will help someone. So, many times I've looked back on the odd events leading up to the scariest night of my life, October 5th of 2015. I'd like to say that I did everything right, but honestly, in hindsight, I should have done more. I'm convinced that my son, who was 3.5 years old at that time, actually saved me from harm that night. I could have easily become another statistic in the crime database for sure. Although my stalker didn't hurt me physically, it took me months to get past the psychological damage for sure. So, with all this in mind, here's my story. In May of 2012, I temporarily exited the workforce following the birth of my son, Chris. He was born with a physical birth defect that would require multiple corrective surgeries during his first year of life. He was also born 2.5 months early, which had complicated things further, and ICUs are no fun. Chris's father, Aaron, agreed that I should stay home with our son until he was at least 1 year old, considering the circumstances. In May of 2013, I felt comfortable enough to leave my son with a babysitter, so I went job hunting. I ended up being hired on the spot as a waitress at a small but very popular chain restaurant in my little town. Let's just say, too, that this little diner is widely known for their waffles, and we'll leave it at that. I was hired on to work second shift, though, the newbie shift, because it's not as busy. After 2 months, I had worked my way up to the first shift. The breakfast shift is the moneymaker. By the summer of 2014, I had long built off a clientele of regular customers that enjoyed my service and tipped me well, enough for me to have a little putback in savings, which came in handy when Aaron and I broke up. It was not an amicable split at first, but I digress. I ended up moving out of our apartment with Chris and renting a small 2-bedroom trailer in the same town. It was mid-November of 2014 when I first met Ryan, the man who would later stalk me. It was an abnormally slow Saturday morning shift at the diner. 2 men, one late 40s, early 50s, the other maybe early 20s, walked into the diner together and sat down in my section. They were my only 2 customers at the time, so when the older man of the 2 started making small talk, I had the time. The older man introduced himself to me as Ryan, and the younger man with him was his son. Right away, though, by his body language and tone, I could tell Ryan was being sort of flirtatious with me. He even cracked a cliche joke saying, "There's no way you work here because you're too pretty and you have all your teeth." Honestly, I really wasn't super amused with that tired kind of humor. I had heard it a million times over by then. And while Ryan was decent in the looks department, I'd even venture to say semi-attractive, I was a little annoyed with being casually hit on by him, if I'm being honest. I was 25 years old at the time, and much closer to his son's age. But nevertheless, I faked merriment because a happy customer equals a better tip. It's just part and parcel to the job, really. But suffice it to say, my fake laughing and smiling paid off, earning me a $10 tip on a $20 ticket. They were only there for 30 minutes too, which is not too bad, I thought to myself. The following weekend, Ryan came to the diner. This time, and every subsequent time thereafter, he came alone. There was nothing really unusual about this interaction, and from the last, I took his order, we sort of chit-chatted when I had time, I kept his coffee refilled, and that was it. But apparently he enjoyed his experience because, again, he left me a nice $12 tip on an $8 ticket. Ryan began visiting the diner every weekend from then on, up until the end of December. By then, he had started coming 2 to 3 times per week, and at this point, he really started showing an interest in getting to know me. Now, that's not something unusual per se, I get that. I had some other regulars that I actually developed friendships with, in fact, some even getting me Christmas gifts and such. So, I did tell him things about myself in casual conversation during his visits, just normal things that normal people talk about. One of the things I eventually told him about was the medical miracle that is my son. I even bragged about the fantastic job his doctors did, showing him the before and after photos of his surgeries. Over those past several weeks, Ryan's attitude toward me had changed. He was no longer this annoying, flirty, middle-aged guy, but rather a seemingly caring person. Maybe I was naive, but I genuinely appreciated his kindness, and I didn't interpret it as a romantic gesture at all. Ryan continued coming by on my shifts for breakfast 3 times a week, though, and in February of 2015 is when the first strange event occurred, which was soon followed by a string of more. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I'd picked Chris up from the babysitter and was heading home from work. Now, where I lived was on a small uphill dead-end road. As you pull onto my road from the main highway, you could see easily my trailer on the right side of the top of the hill. It was sort of positioned perpendicular to the road, and the back side of it is visible as you drive up the road. As I eased my way up the hill, something immediately caught my eye. I could clearly tell that my back door was open. I put the brakes on immediately and tried to figure out what to do. I mean, I literally never touched or unlocked that door, much less opened it, so I knew that something was off. A door is not going to unlock and open all by itself, so I ended up parking my car off to the side of the road and I called Aaron. At this point, we were on good terms and co-parenting our son really well. Aaron came straight over and checked out my trailer, while I remained back in my vehicle with Chris. About 5 minutes after entering, he called me and told me that it was all clear. Again, it's a small trailer. So I made my way up the hill, expecting to have been robbed or something, but in the end, nothing was missing. There was no damage to the door, so Aaron basically brushed things off, saying that I must have forgotten to close the door myself or something. But I knew better. But also, since there was no sign of a break and enter, I just let it go. 2 days later, on Thursday, I came home from work and the same thing. My back door is wide open. At this point, I know that I'm not crazy too. I know that I had locked that damn door. It didn't have a deadbolt, by the way, but it just sort of had a lock on the doorknob that you would turn. I had even tested it out that morning before work to make sure that it was locked too, so I called Aaron again. I stayed parked with Chris on the side of the road while he did a quick pass through my trailer, and again, nothing out of the ordinary except my open back door. A quick inventory showed that nothing was missing again. I was nervous at this point, thinking that someone had broken in twice, and Aaron disagreed. He attributed this problem to a faulty doorknob lock, which made no sense to me. I mean, like I said, I had checked it. He then went to Lowe's and purchased a type of heavy-duty swivel lock to install on the door that locked from the inside of my home. He wanted to put my mind at ease, at least. So, while he installed the lock, I combed through the house. I literally spent hours after Aaron left inspecting every nook and cranny of my trailer. The outlets, my shower head, vents, my panty drawer, everything. I thought that maybe some freak had broken in and, planted secret cameras since they didn't take anything. But I didn't find anything amiss, so I just begrudgingly let it go. 2 days after that, so on Saturday afternoon, I'm off work heading uphill on the road toward my driveway. My son is spending the weekend with his dad, so I have the house to myself that evening. A wave of relief washes over me as I see that my back door is still closed. Now, I don't know why I decided to do this, but something compelled me to actually inspect the door up close. I needed to also make sure that it wasn't tampered with. And to my horror, I discovered that it had. There were pry marks along the edge of the door jamb. I immediately went inside and unlocked the door so that I could open it and inspect further. The edge of the door was bent like anything, and back on the inside where the doorknob met the jamb too. That damage wasn't there 2 days ago when Aaron installed that new lock. I knew that. I deduced that someone had probably been using the credit card trick or something similar to easily break into that door, since the way it was locked was by the knob. And when they figured out that that would no longer work, they tried to pry it open, not knowing that a new lock was on the other side of the door. I was thankful that the lock held, and at this point, I called the police and made a report. They basically told me that there wasn't really much that they could do in this instance other than document the incident. They told me to call them if anything else happened. Needless to say, that wasn't very satisfactory to me, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't feel comfortable sleeping at home that night though, so I ended up making the hour drive to my parents' house and crashing there. Now, nothing else really happened for a little while after that. By March, I had been able to put February's events behind me and feel secure in my home again. I was working and going about life as usual. At this point, Ryan had begun visiting the diner 5 days a week. Oddly enough, he was there each shift that I worked, too. It became a bit of a running joke with the other waitresses, and in fun they teased me about having a stalker. I would soon find out just how true that actually was, though, because in April, things got really weird. You see, I came home from work one day to find my grass had been mowed. Now, I usually pay a neighbor to do it for me since I didn't have a lawnmower. My yard was really small, but maintaining it was a requirement of my lease agreement. My neighbor didn't charge much to mow it, and he needed the extra cash anyway, so it was a real win-win. I knew that I hadn't asked my neighbor to mow recently, so I thought that was strange. I asked him if he went ahead and decided to do it anyway, and he said that he hadn't. So then I called my landlord and asked her if she had mowed my grass for some reason. The lease said if it reaches a certain height, then she would mow it and charge me for it. I knew my grass hadn't been high enough to warrant that though, but it was the only plausible explanation. Of course, she said no, she hadn't mowed my grass, and I was just completely stumped. I then assumed that an anonymous neighbor must have mowed my grass out of the goodness of their heart, like a pay-it-forward kind of thing. I mean, what else was I to think? All throughout April and the beginning of May, my grass was also being anonymously mowed once per week. I know it probably sounds strange hearing this, but at the time I genuinely thought that a neighbor was just doing neighborly things and didn't want to be recognized for it. Now, on May 5th of 2015, Aaron and I decided to take Chris to the zoo. When we get back from the zoo late that afternoon, we discovered that my front door was cracked open, which was really annoying. But my front door did have a deadbolt, but I must have forgotten to lock it, which was really stupid of me, I admit. You can imagine how upset I was due to my back door being tampered with multiple times back in February too. I just didn't understand why this was happening again. Like all the other times, nothing was taken. My belongings seemed untouched. Yes, I was feeling targeted, but I didn't call the police because I felt like I technically had nothing to report again. But there was nothing stolen or vandalized, just an open front door. So I just let it go again. 2 days later, though, I would discover the depth of things. May 7th, 2015. It was one of my rare days off. I was at home relaxing when the diner called me. I answered thinking maybe my boss wanted me to come into work. It wasn't my boss, but my coworker, Celia. She stated that someone named Mary called the diner asking to speak to me. Mary had apparently asked for me by name. Since I wasn't at work that day, Mary left her phone number and requested that I call her as soon as possible. I thanked Celia for relaying the message and ended the call, sort of perplexed. I didn't know who Mary was, but out of curiosity, I gave her a call. Mary ended up being Ryan's estranged wife. I didn't even know that he was married. She informed me that Ryan had a nervous breakdown while they were arguing earlier. He started raving like a wild man about how my name is a better girlfriend than she is a wife. He told her that we were in love and that he had been taking care of me and my Down syndrome son for months. My son doesn't even have Down syndrome, by the way. My son is not mentally impaired. She initially thought that it was all just crazy talk, considering his mental state. He mentioned where I worked, though. He said that we were going to get married. He said that I had asked him to adopt my son. He said that he was going to run away with me in order to get away from her. He even told her that he had started visiting after following me home one day. When he said that, Mary knew that something was very wrong. Ryan had somewhat of a history with mental issues, and Mary was used to him weaponizing things to hurt her feelings during arguments, even if those things are lies. But she said this time was different. She knew that he had started frequenting the diner, and red flags went way up for her when he admitted to following someone home. So she decided to call the diner to see if anyone by my name worked there. When Celia confirmed this, Mary perceived the possible danger and she left me her name and number, requesting a call back. Obviously, my head was spinning at this point. While things were finally starting to make sense, I was still gobsmacked. At one point in the conversation, Mary mentioned my grass being mowed. Yeah, Ryan even flaunted the yard work that he did for me in her face. It was all very strange and very surreal. Basically, Ryan had been obsessing over me for months. He became delusional and had created a whole relationship between me and him in his mind, and it was all just in his head. And obviously, he was the one that was breaking into my home when I was gone. The visits, as he said. Why he did it? I still haven't pieced that 100% together. Because, he never took anything. I imagined that he was mowing my grass because that was his little way of taking care of me. Anyway, by the end of the call, I decided to go to the police department in person to file a report about Ryan. I thought at the very least that this is harassment and I needed to document it. Maybe I could get a restraining order after all. Mary offered to provide an official statement to the police as well, to which I thanked her. The PD took our statements and the harassment complaint was filed. Although I couldn't get a restraining order based off my statement alone, I had no proof after all. The officer did assure me that he would personally go and talk to Ryan. I then went straight to the diner to inform my boss, Chase, of the situation. Now, Chase took this very seriously. Just that morning, a third shift waitress actually brought up to Chase how a man came into the diner very early, around 4 a.m., and this man was trying to get her to tell him which days that I'd be working that week. She told Chase that it made her uncomfortable, so when I told Chase about Ryan, he went back and looked at the cameras from that morning. And sure enough, the man that was bothering third shift for info about me was Ryan. So Chase initiated the process through corporate to get a permanent ban on Ryan from the diner. It was approved at a later date. Now, I was scheduled to work the following day, and obviously I was nervous throughout my entire shift. But thankfully, Ryan didn't show up. Nor did he show up the following day, or the next day after that. All was quiet at home as well. The officer showing up at Ryan's house to speak with him must have spooked him enough to stop. Weeks, then months went by, no Ryan in sight, no vandalism at my home, no mysteriously mown grass, nothing. My life had gone completely back to normal. But things changed again in October. October 5th of 2015. It was around 8 p.m. My son Chris fell asleep on the couch while watching a movie. I had dozed off as well until I heard a very light knock at my front door. I then walked to the kitchen and look out the only window that faces my driveway. There's no cars there except for my own. So I figured that the light tapping that I heard at my door was either just the TV or my half-asleep brain playing tricks on me. I then returned to the couch and started playing a game on my phone. About 5 minutes later, though, I heard a few light knocks on my door again. This time, I was wide awake, so I knew my brain wasn't playing tricks. So I walked back over to my kitchen window to double-check the driveway to see who was there. Again, my car was the only one in my driveway. And right as I go to close the kitchen window blinds, loud knocking suddenly erupts at my front door. And I mean loud, angry banging. I guess my instincts kicked in and I sprinted to the couch, scooped Chris up into my arms and ran down the hallway to his bedroom. I did the only thing that I could think of in that fraction of a moment. He was groggy and confused, but he listened to my instructions. Get under your bed, stay under your bed, and don't come out until I tell you to. I then ran to my kitchen and grabbed a knife while dialing 911. I actually screamed at the door that I was calling the cops in the hopes that it would scare whoever this was away. I positioned myself at the end of the hallway which connects my son's room to the living room. This way I'd have a clear view of both the front door, in front of me, and my son's bedroom doorway, behind me. As the operator picked up my call, the banging on my front door was getting even louder. 911 said that she was dispatching police right away. She instructed me to stay on the line until they arrived. About 12 minutes into the call, the banging got even more violent, rattling pictures off the wall. I thought for sure, too, that they were about to break my door down at any moment. 911 asks me where I was located in the home, and I told her. She asked me if I could hide somewhere. She told me not to put myself in danger, and in that tiny moment I felt enraged. Heck no, I'm not going to hide. I'm not taking my eyes off my son's bedroom under any circumstances. Where are the cops? I said. And besides, I lived in a small trailer, and the only hiding place for an adult is like in my bedroom closet. I'd easily be found, so I just erupted over the phone. Look, lady, I'm a single mum. I have no man, no gun, and no place to hide. If he breaks this door down, what am I supposed to do? Throw this knife at him? Where are the cops? She assured me again that the cops were on their way and to stay on the line. More banging, but this time it moved to the actual side of the trailer. It sounded like they were taking a baseball bat and beating against the outside of the trailer. At that moment, Chris started shrieking. I ran the few steps over to his room to check on him. The loud commotion had just pushed his fear gauge over the edge. He was screaming, crying incessantly under his bed. I quickly ascertained that he was physically okay, and I returned back to the end of the hallway to check on the front door. As I was explaining to 911 that my son was okay, just scared, I noticed that the banging had suddenly stopped. I waited another minute or so, trying to listen out for any sign of further escalation, like window breaking or something, but all I could hear was sobs coming from my son's room. All in all, it took the cops a whopping 23 minutes to arrive. By then, the perp was long gone. For reference, I live about 10 minutes away from the police station too. 911 even called it an active home invasion. I was livid about the response time, to say the least. My front door was made out of some type of metal, just a cheap generic trailer door, and it was now completely covered in dents. There were noticeable scratch marks on the lock, failed attempt at the picking of the deadbolt. The siding on the trailer was damaged where the perp had hit it with something, and given the history, I immediately suspected Ryan was the perp. The police said since I didn't actually see the person, then they couldn't arrest him without an eyewitness. The most they could do was make a report. They did end up canvassing the immediate area in case he was on foot, since I didn't see a vehicle in my driveway prior to this happening. However, there was no sign of him or anyone around and about. I deduced that he probably had parked nearby out of sight, that way his vehicle wouldn't be spotted or recognized at my home. My home was situated next to a thin patch of woods and has public access roads on the other side. I also am absolutely convinced that Ryan had nefarious plans for me that evening, but when he discovered my son was at home with me, via his terrified shrieking, he bailed. He stopped trying to break into my home the moment that my son inadvertently made his presence known. For whatever reason, Ryan always lit up when I talked about my son. He used to initiate conversations about Chris just to watch me dote over him. Looking back, I guess it was his morbid way of bonding with my kid, and I think in his own sort of warped way, he grew to care about him. So when he heard Chris's scream, he decided to not follow through with whatever his plan was for me. I ended up taking a few days off work because I was so shaken up after that. I stayed at my parents' house during that time because I was afraid to go home. My landlord had the damaged door replaced while I was gone. Realizing that I had a job and a life and that I couldn't stay gone forever, I knew that I had to go home. So I got a gun, a small caliber revolver, but it would do the job. And then I went home. I lived in that trailer for another 4 months before I saved up enough money to move. It was totally peaceful during those months, with no further events or altercations, but I just couldn't stand being there anymore. Since then, I've changed jobs, met someone special, gotten engaged, bought a house, and even got a dog. No further sign of Ryan anywhere during any of these life changes, and it's been nearly 7 years since any sign of him. Ryan seems to have disappeared out of my life in the same manner that he first appeared, just out of nowhere. And I couldn't be happier that he's gone. Hopefully, it stays that way. So, I'm wondering if anyone has seen the people with unworldly large smiles or mouths. This has been with me for a while, and I just can't shake it, and I have to get it off my chest. I know it all sounds ridiculous, but here goes nothing. So a few years ago, I was outside in the backyard with a buddy of mine that was actually staying in my garage. We were cleaning an RV that I had just purchased when my wife came outside to moan about something. I can't remember what anymore, but when she was done, she went back into the house, me still in the RV, went to follow her to see what her problem was, and I hear my truck, which was right in front of the RV, start. Me not thinking about it, as I'm walking, I turn and look to see who's in my truck and see what at first I thought was my wife messing with me, but saw a female resembling my wife turn to look at me with this crazy, creepy large smile. And when I say large, I mean absolutely huge, with white teeth to boot, just looking at me. As I sort of back up and get to the back door and walk into the kitchen, I'm kind of back and forth in my head like, what was she doing? And then I get to the bedroom where my wife is standing, folding clothes. I'm not trying to figure out, and myself, I turn and I haul butt back to the gate to see who was in my truck. When I do, there's nobody there. The key was in my pocket, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. My truck started, and my buddy outside even heard it start too, but didn't bother looking. I know what I saw, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has ever seen anything like this. So this takes place about 7 years ago when I was 17. For context, I'm a pretty small and weak girl who only lives with my brother. My parents live in a different state. Also, please note too that I won't be using anyone's real name. So, it was wintertime, the last period before lunch break, and I was looking forward to going out with my friends, since my high school allows us to leave the campus for lunch. Me and my two girlfriends, we got together and walked to the nearby shopping plaza and looked around. I wasn't really hungry, so I just sort of was looking around to see if I recognized anyone from school around here. And that's when I saw a man in a black hoodie leaning on some old beaten up pickup. I wasn't too surprised to see him since this is public property, but I was a little confused that he was staring right at us. But that was when it clicked into my head that he sees us, 3 teenage girls looking lost. He's probably going to make a move on us, or maybe he's going to try and kidnap us or something. Then, to my shock, he actually began to approach us. At this point, I was starting to have thoughts of being abducted and ending up becoming a missing person who probably is going to be found dead years later or something. I happen to think of the worst things when I get anxious. I know it's unrealistic, but I quickly turned to my friends and tried to throw out ideas of where to go, but I didn't want to show them that I was freaking out. When suddenly I heard my name. Sarah? Hey, Sarah. It's Dan. Your brother Josh asked me to find you. The voice sounds rather nice, but when I turned around, it was the same man. I felt like I was shot in the stomach because I stared at him for a few seconds before quickly breaking eye contact and looking around. Oh, who are you? I asked nervously. Well, I'm Dan, a longtime buddy of Josh. We actually went to that same high school together. So far, no lies were told. My brother did in fact go to this high school, and this guy did look about the same age as him. Hey, listen, your brother asked me to take you home. He mentioned something about meds. Somehow or another, he seemed to know the truth. You see, I sometimes have to take certain medication for my stomach issues, so far this Dan person was rather, honest, I thought. Or somehow knew stuff about me. Yeah, he said that he's piled in paperwork at the office and wants me to take you back to the office so you can stay with him till he's able to take you home. At this point, logically, I felt like this was a pretty trustworthy guy, but my gut was turning so much that I actually felt like I could be sick. I haven't noticed before, but my two friends decided to leave me. Jerks, right? I knew that I didn't really have much of a choice, I guess. I mean, I could tell him no, but what if he's telling the truth and my brother gets mad at me for not going with him? I know, I was young and stupid. And sure, I had a phone, but my brother turns his phone off at work. Or maybe if I tried to run and he grabs me, this might make a whole scene, which I honestly hate doing. So the only option that I really had, well, I thought so at that age, was just to go with him. So I took a light breath and accepted to just go with him. I got into the passenger seat and noticed that the car was kept rather clean, but the windows seemed almost like they were tinted from the inside. Dan turned his car on, which gave off a really nasty old car struggling sort of sound before turning on and drove off. While on this ride, I kept my eyes down, not trying to look around or accidentally look at Dan again. But I did notice him eating some potato chips from a bag sitting on the center console. He would grab one at a time and go back for more frequently. But that's when he just grabbed my thigh out of nowhere and held it for a second. To make this worse, I was wearing some fairly short shorts because I can usually take the cold weather, so my upper thigh was visible while sitting. I stared at his hand for a second, feeling my head beating faster before he let go. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. I often keep my chips on the passenger seat," he explained. But I didn't say anything. I just went back to staring at my phone, not even fake texting. I was too scared to look at him. After maybe 10 minutes of driving, I finally looked up, seeing an unfamiliar road before he pulled up onto a trailer park. "I hope you don't mind. I just got to grab something before going to your bros. Come on inside. It gets really cold out here." No thank you. I'll be fine here. I actually need your help too, so come on in." He didn't look it, but his voice was almost demanding. I really didn't want to get on his bad side, so I agreed and quickly got out of the truck and followed. He led me to his trailer as I really didn't want to go in, and he started to take off his jacket. He then grabbed mine, which shocked me. "It's okay, the Hester can get real hot in here." He then grabbed the sweater that I was wearing, but also my shirt under, and pulled up, forcing now all of my layers up. This pinned my arms up, blinding me, and I panicked and tried to struggle, but he held my shirt up. He said, "I see your tummy." I then felt as if I knew my innocence was about to be gone this day. But the weirdest thing happened. He poked my belly button and swirled his finger in it, which at first didn't hurt, but he kept pushing harder and harder, pushing my back to the cold wall, and just kept going. It was horrible, and just having my belly button pushed in deeper and deeper like that, and it really hurt. I felt like I was about to be sick the amount of pressure that he was putting on it, but then suddenly he just stopped and released my shirt. As quickly as I could, I pulled my shirt and then sweater down, panicking as my heart was racing. He was laughing and patting the wall as if he had just heard the funniest joke. I felt sick, so I rushed out as fast as I could and coughed up just a few feet from his front door. Dan rushed out and tried to explain himself, but I jumped away as fast as I could. Breathlessly, I just said, I can't, or something like that. Maybe I'm sorry, I can't, and I just begged as I fled the scene. I was thankfully able to run far enough to get to another neighborhood while I called one of my friends to pick me up after giving her the streets that I was on. And this whole situation felt like the entire day, but actually probably only lasted maybe like 20 minutes. I did speak to my brother about this, and he in fact did send Dan to get me. I never told him about what happened, and I fear my brother might take Dan's side if I did, but all that matters is that in the end I was okay and able to escape something that definitely could have gone a whole lot worse. This happened well over 20 years ago, but I remember most of the details as the imagery was seared into my brain. Call it a core memory, if you will. I was around 6 to 7 years old and living in a very quiet suburban area. My parents often entertained guests and drank beers in the kitchen all night, and their friends would often be the parents to the two of my best friends growing up. We were allowed way too much freedom as kids, and were often left alone for hours. Normally, we'd be just in the backyard playing since it was lit at night and enclosed by a tall fence, but it had rained hard that day, possibly still raining at this time too, and we weren't allowed out. So we tried to play hide and seek in my bedroom. We were not very inventive. In any case, to make the game harder, the seeker couldn't turn on the bedroom light and had to rely on the hall light and the very dim street light that comes in through one of the windows. As a hider, I immediately threw myself into the half-dozen pillows on my bed and hoped that they would conceal me better than my other hiding friend. No idea where he ended up. Soon enough, too, I heard the door open and could just barely see the hallway light coming in from between pillows. Way too many seconds passed without a sound, no rustling or signs of seeking, and so I peek out from my hiding spot to find myself completely alone in the room. That was strange. I didn't have long to rack my tiny child mind for long though, because almost immediately my window caught my attention. There was a shadow slowly crossing in between the streetlight and my blinds in the shape of a head and a very distinctive, long triangular shape being held up as if to strike. I get absolutely freaked out by this, scramble off my bed, and run into the kitchen where I see my two friends looking equally scared and confused. But I also noticed that the adults were laughing their heads off, so I began to relax at that. It was clearly just a prank, and they got me good. Wait, who had the knife? I ask, as I realize that someone could have gotten hurt since they were pretty darn buzzed at this point. The laughing stopped immediately, and every single person stared in my direction. I don't remember the conversation particularly well because my panic came back tenfold at this point, but apparently my other hiding friend saw the shadow in the window before he was able to hide and sprinted out of the room, leaving me, thanks bud, and he told the adults that he saw something in the window but they didn't take him seriously, just a kid's imagination. But as soon as I seemed to have corroborated the story, adding a knife into the mix, I was asked more questions while the husbands ran outside to see if anyone was in the yard. Nothing was found outside. The area in front of my window was mostly asphalt driveway, so there was no evidence of someone directly or recently standing there. But the small garden directly under my window did have some footprints in it. But the tipsy adults couldn't definitively say that they weren't my parents' footprints, and there were no muddy steps outside of the garden either. The incident was again chalked up to a couple of silly kids hyped up on sugar or something like that. My best friend and I, we both remember what we saw that day. And like I said, it's seared into my mind. Back when I lived in Georgia, Columbus, I lived in this really old, terrible house on a property developed back in the late 1800s. The guy who originally bought the land and developed it was a real piece of works, because the property has like 9 different soil types on it, so he could make his own personal little paradise garden, and as someone with severe allergen issues, that kind of screwed me a lot living there. All except during the particularly heavy rains that washed away the literal waves of pollen and the rare snowy winters that we had there. Anyway, it's one of these rare snowy winters. I want to say, I forget the exact year to be honest, but late aughts I think. Or maybe it was early teens. Maybe some other poor sucker in Georgia can remind me when we had a good hard snow Columbus ways between maybe 15 and 20 years ago. But me and my dad are doing stuff around the house, i.e. he's drinking hard because he's a retired Marine, and Marines all have drinking problems to cope with PTSD. Obviously I'm being sarcastic, but he really did have a drinking problem at the time, and I'm awake despite the late hour, so he has someone other than my mum to pester with his incessant talking. Seriously, get my dad going when he's drunk and he's worse than a SoCal Valley girl. We're loading the fireplace though, the dogs are sleeping. We see the firewood pile is low and both go out to grab some more firewood. By which I mean mostly me carrying it because Dad's drunk and he's about to fall over. In any case, it's no longer snowing super hard, but it's still going, and it's foggy as heck out there. There's a funeral home on the top of the hill beyond the house. It's past this sort of mid-sized retaining pond or pit that keeps our house from flooding when it rains real bad here, and the parking lot of the home had a couple of streetlights as well. From the lights nearest our house, though, me and my dad see a silhouette out against the snow. It's small, maybe just over 4 feet tall, which says child, and me and my dad, being the at least halfway decent people that we are, start going up to see what the heck this is all about. I mean, why is there a kid out here at 0 dark 30? And we find this kid. He cannot be more than 10, maybe 11 years old, pale as death like he's been out in the snow for hours, and all he's wearing is a nightgown. He looks terrified and he's shaking and just stares at us, not saying a word. Dad sobers up almost instantly and gently tells the kid to follow us. Well, we gotta get him inside. I mean, he's gonna freeze to death out here. I agree, and we reach out to offer him a hand, but he recoils away and doesn't touch me. But he nods a bit when we gently invite him in, promise to get him warmed up and maybe something to eat or drink, and follow us down the hill and into the house. His face lights up immediately as soon as he's past the back door and in what is ostensibly our laundry room. He stops shivering, he stops looking scared, and he just looks calm, content now. Dad and I turn to rush off to get him some blankets, towels, set up a space heater and all that. We'd both turned away from him for less than 2 seconds, and I turned back around real quick because I was going to ask him if he wanted soup or maybe some chicken or something. And he was just gone. Disappeared like a fart in the wind. I grab Dad's arm and he turns back and he almost turns as white as the kid was, which is impressive for someone who is visibly half Cherokee and thus much more red than white. But the kid is just 100% gone. We look outside, we weirdly see no footprints. The boy was barefoot, but the only tracks that were made were me and my dad's boots, nothing else. Dad and I just stared at each other for a while. Dad was clearly questioning whether or not he had some kind of a drunken hallucination, except for the fact that I was there and I had seen the boy too. And I mean, I almost never touch booze, so that was definitely not a hallucination on my end. Over the following week and a half, the both of us asked around about a boy in a nightgown, and it wasn't until Dad mentioned it to old Mrs. Funderburg. She died at like 98. She was only 96 at this point, so she'd been around for a long spell, but that's when we got an answer. Well, sort of anyway. According to Mrs. Funderburg, when she was a child and the area was a lot less developed, before she was born there was an old ghost story about a boy who had been found dead in a rare Georgia snowstorm not far from where our house was. Apparently, this boy was also in nothing but a nightgown. Nobody knew how or why. All anyone had was guesses, but it wasn't uncommon for people to claim seeing a boy, or at least his silhouette, in our area in the dead of night during really bad snowstorms. But nobody had ever gotten close enough to him before. He'd always just run off or disappeared into the snow or the fog or whatever. The best guess that me and my dad could come up with after Mrs. Funderburg told us all that we knew is that the kid must have gotten locked outside of his house or something. I can also only hope by tragic accident rather than active cruelty or whatever, but it was during some major blizzard. There was a pretty bad one in 1910 apparently, but for my part I always figured that it must have been the Great Blizzard of 1899, and just couldn't get back in. Judging by what me and my dad saw, the boy had been pretty damn frail and he would have been frozen to death quickly once the mercury went to like 32 Fahrenheit or lower or whatever. But he disappeared when we brought him inside. It's been a while since that happened, at least 15 years now, and nobody I've spoken to, including people who used to live in our immediate vicinity, has seen anything like me and what my dad saw. And sometimes, even now, I find myself wondering if that was actually real or just me and my dad having some sort of a shared hallucination somehow. Had that kid been there all this time? Was all he wanted is to be invited into someplace warm, maybe somewhere he used to live, and that was good enough? I can still see his face when I think about it. The half-frozen, scared little face. Did it really take 100-some-odd years or more for someone to even care enough to try and bring him out of the cold like that? If that's the case, that is truly tragic. Back when I was 14 years old, my family moved from our home in England to the Republic of Ireland, where we lived for a further 6 years. We had first moved to the northwest of the country, but after a year of living there, we then relocated to the Irish Midlands, as my dad had gotten a new job working in Dublin. My parents had bought a cottage on the outskirts of a very small village that was a stopping point from one of the larger towns to the next. This village was so small and remote, there was basically nothing to do. But not long after moving here and taking to exploring the surrounding area with my border collie, Massey, I eventually found a large stretch of bogland containing a man-made forest. Every weekend or half-term away from school, I took to walking this area with my dog, in which I would follow along a railway line used for transporting peat. However, after months of trekking this very same bogland, I eventually stopped going there. I cannot quite recall the reason why, but maybe it was because I always felt as though I was trespassing, which I wasn't. Or maybe it was because the bogland was so bumpy and uneven, I always came home with horrific blisters. Whatever the case may be, although I stopped going to this bogland to walk my dog, outside of one of the nearby towns where I went to school, there was a public forest. And because this forest was a 20-minute drive away, my dad would take me and Macy there, drop us off, and then pick us up again 2 or 3 hours later. What I loved about these woods was that it was always so quiet, only with the occasional family, dog walker, or jogger passing us by. Now, on one particular evening, I had gone back to these woods with Macy, where my dad would later pick us up after running some errands. Making our way along the trail, the evening had already started to become dimmer. Wanting to make my way back to the car park before it got too dark, I decided to take a bit of a shortcut through the forest via one of the many narrow side trails. Following down one of these side trails, me and Macy stumbled upon a small sort of teepee-shaped hut made from logs. Loving a good game of hide-and-seek, I would sometimes hide inside the teepee when Macy wasn't looking, where she would spend the next couple of minutes circling around the hut trying to find me, not realizing that she could just go inside. Whether I played this game with Macy that day or not, I cannot really remember, I'm not sure, but following down this exact same side trail, I turned to look behind me. Staring down the entryway, I then see a man walking 20 meters behind, having just taken this side trail. For some unknown reason, I had a strange instant feeling about this man, even though I had only just noticed him. I can't remember or even describe the way that this man was walking, but the way that he did so felt suspicious to me. Listening to my instincts, or perhaps just my paranoia, I suppose, I quickly latched my lead back onto Macy and hurriedly made my way down the trail. A few minutes later, although I had reached back onto the main trail, the evening had already turned much darker, so again, turning to see if the man was behind me, I could still see him around the curve, only 10 meters away from me now. I did try to tell myself that I was just being paranoid and that this man was most likely not following me or anything, but my gut instinct just still told me that something was off. Thinking ahead, I pull out my phone to call my dad, as to make sure that he was already in the parking space waiting for me, but there was no answer. Because there was no answer, I just assumed that he was probably still driving, and because he was still driving, I just hoped that my dad was nearly on his way. By the time that I made it back to the car park, it was basically pitch black now, and there was just one single car in the parking area, but it wasn't my dad's. Sitting down by a picnic bench to wait for him to come and get us, all I could do was hope that he would be coming soon and that this strange man from the woods was not following me after all. Only a minute or two later, I could hear the footsteps of this very same man approaching through the darkness. Anxiously anticipating him to pass by, I tried to distract myself on my phone, or at least make myself seem less approachable. Thankfully enough, the man just walks completely by me. Entering the car park, the man then gets into his vehicle, the only car in the car park, but he doesn't drive away. He just stays there, sat inside of his car with both the engine and the headlights turned on. 20 minutes must have gone by, but my dad still wasn't here, and yet this very same stranger was. Trying to call and text my dad to say that I was waiting for him, I was met with no answer. While I continued waiting, I tried to rationalize why this man hadn't decided to drive off yet. Whatever reasons I came up with, they were not very convincing for me, and for those whole 20 or however many more minutes it was, I sat outside those woods in complete darkness, hearing nothing but the hum of this stranger's engine among the silent night air. What made this situation even more anxiety-inducing, though, was that my dog Macy had been endlessly whining by my feet, scraping dirt away beneath the bench to make a surprisingly deep hole. Macy was in general a very nervous dog and basically whined at everything, but I don't know, something told me that she too felt as though something about this situation just wasn't right. Thankfully, after what felt like longer than 20 or so minutes, The strange man, already with his engine and headlights on, reverses from his parking spot, exits out of the car park and onto the main road, leaving me and Macy in peace. And although we are now alone, basically stranded outside of a dark forest, I couldn't help but feel a huge sigh of relief come over me. My dad did eventually come and get us, 10 minutes after the man had finally decided to drive off. And do you want to know what my dad's excuse was as to why he was so late? He forgot that he had to pick us up. Now, I don't know if that man really was following me through the forest, although it certainly seemed like it. And I also don't know why he just sat in the car for 20 minutes, seemingly just watching me. But if I had to learn anything from that experience, it would be that my dad can sometimes be just a careless douche. And two, never hike through the forest alone, late in the evening, like I did. So this happened last night. Around 3 a.m., me and my brother were woken up by loud banging and crying at our front door. We live in a rough neighborhood, so naturally my brother grabs his shotgun, cocks it loudly, and starts yelling, "It's 3 a.m., go away," through the door. We were both really tired at this stage and freaked out. We'd recently had a girl from the neighborhood break into my car, so we assumed that it might be her again. I looked through the front door's window, we've got a one-way film on it, and didn't see anyone else around. I crouched near the door and listened, and it sounded like a young kid, completely hysterical, begging us to help her to call her mum. I told her that I was dialing 911 and that help was on the way. My brother, in full adrenaline mode, opens the door, still holding his shotgun, and starts yelling at her to calm down. I didn't agree with this approach, but in all fairness, she woke up about half the block from her screaming while she was pressed up against our door. After he opened the door, I finally got to see her as well. Honestly, I was kind of hoping that it was a homeless person from our area or even someone looking to do some weird stuff to us, but it was a kid, and the look in her eyes while she was kneeling at our doorstep honestly just made my heart drop. I was thinking that she was around 14, but she said that somebody crashed into her car down the street and that she left her phone in the wreck so she couldn't call her mother. Things weren't really adding up though, so I asked her a few more questions. She kept begging me to go down the street with her, but I told her no way, we're waiting for the cops. About maybe 10 minutes later, 3 tow trucks drive by, heading toward where we told 911 the crash happened, so I felt safe enough to walk with her down the street. On the way, she keeps asking to hold my hand, and I'm just thinking, you look like a teenager, you're barely dressed, and I'm a grown man walking through the neighborhood that you woke up. It's not a good look. I awkwardly asked how old she was, and she said that she was 18, and grabbed my hand anyway. I felt very uncomfortable, but her emotions were definitely outweighing mine at this stage. Halfway there, the cop shows up. I flag them down and explain the situation. Meanwhile, she's telling the officers over and over I have really bad ADHD and anxiety, while handing me her eyelashes, a full set of false lashes. I really didn't want to touch them, but I took them just to help her feel a little safer or whatever. One of the cops pulls her aside and the other starts casually asking me a few questions. He told me that they got another call about 30 minutes before that a teenager was running across someone's lawn barefoot or something, which I looked over and realized that she was barefoot the whole time. Then I saw them cuff her. I think they suspected that she was on something, which I was 50-50 thinking as well. As we're sort of wrapping up, the officer sees me still holding the eyelashes and goes, "What are you going to do with those, bro?" I just told him, "Well, I'll sleep on it. I just want to go back to bed, to be honest." I head home and start talking to one of the neighbors about it. He assumed that it was her parents' house or something, so he didn't want to get involved in domestic drama or whatever. makes sense, and I just assumed that that's why nobody else got involved. I couldn't really go back to sleep because I was shaken up and pretty worried about her, to be honest. I imagine that it was a traumatic experience for her too. I don't know if that was a justified reaction for her situation, or if she really was on drugs or mentally ill, but I will definitely be praying for her and her family, as obviously it's a bad situation. So, to set the scene, I'm a female and I'm 22, and literally weeks away from graduating from college and getting my bachelor's in theater arts. I actually only have a quarter of a credit left to get, so I'm doing work in the theater's department's costume shop to get that credit. It's really not anything too hard. I mean, I know how to do both hand sewing and use a sewing machine, so I've spent time doing both things and mending and adjusting garments for actors. The show? It's a musical, and there are some pretty intricate costumes though, so I was excited to help out to get that final bit of credit and graduate. The costume shop? It opened for weekend hours at around noon, but I stayed up late on Friday night, so I woke up at around 1. I got dressed and went to the costume shop as quick as I could, since I wanted to get all the hours possible. Nothing was out of the ordinary, but as I was approaching the theater building, something caught my eye. There was this guy standing off to the side of the front entrance. Now, the front entrance is pretty open. It's this set of pillars, and then there are 3 sets of glass doors that are led up to by a set of steps. Kind of Grecian, I guess you could say. The building is an old one though, with an addition attached. That one containing the actual theater, while the older building contains mainly classrooms. But this entrance is closest to the way that I usually use to get backstage, and into the costume shop as well. Anyway, the guy was kind of leaning against the stone side of the staircase, and what caught my attention is that I go to school on a very small campus, so usually when I see someone, I immediately recognize their face, even if I don't know their name. But I didn't recognize this guy at all. Physically, he wasn't overly weird looking, maybe a little bit disheveled, but his hair was kind of greasy and he had on a t-shirt and some tattered jeans, I guess. He looked college-aged, same as me, but what was even weirder was that he was wearing this heavy winter parka, even though it was nearing 65 degrees, as well as snow boots. In any case, we made eye contact, and nothing immediately sheeved me out. I'm a bit of an awkward person, so I just kind of gave a polite nod and a smile, and that was that. Honestly, though, I do think that that was my first mistake. He didn't smile back, too. In fact, his eyes followed me as I walked up the stairs and into the building. Super weird, but, I mean, okay, whatever. I mean, my campus does have some weirdos on it. I found that my school in particular seems to attract them, but I'm a senior, and I was pretty sure that I had all of the weirdos pretty much catalogued at this stage. But Parker Guy was not among my mental catalogue of campus oddities. I got down to the campus shop, and I must have looked troubled, I guess, because the person who was already down there, someone that I know on a somewhat personal level, greeted me and then asked if something was wrong. I told them about the guy, which somewhat amused them, and we speculated on who he could be for a while before they went up to check. Apparently, though, by this stage, he was gone, as I was told when they got back. Now, I worked on sewing literally halved beach balls into a bikini top. The show is a funky one, and listened to a podcast. I got there at 1, and it was around 4:30 that the person there with me left, leaving me alone. By this point, I moved on from the tops and was sewing some snaps onto the back of the blouse to make it fasten better. I took a bit of a break to work on a project due Monday. The seniorities are strong. Then got back to sewing a bit, my headphones off this time as it was just me down in the shop. Now, for this next part, I'm going to have to give you a bit of an idea of the layout of the shop. So, it's in the basement of the building and is a bit hard to get to if you don't know your way around here. The room is relatively large though. It's sort of shaped like an irregular rectangle, I guess, but is separated by the table set up in the middle of the room, the ones with the sewing machines on them. One side is on the way from the backstage behind the building's black box theater, as well as the dressing rooms, and then the other side leads out into this sort of hallway that has doors leading into the auditorium, as well as an exit out of the building. If that made any sense at all, then I'm really happy to hear that. But that direction also leads to the main costume storage room. Now, near where the sewing machine tables are is this door that leads outside and into what the costume director refers to as the weird little courtyard. When I was a freshman, I took a class with her and she warned us not to go out there since the door is locked from the outside, and if we do go out there, we won't be able to get back into the building. To be honest though, the courtyard is less of a courtyard and more a sort of space or an area where a bunch of buildings' machineries are, heating and cooling and all that, as well as electrical stuff, and it's all sort of located there together. It's all fenced in with a chain link fence about 15 feet high as well. But the door leading out there is one of those doors with a window. In this situation, I was sitting in a chair directly opposite the door, close to the wall across from it. So there was about maybe 20 odd feet of space between me and this door. It was nearing 6, but since the show's dress rehearsals started that Monday, I wanted to get as much done as I could before I finished up and went for dinner. I was working on sewing the snaps onto the shirt when I heard a noise. It startled me since I'd settled onto the rhythm of the task and listening to what my podcast was talking about, and annoyingly I dropped my needle. It was still connected to the thread, so it wasn't lost altogether, and so I bent down to pick it up from where it had fallen to the floor near my feet. And it was when I lifted my head from that bent position that I saw the source of the noise. My vision was a little bit obscured because the space between me and the door was cluttered with a bunch of dress from mannequins that me and the other members of the crew had been using to put costume pieces on. So it was more that I saw the door's window wasn't empty anymore, I guess. I sort of shifted to the side a little bit to get a bit of a better look, and there at the door leading out into the maintenance courtyard was Parker Guy. The noise that I had heard had been him trying to open the door. Now, I have no idea how we got in there. That door is the only way into that courtyard, so I can only assume that he somehow scaled a 15-foot fence or something like that. Whatever the case, I froze like a deer in the headlights, and for a moment, it was just still as he stared at me and I stared at him. His face was expressionless, and it was as he continued to stare at me that I began to realize that this entire situation was wrong. I sort of settled back into my chair, really not sure what to do, and it was in this handful of seconds that Parker Guy started trying the door again. It was, as I said before, locked, so he wasn't able to open it, thank God. It's puzzling to me now as well that he didn't just come in through the front entrance, as none of the doors leading down to the costume studio were locked, but I don't know, maybe he tried that already because, like I said, the studio is a little bit tricky to locate if you don't know your way around the building. The only conclusion that I could come up with is that he tried what I mentioned above, couldn't find me, and then while wandering around the building, saw me through the door through the chain link fence, and proceeded to scale it. And it was at that point, upon that realization, that I then began to get a bit scared. The door leading into the studio was to my left, and on instinct, I got up to close it since it locks from the inside and you need a key to reopen it. It was as I was moving to close the door that the guy began to pound on the courtyard door. I don't know why my first instinct was to hide instead of opening the door that I'd just closed and booking it, but I went into the small fabric storage room directly behind me, shut the door, and called campus safety. Again, I'm not really sure why I called them and not the police. Campo called them later, but that's what I did. I don't know. People make decisions like this when they're scared, I guess, but By the time the campus safety came to investigate, which was pretty fast since I was clearly terrified on the phone, the guy was gone. Honestly too, I don't know how he scaled the fence again in the time that it took them to arrive, but whatever the case, he was now gone. Campus safety escorted me back to my dorm and even went over to the dining hall to pick me up some dinner since I was very shaken, which I appreciated a lot. A while later, an officer came to take my statement since Camper called them, but as you can imagine, there wasn't much that they could do apart from keep an eye out for this guy. I still have no idea who he was or why he was even on campus, but it couldn't have been for any good reason. In fact, the way that he was behaving, it seemed predatory. This is something that happened to me when I was about 12 years old. I don't usually talk about it because people either don't believe me or they just don't care. But it's something that stuck with me for years, and when I tell you it, I can imagine that you'll understand why. So, it was during summer break. My cousin was staying at my house because he had broken his knee and needed help getting around and all that. He was a little bit older than me, but we were super close. We'd stay up all night playing video games, eating junk food, and just doing typical guy stuff. One night, though, I was in my room playing video games by myself. My cousin was in the living room. I'm not sure what he was doing, but I know that we were the only ones home at this stage. It was getting late, and I was about to shut everything down and go to sleep when I saw something. Something started crawling toward me in the dark. It looked human, but not quite. It was all messed up and deformed. The way that it moved, it didn't seem right at all. It also made these weird noises that I still have a hard time describing. At first, I thought it was my cousin playing some kind of a sick prank on me, until I remembered that his leg was broken. He couldn't even crawl like that if he wanted to. That was when I absolutely lost it. I ran out of that room as quickly as I could, and I didn't even look back. I told my cousin what I saw. He didn't really believe me, but I could tell that he was creeped out too. And after that, I refused to sleep in my room for at least a week. I just crashed on the couch in the living room and I kept the lights on all night. I ended up living in that house for another 6 years after that. Nothing quite like that ever happened again, but that room just never really felt right after that. I always had this weird, heavy feeling when I was in there, like I was being watched or something. I don't know what I saw that night, and I honestly don't care if people believe me or not. I know what I saw and experienced, and to this day I still get chills even thinking about it. I've obviously moved since then, but every now and then I get scared that something like that might happen again. It's a really daunting feeling to live with and something that I wouldn't wish upon anyone. So, has anyone ever experienced something similar to this? Or does anyone have any advice on how to deal with this kind of thing? Like I said, I still get freaked out sometimes when I think about it, and I really don't like to talk about it with anyone in my real life because it's just something that I know is hard to believe. This happened around 2022 to 2023-ish. So me and my boyfriend, we were living at my family's ancestral home in the Philippines. Our house is around 50 years old at this stage, and growing up, I had heard a lot of stories and folklores that surrounded our house, but I never really believed in them. Well, up until this incident anyway. So, it's almost midnight, and my boyfriend was already sleeping while I was watching YouTube on my phone. Our room is a rectangular room, and our bed is facing the windows. My boyfriend was already sleeping soundly while I was watching YouTube on the bed while facing against him. And all of a sudden, he just seemed to get mad at me for being too fidgety and said that he woke up because I was tapping his foot. I said to him that I wasn't doing anything, and not thinking much of it, I just said that maybe he was dreaming. I keep watching YouTube for another hour until eventually I fell asleep. At around 2 to 4 a.m., somewhere around there, I suddenly woke up and I was really confused because I thought that I was dreaming. You see, while I was looking around the room, I noticed that the right corner of our room was really dark, which was weird because our very flashy internet router was supposed to be there, and now it's just pure darkness. A darkness so dark that it was strange. I looked up at the corner waiting for my eyes to adjust until I saw a very tall shadow of a man. I was looking at him for almost 10 seconds without blinking or adjusting my eyes, just to make sure that I was seeing it correctly. The shadow of his head was almost at our ceiling, though. Again, thinking that I was dreaming, I just sort of tried to brush it off, and eventually I went back to sleep. The following morning, my boyfriend was so grumpy that he wasn't able to sleep much last night. Eventually, I went to the bathroom, and when I came back to bed, I said to him, "You know, I had a really weird dream last night. I woke up and looked here," I pointed at the corner, "and I saw and before I could finish, he said, 'You saw it too? The tall man?'" I instantly had goosebumps because of what he said. I said to him that I saw it when I woke up in the middle of the night, and he said that he saw it when he woke up too and got mad at me because he felt tapping on his foot. He didn't say anything to me because he didn't want me to get scared, and he wasn't sure what he was seeing too. Needless to say, we called a priest and had him bless our room and the whole house even. And after that, we didn't have any more incidences. This was about 15 years ago, and it has honestly traumatized me for that long. So I was playing Xbox in my room at night with my window down, and suddenly I got this cold ice feeling in my veins from my head to my toes in a sort of intense rush, and I was rendered completely paralyzed from fear. Literally out of nowhere too, this just hits me in my body, and I knew something was behind me outside my wide open window. And honestly, I had never been that scared in my life, since or even before that point. I knew deep down that I was being watched by something immediately. It felt evil, and I felt in danger beyond words to describe. Finally, I somehow got enough nerve to turn around, and I broke free from this paralyzing fear that was gripping my whole body, and spin around purposely avoiding looking at my window, dive into my bed, it being right below the same window. I hid under my blankets and was listening for anything that could tell me if there was something out there. I was confused and scared about what I was feeling and what was going on. After a few minutes of not hearing or seeing anything, I grabbed the windowsill and slowly peeked over and out of my window to see if I could see anything. At the time, I owned a PT Cruiser. It was parked outside about 15 feet away, directly adjacent from my window, and to my astonishment, this tall grey thing, it looked like it had a fuzzy-like static that clung to its entire body as well. It stood up and it turned its head in my direction, and it had no face at all, just completely flat and grey. It seemed as if it stood up from a crouched position behind my car. The top of the cruiser was a little below the waist of this thing, so it was extremely tall, and it had really thin arms and legs, and they were long and skinny. I don't remember seeing any hands or anything because I was locked on its, faceless form, looking at me, and this static cloud kind of covered it, and made parts of it hard to see as well. Another weird characteristic was that it moved, and only when it moved it made a sound like rushing wind or a river rushing from a distance, almost like white noise, but really loud TV static noise with a wind sound. When it stopped moving, the sound would stop also, and it was a cold winter night with no wind and no sounds either, so because of that it stuck out and was super out of place sounding. This flat, faceless thing turned towards me, and I assume it was looking at me. Then, in the most robotic-looking way possible, Its waist turned away from me, then its upper body, and then its head turned away last, and rushed into the darkness, into the field. And without skipping a beat in stride, it walked over a 5-foot cattle fence like it was nothing. As I mentioned before, it made this sort of rushing static wind sound the whole time. The static smoke that clung to its body became really static looking and like a heavy smoke. It trailed behind it and slowly fell to the ground and disappeared after a few seconds. It walked until the darkness seemed to swallow it up and I couldn't see it anymore and it disappeared. The top of my PT was a little below its waist now. I've done some research on words and things like naked slender man is the closest thing that I could compare it to. I know that it sounds crazy, but that's what I did. So, if anybody has seen something like this and can share their experience with me, I would really love to hear it. I've been fruitless in my search for other experiences or sightings of this thing with the same characteristics as mine. So if you have anything to share, then I would love to hear it. This experience scared the heck out of me so bad, and it wasn't until about 3 years ago that I was, for the first time in 11 years since that experience, actually able to go out into that field to shut the chickens in for the night. I just guess I really feel like I'm going to see this thing again, and when I do, that it's going to try and take me or something. I mean, the way that it looked at me the whole time as it turned to walk away wasn't a fleeing type of action. It's almost like it was like, oh yeah, just wait a little and I'll catch you next time sort of attitude, as it walked away. Obviously, this whole thing sounds insane, but I can assure you that it really happened, and I know that it's straight out of like a Donnie Darko-like sort of thing, but it was weird, and I'm 30 now and I still haven't forgotten it. I was 14 or 15 at that time, and I still live in that same house to this day. As a kid, I was very bad with understanding social etiquette, or more specifically, I guess, how to not overshare or talk with strangers, no matter how many times my parents warned me. This happened possibly when I was around 8 to 9 years old, and prime for being overly talkative. My mum had brought me to McDonald's with her friend, who had a daughter, so that we could play in the indoor play place after eating. It was late at night. I don't remember why we were there so late or what we had done earlier that day, but the McDonald's was pretty much empty except for us and the staff, and the one man sitting alone at a table near the play area. It was late, and I don't remember why we were there so late or what we had done earlier that day, but the McDonald's was pretty much empty, except for us and the staff, and also one man sitting alone at a table near the play area. Of course, for whatever reason, little me, seeing a person alone, went up to him with my friend to start up a conversation. I introduced myself and her, started talking about my interests, my school, a lot of things that I don't really remember. I don't remember him replying either, but we eventually left him alone after he called someone on his phone or whatever, and started speaking in a different language. I didn't recognize it, and I don't remember it in enough detail to take a good guess now either. My friend and I, though, we kept playing until the man left, and then a few hours later, a big man and a young girl, roughly the same age as us, entered the McDonald's. The girl ran up to the glass dividing the counters from the play area and yelled my name excitedly. I went over despite not recognizing her. She started telling me a bunch of things about myself, implying that she knew me and I forgot her. She wanted me to come outside to hang out with her, and I realize now, as an adult, that the things that she was saying were the things that I had told the man on the phone. But I, oblivious and a naive child, was ready to go with her when my mother finally caught on and ran over to grab me. She dragged me out of the other exit to the car, and she was clearly terrified and stressed. I, on the other hand, was confused and was demanding why she wouldn't let me hang out with that girl. My mum wouldn't answer, and she tore out of the parking lot. The man with the little girl got in his own car from what we could see as we left and began chasing us. My mum went down several different roads away from our home until she finally lost them, and I was in serious trouble when I got home. She explained to me that this was most likely a kidnapping scheme, and I really needed to stop telling random strangers so much information about myself. I didn't understand how a little girl my age would be involved with kidnapping another kid, not to mention that I didn't understand the motivation of kidnapping at all either. But now that I get it, this was truly a horrifying situation that I just narrowly avoided, and if it wasn't for my mum, honestly, I don't know where I would be. I could have also potentially got my friend in trouble too, a lot of trouble. So I'm grateful for my mum that day, that she was vigilant, and that I also didn't get kidnapped, and who knows what would have happened. So, for some context, I had a really terrible childhood, to the point where I don't even remember anything from birth all the way to like 13 years of age. Everything that I do know about what happened through those years was from a mixture of sparse memories, things my family have told me about myself, and police reports. One of those things that I do remember, however, is this lady that I called Auntie. No first name, no last name, nothing else contributing to her identity. She was just Auntie. I started seeing her when I was about 7 years old, sitting in her living room as she typed everything that I said down on her laptop. I had no problem with her. I mean, I saw her once a month and she seemed gentle enough that I really thought that she was just someone that I could trust. So I did. 7 years later, 14 years old, I admitted to her that I tried to self-delete numerous times. It was a mixture of multiple different factors: my mother's increasing toxicity, the lack of social interaction at the time, and more importantly, I never moved on from the horrors of my childhood. Now, I was 14 years old at the time, and I was able to wonder why these meetings with Auntie never actually seemed to help me, especially to do with the fact that I begged her to tell me why I constantly wanted to end myself. And I remember on the way to Auntie's house one day, I asked my mother if I would ever get the chance to see a different person, maybe a different sort of help that Auntie clearly couldn't give. I was just hissed at to be quiet. Around that time too, the relationship between me and my mother began to crack a lot. My mother became a source of grief to me, and I cried about it during multiple sessions with my auntie. Auntie, at the end of these sessions, would try to defend my mother or make me seem like I'm blowing things out of proportion. I tried to come up with my own reasons at the time and why she was not trying to understand things wholly, and I just chalked it up to her being empathic, maybe being able to explain why my mother was terrible was supposed to help me embrace it in some weird way or something. And then, more things like that seemed to happen. I admit that when I was 16 years old, I was a terrible kid. I went to parties, drank whatever was served, and definitely did not tell anyone what I was doing. But then Auntie started to ask very specific questions, especially to do with the topics I just mentioned. Quite honestly, I was sort of in shock, I guess. Again, I gave her the benefit of the doubt and thought that her sudden pinpointing of these things must be from the fact that, at this point, she knows me for almost a decade and just knows these things. All the way into an entire year later, she started to bring up the parties that I've gone to in these sessions without even bothering to hide behind the questions. The relationship between me and my mother had almost been completely severed, and the worst part of all, something that still affects me to this day, at the end of each session, Auntie started to invite my mother into the room and tell her every single thing that I had said. It was terrible, hearing my own words against my mother, explaining the increasing abuse that she had begun to put me through and said straight to her face as she sat next to me. My grades in school began to drop. My mother forbade me from going out, and I was completely isolated. So again, self-deletion and all that. I ran into my mother's room looking for something that I could overdose with, or just something that could push me to the edge. I remember rummaging through everything until I went into her walk-in closet. I had barely gone into her room. In fact, I completely forgot about the fact that she had even had one of these. But in my crazed state, I just remember running into her closet and looking through every crevice when I stumbled upon a suitcase leaning against the wall under the hung-up clothes. If I close my eyes, I can still imagine it, and it didn't look old, so that was probably what made me decide to open it. And when I did, all I saw was just a ton of papers. The surprise of seeing so much snapped me out of the state that I was in, I guess, and I recall sitting cross-legged on the floor and wondering what the heck these papers were. After a while of reading, I realized that these were transcripts of Auntie and I's sessions, literally dating all the way back to some of the first sessions that I did with her. I remember feeling sick, feeling so sick at this. I at least had enough sense to steal a few of the earlier papers to make it less noticeable, and reading through those transcripts just filled me with more and more bitter questions. And so, I decided that night that I was going to end myself after I figured out what was going on. I was on a time crunch, feeling stressed because I really only had a year to figure out what the heck was going on before I was faced with the looming threat of being kicked out as soon as I turned 18. So I started to pay more attention in our sessions, looking around her house wherever I got the chance to, looking for some indicators that could tell me who this psychologist really was. I started asking my mother more and more questions about Auntie too. She kept deflecting though, repeating the same fact. She was a psychologist. That is, until I did something that literally almost ruined the rest of my life. I decided to steal my mother's phone. It seemed like a small thing now, but at that point it was really life or death. My mother was in the shower one day, and I had already packed all the stuff that I needed to be out for a few hours, maybe even for a few nights somewhere. As soon as I heard the door lock, I swiped my mother's phone and bolted out of the house. I didn't even look down at the thing until I was on the bus, in fact. I remember looking through my mother's messages first, and I knew that I had found Auntie when I stumbled across an unfamiliar name. Even better when the messages clearly showed when my mother booked appointments too. I scrolled for a while, enough for the bus to get me to a safe place, but even as I walked off the bus and years of texts were read, nothing incriminating or anything of that effect had shown itself. I then looked through my mother's call logs, and I saw the fact that they call extremely often. I was not an idiot too. Whatever was really going on was happening on calls instead of messages, which was smart. I'll give credit where credit is due, obviously, but it still didn't get me anything, and I was now a bit peeved. I found a place to sit at the side of the road, and I continued my search. I looked through my mother's social media, and when I tried searching up Auntie's name, nothing came up. I genuinely felt all the hope leave my body at that point, and sometimes now I swear that I can still feel the same sick feeling as I felt then. I almost gave up. Almost. And every day I thank myself for mindlessly swiping through my mother's followers, because eventually I found her. Her account name didn't have her real name. It was some weird fake one, but when I clicked on her profile, it was definitely her. She posted photos with some of my mother's friends, and I scrolled for a while down her page until I saw a photo that I posted of herself and my mother years ago. I also found out that they had literally been friends before I was even born. I felt sick, betrayed, and a bit relieved that I now knew what the heck was going on. Why my mother had transcripts, why Auntie didn't think twice before telling my mother every single thing that I had said, why she defended her. I didn't even bother to find a place to stay that night. I just went back home. I got beat black and blue for doing something that I didn't deserve any forgiveness for, and it didn't hurt at all compared to what I found out earlier that day. All I asked my mother that night is, who is Auntie really? And she couldn't even answer that. A few years later, I was in a first year of university, and I had the lucky chance to move out of my mother's house as soon as I got the chance to. It was with an old friend taking pity on me and allowing me to stay with him since we applied to the same university. He's one of my best friends now, but what finally gave me closure in some sort of bittersweet way was clearing out my Instagram. I deleted people that I didn't care about or didn't know, but my heart dropped when I saw a familiar username in my followers. I didn't think about it at all when I searched up the username in the search bar, and when it came up with my auntie's Facebook account, my jaw dropped. This psycho had been following me for who knows how long on my Instagram, and suddenly everything that didn't click finally made sense. The sudden precise questions, why my mother suddenly decided to isolate me from my friends. It didn't even say psychologist or anything of the sort in her bio, and tell me why it said chemistry teacher with over 20 years. I admit that I cried like a baby that night because it had taken me years to finally understand why two of my main female models seemed to despise me. Still to this day, I mourn the fact that most of my early adult years are being used to heal from everything in my childhood, instead of going out with all of my newly made friends and giving my all to university. Genuinely, it sucks. Everyone who hears my life story too agrees on the fact that there's something wrong with them. I just wish that I knew that sooner. 2 days ago, I had my first session with a real psychologist, and trust me, I did my research this time. I felt almost ashamed too when I blurted out the reason why I'm sitting in this guy's chair like this, but he just smiled and told me that we had a lot of work to do. And yes, we do. I decided to share my experience just in the slight chance that anyone else has had a similar experience with therapy becoming messed up like this, or they feel like they've been living a whole other life their entire life. I promise you guys, it gets better. And with a little bit of luck and surrounding yourself with the right people at least, you might just get through. Anyway, that's my story, and obviously you'll need to fill in the gaps a little bit here, but I'm wishing you guys all of the best. So my best friend and I are both from London, but her family on her dad's side is from Ireland, so she goes there every summer for the entire summer. Last summer, too, I went to go and stay with her for a couple of weeks at her granddad's house. And her granddad lives in rural Ireland, like really rural. The town is at least a 40-minute drive away, and his house is the only building within the area. It also backs onto a massive forest and faces onto a lake, too. It's really quite beautiful, to be honest, but that's not the point. You see, my best friend's granddad, brother, aunt, and dad were going to the pub one evening. They invited us, which was of course a tempting offer, but we declined as we were excited at the prospect of having the house to ourselves, something that doesn't happen a lot given that we were teenagers. So we decided to have a bit of a chill evening and basically play house. Of course, if you've been to Ireland, then you know that a quick pint is anything but quick. And her family, they had been gone for some time by this point, a few hours at least, when it was approaching 10 p.m. We were watching a movie in her living room when we heard a knock on the door. We figured that maybe it was her family who had forgotten their keys, so we went to go and answer. Her granddad's front door led onto the conservatory, which then led to the actual front door of the house, so we made it to the conservatory door expecting her family, but instead there was a man at the door. Slightly confused, we kind of just looked at him waiting for him to say something, during which I had time to take in his appearance. There was something off about him, to say the least. He sort of looked insane, bizarrely alert and yet slightly scary. It's sort of hard to explain, but he said that his car had broken down and he needed to use the phone to call someone to pick him up. I looked out but couldn't see a car anywhere and said something to the effect of, "Well, where's your car?" He responded by explaining that he had broken down about 30 minutes down the road and had walked until he had found a house. Now, given that, as I explained prior, my friend's granddad lived in a fairly remote area, this was sort of plausible. With slight hesitation, my friend passed him her phone and said that he could call who he needed to call and wait on the doorstep. But he didn't accept the offer. Instead, he just kind of ignored it and started asking if there were any adults or parents in the house. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he was asking this as maybe he felt more comfortable sharing this predicament with adults rather than two teenage girls. But we didn't know if we should tell him that we were alone or not because we would usually know better than that, but given the situation, we explained that they were out but they may be back any minute now. It was then that he started to sort of look past us and into the house and then began insisting that we let him in the house as he wanted to use the landline. At this point, we were more than suspicious because if he wanted to call someone, why not just use my friend's phone? He was erratic all of a sudden, continuously insisting that we let him in. At that point, my friend said that he either use her mobile or that he needs to leave, but beyond that, there was nothing more that we could do for him. He again insisted that he come into the house, so we just shut the door on him, locked it, and then locked the door to the actual house as well. Freaked out, we sat in her living room trying to peep out the window and see if he had gone. He lingered for a little bit, looking into the windows, maybe looking for a way in, I suppose, but then we saw him leave. Though we couldn't make out what direction that he actually went in. We were now pretty terrified, and to add fuel to the fire, my friend explained that the nearby town was pretty small and everyone in the area pretty much knew each other, and she had never seen him in her life, which scared her as she was acquainted with most of the town by now. We contemplated calling her dad, but since it had been about 30 minutes with no disruption, we decided to just leave it and continue on with our night. Later on, her dog was getting restless and her family was still out, so we let her into the back garden, and after about 5 minutes we heard her barking, but it was too dark to see what she was barking at, so we put it down to more than likely being a goat because that was usually the case. We called her in and we just went about our night. We realized that her family probably wouldn't be back until the early hours, and instead of waiting for them, we decided to head up to bed. I went into the kitchen, which is at the back of the house, to get some water when I heard someone shaking the handle of the back door, trying to get in. The thing is that it's a really old house, so I didn't exactly put all my faith in the door holding up against the weight of what I expected to be a grown man. I screamed bloody murder, and my friend ran down the stairs. At this point, he was banging on the door like his life depended on it, and I swear to you that I felt my heart fall out of my butt. My friend shouted back that she was going to call the police, which was a lie as she had taken our phones upstairs, but she thought that it may deter him. And luckily, this seemed to finally scare him off. He stopped banging and we heard his footsteps move further and further away until we couldn't hear them anymore. We were literally frozen in fear and couldn't even speak to each other. Then we heard the front door open and we pretty much thought that that was it for us. On instinct, my friend grabbed a knife and we hid in the pantry, and you can only imagine our relief when we heard her dad call out for us saying that they were back. We were absolutely dazed, and I'm sure that they could tell, so we frantically asked them, "Did you see a car on your way here, or a broken car, or whatever?" And they responded that they didn't, and I swear to you that I nearly defecated myself just then and there. We never did find out who that man was. The guys went out and took a look around, but they never found anything. And while I don't know everything about what was going on, obviously, one thing was for certain. He was trying to get into this place, and he definitely did not have good intentions. When I was 13 years old, I went camping with my school at some point. When I arrived, I noticed the camping spot was just some tents in a dark and creepy forest. The tents were also small, and we even had to share a tent with 12 other people. I liked the activities that we did. We built a boat, we played football, and we roasted marshmallows around a campfire. When it was time for sleeping, I chose the bed all the way at the back. I opened my suitcase and realized I did not bring my pajamas. So I slept with my normal clothes on for the next 3 to 4 hours. Until I was awoken by a loud rumbling noise. I slowly turned around and 2 tall creatures hunched over my suitcase. They were searching for something, I thought. I reached my arm out to touch whoever this person was, and I felt something harsh. If I were to describe it, I would say that it felt something like old wood. After I had touched it, though, I asked who it was, and then I just sort of blacked out. In the morning, I was woken up by my alarm on my phone. We were not allowed to bring a phone, so I was sure that I had turned my alarm off before sleeping. So how could this have happened? I asked myself many questions. I know that it wasn't the other kids. I had not even told them that I had my phone with me, neither did I know them well, but they didn't seem like jokesters to me. My alarm woke up most of the kids in the tent. They asked whose it was, so I acted just like I was sleeping to avoid being suspected. We had to wake up at around this time anyway, so I jumped out of bed and I walked outside. It was really cold and I really had to pee at this stage. I walked around the tent and I peed in the bushes. I turned around and I saw a dead rabbit right outside of where I slept. I called the teacher and he told me that it must have been killed by something, and he said that he could call staff to clean it up if I wanted. This day was not really that interesting. I mostly just sort of laid in bed eating candy and thinking about what happened that night. It quickly turned dark and we roasted some more marshmallows and we ate some pasta that night. The pasta was actually cold and stale, but I was hungry, so I didn't care that much. 1 hour later, and it was almost bedtime, and my teacher had told me that if I wanted to go to the bathroom at night, I would have to go in a duo because the forest is very dangerous at night. I didn't think too much of it, but I chose my duo just to be sure. And it was bedtime, and I made my bed, and eventually I fell asleep. Again, though, I was woken up, but this time not by weird creatures, but by my urge to pee, and so I tried waking up my duo, but he just didn't want to wake up. So in the end, I decided to go alone. I walked all the way out to the front of the tent, waking some up in the process, and I walked out. It was cold and really dark at this stage. In fact, I could barely see. I looked over to the benches, and there it was again, looking at me. It was tall, and it seemed to have something in its hands. It looked like an animal, but I was stood still looking at it for maybe about 20 seconds until I decided to just continue walking to the toilets. I opened the toilet door and I did my business. I washed my hands and I left. And when I returned back at the benches and looked again, the creature was now gone. I don't know what it was, but no one else seemed to have seen it, only me. If anyone knows what this could have been, then please do tell me, because I genuinely have no idea. I'm going to try to explain this as short and as best as I can. To give some context, I've experienced sleep paralysis many, many times in my life, and it's always been very simple. I wake up, can't move, can't speak, and can only watch what's happening around me with my eyes. The first time that I had sleep paralysis was when I was 13 or 14. It was just a shadow hovering behind me, which I could see in the mirror that I fell asleep facing. It had no distinct features, just a shadow. So skipping forward, I'm 18 now. I still have sleep paralysis here and there, but have not seen the shadow since I was 14. This past weekend, me and my boyfriend went down to this friend's house. They always tell me about crazy paranormal and scary stuff that they've experienced, so obviously I've decided to bring my Ouija board. I've had it for about a year, but it has yet to do anything, so I kind of just started to doubt it was real and hung it on my wall. It was about midnight-ish, and we went walking on the train tracks near his house. Decided to stop by a little ghost town because He lives basically in the middle of nowhere and pulled out the Ouija board. It was only me and my boyfriend's friend with our hands on the planchette. Trust me too, I know the first mistake, but I genuinely started to doubt that Ouija boards were real even. But basically, to sum it up, I asked the basic question, are there any spirits who would like to communicate with us? To then I get a response, GETO or get ow. Me and my boyfriend's friend and I panicked and said goodbye before we even got the last two letters because we knew exactly what it was saying. And that was the second mistake. We practically ran back to his house and went on with our night, and I was still extremely skeptical and thought that maybe it was probably his friend, but there was not really any way that I could prove that. Well, the next night I'm at home completely alone. I'm laying in bed and praying and accidentally drifted off before I finished praying, which I then experienced sleep paralysis. And it is the shadow that I saw when I was 14. But this time it has eyes and it's closer. All I remember from it is that it was leaning over to get closer to my face and I was freaking out. Now, the part where I get confused is this wasn't normal sleep paralysis, I guess you could say. I was flailing around and begging for it to let me wake up. I woke up and just kind of said to myself, well, that was weird, and man do I hate sleep paralysis, and eventually went back to sleep. About 45 minutes ago, I woke up from another one though, and it was this one that was truly horrifying. So I was praying before I fell asleep again, and again accidentally drifted off before I finished praying. I woke up and it was this thing again. It was in the same spot as last time, but this time it started trying to get near my ears, and I was literally pushing and kicking this thing away from me until it stopped, and it was trying to talk to me. It then told me that it was keeping me there forever. I'm assuming in whatever realm that I was in, whether it was a sleep realm or something evil or whatever, but I was crying and begging for it to let me wake up. I kept telling it that I had work in the morning and I couldn't stay there forever. I told it that if it let me wake up tonight, that it could come back tomorrow, and that was when I woke up. And this is where I need some help. Honestly, I'm seriously horrified by whatever this is. It doesn't feel like sleep paralysis anymore, and it felt real, and I was able to move. The only thing is that I don't know if I was moving in real life or just in my head because I'm alone and obviously I was asleep, I guess you could say. I explained this to my boyfriend and he told me that it could be night terrors, but he's really not sure either because since this weekend, he has also been having vivid nightmares, which is a really weird coincidence, right? I really don't know if this is sleep paralysis, a night terror, a very realistic nightmare, or if it really is something evil. I'm just afraid because I told whatever it was that it could come back tomorrow night, and I'm really scared that it actually will, and I won't be able to wake up at all. This happened to me a few weeks ago on a warm night when I decided to go for a walk in the forest in my favorite clearing. It's a beautiful spot, located on a hill with an amazing view over a field and off into the distance. I've even watched a few sunsets there, and it has always been one of my go-to places. There's also a campfire there as well, which seems to be used occasionally by other people. I left my apartment around 10 o'clock and I headed toward the forest. The night was pitch black, but I chose not to use a light. I'm really not sure why I chose that, but maybe I just didn't want to attract attention and preferred to enjoy the quiet warmth of the evening alone. Whatever the case, as I walked, I passed an old farm next to the road leading to the clearing. The road itself connects to another town nearby, and I had passed that farm many times before, and I had never seen any animals, people, or cars around it. It always seemed to be abandoned to me, but that night was different. So as I walked past it, an unmistakable farm animal smell hit me, something that I had never experienced there before. It was that sort of typical earthy, musky scent that you get when animals are around. If you know, you know, but instinctively I looked around hoping to spot something in the darkness, but just as always, the place was completely empty. No animals, no signs of life, nothing except the strong smell lingering in the air. I found that a bit strange, but I shook it off and I continued walking. Soon I reached the clearing and I sat next to the campfire, ready to stargaze. That was my whole purpose for coming, and I wanted to lie under the sky and take in the stars a bit. When I inspected the campfire, I noticed that beneath the ash there were some embers still glowing. There was also firewood stacked nearby, left by whoever had been there before. So I decided to rekindle the fire using the leftover wood, and soon I was lying on the ground next to it, just sort of stargazing and watching up in the night sky. For a couple of hours until midnight, I enjoyed the peaceful night too. But eventually I ran out of firewood. I didn't feel like venturing into the woods for more either, so I let the fire die out and I allowed myself to drift into the quiet darkness. But then, like out of nowhere, suddenly I hear footsteps. They were coming toward me from the gravel road, loud and distinct in the silent night. The fire had burned out completely and the moon was dim, leaving everything in near total darkness at this stage. I couldn't see them, and obviously they couldn't see me, but as I lay there on the ground, hidden by the darkness, I listened closely and tracked their movement by sound alone. As the footsteps passed me, I got up and I started following them. It wasn't strange to me at the time. I was heading home, and they just so happened to be going in the same direction toward my town. If anything, I felt a strange sense of advantage that they didn't know that I was there, but I knew about them. Their footsteps remained steady, crunching over the gravel, and I could hear my own footfalls joining theirs. But then, all of a sudden, without warning, their footsteps just vanished. Gone. I stopped, confused. I didn't really think much of it at first and continued down the road, passing the farm again, but something nagged at me, so I paused, turned around and waited, expecting to see someone emerge from the darkness behind me. Maybe I had somehow passed them without noticing. In the near-total darkness of the forest, after all, it was possible, but no one ever came out. I stood there for quite some time too, staring into the darkness, waiting for a moment, a sound, anything, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no rustling in the trees, no sign of anyone. And that's really when I became unsettled the most. If it had been a person walking ahead of me, they wouldn't have known that I was there, which means that if they suddenly heard another set of footsteps behind them, it could have startled them for sure, and if they had jumped off the road onto the forest to hide or escape, there should have been some noise, branches snapping or leaves rustling or something, but there was nothing. I didn't think about it too deeply until a few days later when I replayed the whole scenario in my mind, and the more I thought about it, the stranger the whole situation becomes. Really, I'm not sure what to make of it, but that's why I'm here. I would really love it if you guys could help me figure this one out. Were those just a couple of people walking out in the night like me, or was there something else going on? Also, I should probably mention too that the next day when I went back, I could clearly see my footsteps. You could see the imprint of my shoe and all, but there were no other footprints anywhere. I don't know. The whole situation is weird, and I would love your input. I'd like to start off by saying that this story isn't mine, but rather something that supposedly happened to a friend of mine, whom I have since lost contact with. I had known her for several years when she told me this story, and it was the only strange or paranormal tale that she ever told me. And so, as you can imagine, it's always had a bit of a ring of truth with me. Anyway, around 2004, she lived with her parents in a wooded area of Ontario, Canada. Their backyard, It had a handful of fruit trees and a thick forest began where their backyard ended. And one night, her father was climbing the stairs to go to bed when he happened to look out the window towards the fruit trees. Apparently, a bluish-white light caught his eye, meandering amongst their fruit trees. It wasn't particularly bright, but not dim either. It supposedly drifted freely around 3 feet off the ground. Thinking that it was a prowler with a flashlight, he readied himself for a confrontation. But as he looked closer, he realized that this light wasn't coming from a flashlight. It was just a ball of light floating around the trees, as my friend described it. Her dad calls for the family to come and see. They joined him at the window, bewildered at what the ball of light was. Dad decided to go and get a closer look, but as soon as he opened the door, the light retreated to the thicker forest beyond their yard, weaving through the fruit trees as it moved without a sound. Creeped out, my friend and her mum went back upstairs to go to bed, trying to put it out of their minds. Her dad, though, he stayed up a bit longer, staring at the window, mesmerized, watching as this light returned to their yard and just floated around. Eventually, it drifted back into the forest and disappeared. The following morning, my friend woke up to their father shouting in a panic. He had gone blind overnight. Her and her mum rushed him to the hospital where the doctor examined him. The doctor told them that he typically only sees this kind of retinal burn from people welding without a mask. It was determined that her father's blindness was thankfully temporary and should pass within a couple of days. I should add too that her father was definitely not a welder, but rather worked in an office. As I said before, I have since lost contact with this friend, but as of our last conversation, the source of light, it was never determined. I moved into my childhood home when I was 2 with my mum and my dad. Throughout my life, my mother has always said that she believes that there was a ghost in the house, but I always just kind of brushed it off, I guess. It's not that I don't believe in the paranormal, but the things that she would experience just wasn't anything for me to bat an eye at, I guess. Sort of like hearing footsteps or hearing silverware move in our kitchen, etc. But one day, a couple of years ago, back when I was a freshman in high school, I played on my high school hockey team, and one day I had a really late game and I didn't arrive home with my dad until about 10 p.m. My mother was working that day. She worked as a bartender at the time, so she normally wouldn't get home from work until like 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. But me and my dad, we came home to an empty house as per usual. Pretty much every day he goes outside into our backyard to smoke a cigar, and that night it was the same routine. And as soon as we got into the house and as he was getting ready to head out back, I told him that I was going to head into the shower, so that's what I did. I had a dog at the time, a small one, but she was outside with my dad during this time, so I'm just doing my stuff in the shower. I'm in there, I would say, for about maybe 5 minutes. My shower is located on the top floor of my house, then downstairs is the kitchen, and then I have a basement. When all of a sudden I heard 3 clear, loud knocks on my bathroom door, about a couple of seconds apart from each other. I sort of stop what I'm doing and sit there and listen. I say hello, thinking that it was my father, but I get no reply. No sounds, not anything. Now, the thing with my house is that it's really creaky, so even when the shower is on, I can hear my downstairs basement door open and close, and you could hear someone walking up the stairs right outside the bathroom door even. But I heard nothing before or after the knocking. So, to be honest, I really just didn't think too much of it. I was a little bit freaked out, I'll admit, but I chose to just sort of forget about it in the moment. I continue in my shower, and another about, I would say 2 minutes passes by, when I hear the same 3 knocks on the door again. Weirdly too, it sounded the same as the first time, like identical. Now, I'm definitely scared, so I proceed to yell, "Is anyone there?" And once again, I receive nothing. So, with the shower still running, I get out of the shower and open my bathroom door to see nobody. No one going down the stairs or anything. I walk out of the bathroom and check all the rooms up there, and I don't see anything. I look out of my bedroom window and I see clearly my dad sitting outside, so I brush it off again and tell myself that I'm just going to finish my shower and get out of the bathroom as quickly as I can. I go back into the bathroom, and as soon as I get into the shower, the same 3 knocks happen one more time. At this point, I am absolutely terrified. I turn the shower right off, and I open the bathroom door again to reveal nothing. Now, at this point, I go outside to ask my dad if he went inside at all, and he said that he hasn't. And genuinely I believe him, because usually I would be able to hear him if he came inside the house again. And to this day, this is the freakiest thing that has ever happened to me in my house. One more odd thing too to add is that this was my first real encounter, I guess you could say, with this possible ghost in my house, but I have one more thing to share. You see, a couple of months after the shower incident, I'm sitting in bed at about 12 a.m. I had just gotten off my phone with my friends, and my parents are sleeping in their bedroom 2 rooms away from me on the 2nd floor of my house. I'm laying in my bed on my phone, just scrolling through YouTube and whatnot. One side of my bed is directly up against my 2 windows, by the way, and the other side is near my bedroom door. So I'm just sort of laying there, and suddenly I hear a distinct loud knock on the window right above my head. I stood up terrified and tried to look out the window, but it was way too dark to see anything. One knock, and that was all. Nothing else happened that night besides that. I'm still kind of confused by these weird encounters to this day, and I have moved out of my parents' house about 2 years ago now, so nothing else has clearly happened since then, but after those experiences I lived there for a few more years and nothing of that extent happened since. I have heard footsteps and things moving when I've been home alone, but really nothing like that. So my uncle, a wallpapering expert, and my father, a skilled carpenter, teamed up for a project one day, an old white Victorian house nestled in the quiet seclusion of rural Connecticut. For my 13-year-old self and my 11-year-old cousin, this was more than just a renovation project. It was an open invitation to explore our fascination with the supernatural. This particular house, it felt like hitting the jackpot too. The property sprawled across several acres, boasting a built-in greenhouse. Further out, a dilapidated shed leaned at the yard's edge, where the forest began. Even without any ghost stories, the entire scene possessed a certain eerie charm, which is a quality often found in the old homes of the East Coast, to be honest. Left to our own devices, we approached the back of the house at the kitchen entrance. A basement door loomed wide open by the entrance with an immediate unwelcome vibe. A certain sense settled over me, a feeling that something resided here and it wasn't exactly good. Despite the thrill of quenching my curiosities, the urge to remain in the yard for the rest of the afternoon was almost overwhelming. But my cousin, well, he was too bold for this. As we ventured deeper into the house, a profound dread came over me, each step feeling heavier than the last. My body seemed to resist the house almost. My cousin, meanwhile, was claiming to hear things and became fixated on exploring the attic. Honestly, I was already beyond done with this place though at this stage. Even my 13-year-old brain registered that this was not a good place. All I wanted to do was go and sit in the car, and that was that. But we made our way up to the attic, and to my relief, it had been renovated. Despite the lingering unease, it wasn't the least bit creepy visually, which was a relief. There was even a small TV, which I turned on, sitting on the floor in front of it. But my cousin's attention was snagged by a closed door. He stood there before it, completely still, gaze fixed. Now, this was an 11-year-old who was usually a whirlwind of energy, constantly talking or making sounds. so their sudden silence spoke volumes. I tried to ignore it, but then they grabbed the knob and began yanking on it, but the door wouldn't budge. So logically, it was likely an unfinished storage area. The wood was probably swollen shut from moisture or whatever, and looking back now, though, I think that maybe I was wrong. I stood up to help them, and the door was genuinely jammed, but they became almost frantic, and their insistence on opening it was bordering on aggression. It was super disturbing to see them like this. I started pulling with all my strength, and the door finally gave way with a strong burst. I fell backwards, still gripping the doorknob, as a sudden, powerful gust of wind swept over us, whipping our hair back. My cousin screamed, a sound of pure terror, frozen in place, eyes wide. By the time that I regained my balance and rushed to see what they were seeing, there was nothing. But I swear, the sheer terror was real from them. This particular room was the true attic as well, unfinished with splintered wood, random old antiques scattered about, and a grimy old window. Upon looking in, an intense wave of nausea suddenly hit me. I instantly slammed that door without even a second thought. A primal fear suddenly surged through me, and I immediately scooped my cousin and bolted down the stairs, out of that house and into that yard. And up to this day, even now, they won't tell me what they saw. They just laugh it off and change the subject, really. And it leaves me constantly questioning, was that terror just a figment of my overactive imagination? Or was it something tangible? The feeling was so intense, so visceral, that it made me feel physically ill. I don't know the history of the house, but deep down in my soul, I feel that something truly awful must have happened there. In the summer of 2023, I was camping with my family in Beaver Creek Campground in Montana for a few nights while visiting Yellowstone. And the first night there was the most unsettling experience that I have ever had. So my mother, stepfather, and his brother, they had all gone to sleep at around midnight while I stayed up for about an hour by the fire. It was pitch black when I decided to snuff the fire out and head to my tent to sleep for the night. After about 20 minutes of laying in my tent, I began to hear sniffing noises immediately outside of my tent. Fearing that it was a bear, I was completely frozen. This continued for a while until I heard the familiar breathing and shaking noises of that of a dog. I relaxed a bit, supposing that a nearby camper's dog had wandered off or something. I stopped hearing the dog after a while, but then I heard footsteps walking around our campsite, and the sound of a large stick being dragged along the ground all around. I was frozen in fear again at the possibility of a stranger walking around our campsite in pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, though, an obvious camera flash had gone off right in front of my tent. I was frozen, solid in fear. Later, it felt as though an animal or a person had laid down or cradled the corner of my tent as well. I felt a presence for maybe about 5 minutes and kept feeling as if something was lightly fidgeting with the corners of the tent. Still frozen, I prayed for this to stop. But then I was forced to make this person, or whatever, acknowledge my awareness of the situation when I sensed another's touch on the zipper of my tent door. I called out loudly, "Who's there?" My stepdad awoke and called out to me while I was too afraid to open my door. 10 seconds passed when I knew that he was out of his tent with his gun, and then I finally emerged. However, there was nothing there, and after I called out, I didn't hear or sense any movement going away from the campsite. All the while, too, my mum and stepdad have a dog in their tent which reacted to nothing the whole time. Well, that was enough for me. I slept in the car the next 2 nights, and thankfully nothing else happened. But I'm here to ask you guys if anyone has had any weird encounters like this in Montana near Yellowstone, or just in general, really. Thanks for listening to my story, and if you have any idea about what any of this could have been about, then please do share. This happened at my sister's house in 2019. For context, my sister had just bought this house and moved in. I invited a friend to stay with me in the guest room for my first night in her house as well. Her name is Anna, and the guest room had a trundle bed underneath a single bed. I was sleeping on the single bed and Anna was sleeping on the trundle bed just below, but right next to me. Now, to paint a bit of a picture, the guest room was a standard square shape. The trundle bed was right up on the right wall. There was one window in the middle of the room that overlooked the driveway in the front yard as well, but there was enough space to roll the trundle bed out and not to have to stand on the mattress to see out the window. The curtains were a sort of tully fabric that let some light in as well. Now, I'm a very light sleeper in new places, and I know that I woke up because I sensed this presence was in the room. I opened my eyes to see Anna staring at the window, curtains half open. There was plenty of moonlight to see her, and she was standing still, staring straight forward. Her face was only 4 inches from the glass at this stage, and the first thing that I noticed was just how rigid she seemed with her arms by her sides. Now, I wasn't paralyzed, and in the moment I just sort of woke up and was looking at my friend. Nothing to be scared of, right? I propped my upper body up with my elbow in bed to get a vertical look at her. There was enough light to see her freckles clearly, and I asked what she was doing. But she didn't answer me. I said, "Anna, what are you doing?" And then she replied, "Who?" in a flat, low, but still feminine voice. I repeated, "Anna, what are you doing?" She again said, "Who?" in the same way. And this is where fear finally set in. Up until now, I was using an unfazed voice. I got that uncanny valley feeling as I was staring at her, though, and after that eerie feeling set in, I looked down at the trundle bed, and I saw Anna asleep below me. I was looking at Anna sleeping while Anna was standing right next to herself. And when I tell you that my stomach dropped, that is an understatement. My heart began racing, and I looked back and up and said, "Anna," one more time. This time, this thing snapped its head toward me so fast. We locked eyes, and I just shouted, "What the heck?" as I hurled myself against the wall. After I yelled and jostled the bed, Anna finally woke up. The real Anna, that is. She muttered, "What are you doing?" This made me look down at her, and once I looked back up at her, the fake one had vanished. I checked the time, and it was 2:40 in the morning, and I just said, "What the heck was that?" I explained what I saw to Anna, and I got up and reenacted it for her and shut the curtains. She doesn't like me bringing it up, and look, I get it. I wouldn't like hearing that sort of entity was standing right next to me too and wearing my face like that. But it was exactly her. When we locked eyes, hers were so empty and cold though. I can never forget those eyes, and I truly believe that this was not sleep paralysis. I mean, I was fully awake and processing. Whatever happened, it was real. I don't think it was a fabrication made by my brain either. I mean, I'm perfectly sane, never had any mental health issues or anything. In 2009, the thought of an entity that takes the face of a loved one was not something that I even knew about, in fact. I still don't really know too much or anything really. I just don't like remembering those eyes, and I'm a believer and a fan of the paranormal for sure, but this was frightening. I suppose I would like to know what it is, but I also don't want it to come back, so yeah. Thanks for listening, and here's hoping that I never have to experience anything like that again. So I'm male and 29, and this happened to me and my then girlfriend. It was the middle of July in 2011. I was a 15-year-old teenager, completely clean from any alcohol, drugs, or anything like that. In fact, I was very athletic at the time and loved sports. I would even describe myself as a pretty responsible and grounded kid for my age. That summer, though, like every year, I was spending my vacation at my grandparents' village, a small place of around 400 people. There were always kids to play with, and we would stay out together from afternoon until sometimes around 2 or 3 in the morning. My grandparents gave me a freedom that I never had with my parents. In their backyard, there were 2 houses as well, and one was built by my great-grandparent, was over 100 years old. The other newer one, though, was built by my grandfather. That summer, for the 2nd year in a row, I decided to live by myself in the old house, and my grandparents stayed in the other one for the time being. During the day, I helped my grandfather with farm work. We had a sort of small farm there. A lot of hard work, and in the evenings I went out with friends and came back whenever I wanted. Honestly, it felt like absolute freedom, and I loved it. At that time, I also had a girlfriend from my school back in the capital city. I was deeply in love, and it was my first love, full of innocent excitement. We talked on the phone daily. And one night, a big summer storm was approaching. The village lost power, no lights, no street lamps, complete darkness. It started pouring and thundering so hard that there was no way anyone could go outside. It was around 11 o'clock when I decided to go to bed. Outside, the storm was so fierce that the thunder made my bed shake, and it was really windy the whole evening. Surprisingly, I fell asleep pretty quickly that night. Now, the next thing that I remember was waking up to the sound of my phone ringing, a Nokia 6303 next to me. When I opened my eyes, what I noticed first was that the storm had completely passed. Clear sky, calm air, the streetlights were back on. I looked at my phone and it showed my girlfriend's name. I answered the call, put the phone to my ear while laying down, closed my eyes, and we started talking, greeting each other and asking what the other was doing. I remember feeling extremely sleepy, and very shortly after answering, maybe 10 to 20 seconds after that, I must have fallen asleep because, honestly, I remember nothing else. Anyway, the next morning I woke up normally. While sitting on the toilet, I remember, oh yeah, she called me last night. Curious about what we talked about too, I checked all of my call history. I received a call at 12:26 a.m., lasting exactly 1 minute and 35 seconds. I thought, that's pretty odd, and immediately called her to ask what we had talked about after these first 10 to 20 seconds of conversation because I couldn't remember anything else. At first, she laughed, thinking that I was joking. "What do you mean you don't remember? And what 1 minute and a half are you talking about?" she asked. I explained that according to my call log, our conversation lasted only about 1 minute and 35 seconds. Then she got quiet for a moment. "And that's all you remember?" she asked again. She said that after she first called me, we talked for about a minute or so, during which I told her that my phone battery was dying and that I'd call her back using my cousin's phone, since we were supposedly together at that time. She agreed, and we intentionally ended the call, and about 20 seconds later, she received a call from an unknown number. When she answered, it was apparently me again, or it sounded exactly like me. And she says that we talked for 45 minutes straight. I apparently told her that it was my cousin's phone and that she could save the number. We talked about personal things only she and I knew. I acted completely normal, using familiar names and references. Nothing felt off to her. She said that there was no way that she could mistake my voice. We were in love and spoke to each other daily at this stage. Plus, no random stranger could possibly have known that much about us, right? Well, near the end of the 45 minutes, she says that my mood had suddenly changed, and I ended the call just sort of abruptly. Right after, she received a text from the same unknown number that said, "I love you, little mouse. Everything's fine and we'll talk tomorrow. Sweet dreams," and then a heart emoji. We had specific nicknames for each other, and I never in my life called her little mouse before. She found it strange, but also kind of sweet, and just sort of brushed it off. And when she told me all of this, for a second I was sitting there, just mouth wide open. Then I laughed, and I didn't believe it. I was alone at the house that night. There was a storm, no electricity, and I had gone to sleep early. My cousin wasn't even at the village at the time. I couldn't believe her at first, and I thought that she was genuinely messing with me, but when I returned to the city a week later and we met up, she showed me her call history. First call, 1 minute and 35 seconds, just like it was on mine. And then the second call was an in-call from an unknown number, about 45 minutes long. Then a minute later, this same text message from an unknown number. Well, we decided to call the strange number from her phone, but I was going to do the speaking. A man answered almost immediately, a complete stranger, sounded maybe in his mid-30s to us, and he told us that he was living in the capital with his family. He was very cooperative when we explained the situation briefly. He said that he had no idea who we were, had never called or texted my girlfriend's number, and when he checked his outgoing messages, there was also no record of the text that we received. My girlfriend swore, though, that she didn't recognize this guy's voice at all. We didn't want to keep him long, so we just said thanks and we ended the call. Afterward, we just sort of sat on the park bench, completely freaked out, speechless for minutes. Neither of us could explain what had happened. Years later, we went our separate ways, each now with families and children even. But even now, 14 years later, when we see each other, we sometimes still talk about that night, how we felt and the storm that took place, and the most bizarre thing that she was talking with me for almost an hour, but it wasn't me. We never found a satisfying explanation for this too, and we're still just very perplexed by it. We speculated that maybe it was some kind of a cell network glitch or something, some weird signal crossover or whatever, but even then, how did the stranger or whatever was speaking have all the personal details to carry a 45-minute conversation like this? How did a text message get sent from somebody else's number without him even knowing it? Nothing like this has ever happened again, but it is the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. So if anyone here has experienced something similar, or has any idea of what could have happened, I would love to hear your thoughts and theories. It's the first time I've shared this with anyone else, and so I'm a little bit nervous about this, but I thought that I would put it out there and see what other people's opinions may be. This happened back when I was 13. Me, my mum, my sister, and brother decided to go on a vacation in Morocco. At first, we wanted to rent an apartment for ourselves, but my grandma who lives there invited us to stay at her 70-year-old home. Me and my siblings hesitated a bit because we had heard stories about what happened in that home. Faint voices, footsteps, etc., etc. My mum changed our mind though and brushed the stories off. She claimed that they were lies just to scare us, and we told her that if we experienced something creepy, that we would immediately leave the house and stay at our aunt's house. But for now, the vacation had started. We went to the beach nearly daily, we went shopping and bought a lot of souvenirs, and we chilled at the house a bit. One night, we tried to sleep, but it was way too hot. Temperatures were around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. So we decided to sleep on the roof. It's not really a roof though, it's more like an open roof room at the top of the house. We cleaned the floor first though and laid down on the mattresses and the blankets there. My brother fell asleep first, then my sister, and at last myself. I slept quite well for a couple of hours. There was a slight breeze and it was quiet, until the silence was broken by someone calling my name. It was a soft and soothing voice. I slowly opened my eyes and stood up to walk to the door. I first answered with a "Yes, who's calling my name?" to no reply. Then I walked to the stairs and leaned over the railing to look down, and what I saw, I have never told another soul. I looked down and saw a girl in a white dress looking back up at me, but her neck was way too elongated for her to be human. Then the girl just sort of turned around and walked away until I couldn't see her anymore. Well, I decided to quickly shut up and try to get some sleep and to go back where others were, but I couldn't. I don't know who that was, and I was starting to believe in the rumors about this house at this stage. Recently, my grandma told me about a 12-year-old girl that had apparently ended her own life by jumping off the roof there or something that we were sleeping on. I was genuinely shocked and was 100% sure that the girl that I had encountered that day was the one who had done it. It was a very frightening experience and something that I will never forget. I live in Ohio, a rural community, and this happened in the early 1990s. My girlfriend and I were at a local nature area. There's a small fish pond there, county roads to the north and east, woods to the west and the south. My truck was facing kind of northeast, I guess. It was near dusk, and we were sitting on the tailgate of my truck just talking, listening to music and all that. There were a few other people at the park at that time, and as time went on, other cars left the park and it started getting darker. The mosquitoes were getting pretty bad, so we decided to get into the truck. We sat there a little while longer. Radio was on, but low volume as we continued talking. We were just sort of getting to know each other, so there was a lot to talk about at the time. When we both heard a sound, like a thumping or a banging sound coming from the wooded area, but it seemed far away. I turned off my truck radio and we just listened. Some dogs were barking in the distance, but we didn't hear anything else out of the ordinary. I shrugged it off, turned my radio back on, and we just went about our business. I should say here too that my truck ignition was off. It was just an accessory to run the radio really, so no engine noise and no headlights. After a few minutes, we hear a similar sound again. Same response, turned off the radio and just listened, but nothing. I decided to just leave the radio off at this point. We were talking about getting ready to head out and go into town anyway. But then, and I'll describe this as best as I can, things went wild. A sound that I can only describe as a choir of voices suddenly started. There was what sounded like stringed instruments replicated by a pipe organ. The voices were chanting words, but I can't tell you what language it was. I didn't recognize any of the words, but it was an ominous, very unsettling chanting in a higher register. And it sounded as if the sounds were coming from, well, every direction. It was in no way a pleasant sound. It instantly filled me with fear and dread because it felt evil. It was as if the truck was surrounded too, and I quickly reached and started my truck and turned on the headlights, fully expecting to see a ring of robed figures surrounding us. As unlikely and crazy as that sounds, that is what my thoughts were preparing for based on what we were hearing. I have a hard time sharing just how intense the sound of the chanting was, but it sounded close, like they were right outside of the windows. But as soon as the headlights came on, there was just, well, silence. Nothing. Nothing running away, no sound other than my engine. Everything was completely normal. Without saying anything, I put it into drive and we tore out of the parking area and we headed south. Once we got away from there, we recounted what had just happened. Neither of us had an explanation, but agreed on one thing. It was, without a doubt, the most frightening and unexplainable thing that we had ever experienced. I guess I'm not looking for an explanation. I realize how fantastical this sounds, but every word of it is true. I shared what happened with a couple of my friends the next day, but it's a story that I've pretty much kept to myself over the years, sharing only with a few people that would appreciate it. This took place back in 2019 when I was 11. My grandparents live in a large Victorian-styled home on the outskirts of Portland, Oregon. The building was made in the late 1800s, so it has that classic old building look to it. Me and my family go down there occasionally from our home up near Bellingham, Washington, and in early September of that year, my family decided that they wanted to pay my grandparents a visit. I was excited to see my grandparents, but not so much to go to the house. Up until that point, nothing out of the ordinary had happened in that house. The only thing it did was creep me out, especially if I was alone. The first day that we were there, though, nothing really out of the ordinary happened. My grandparents and I did our annual game of Clue, a murder mystery board game. We enjoyed dinner, and that was basically about it. Little did I know, though, that when I went to sleep that night, that tomorrow would be anything but ordinary. When I got up the next day, I was excited because I was a die-hard Seahawks fan, and today was going to be their first game of the season. Outside it was warm and muggy, so in my room, which was one of the 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, I had the window open with the fan on to let all the hot air out. Later that day, my dad came up to my room and said that he and everyone else was going to go on a walk. I acknowledged him by nodding, glued to the Seahawks game that was on my tablet screen. He then left and shut the door behind him. And what happens next still terrifies me to this day. About 10 minutes later, I heard what I thought to be my mum yelling from downstairs, somewhat annoyed. I stood up and turned the fan off next to the window, so as to listen if my mum was actually calling me, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. Then I heard it again. My mum was definitely calling my name. I opened the door, frustrated that I was missing part of the game, and yelled an annoyed, "Yeah?" When there was no response, I yelled down from the 3rd floor stairs again, "Yeah?" Then my mum called back and said something like, "Want to show you this," or something like that. I couldn't really make out what she was saying. Annoyed, but not wanting to ignore my mum, I hurried down the stairs onto the 2nd floor. "Where are you?" I called, genuinely not knowing where she was. "Here," she said. It sounded like it was coming from the 1st floor, but something was off. Her voice sounded very muffled and weird. I played it off as just me being paranoid, so I walked down to the 1st floor, now getting a little bit scared. "Mum?" I said. No reply. I searched almost every room and no one was there. That only left one room, the basement. Now, there was no way in heck I was going down there though, so I started heading back towards the stairs when, all of a sudden, the basement door swung open. I yelled, spinning around, but nobody was there. Then I heard footsteps walking down the basement stairs. Someone was definitely there. I then heard my mum say again, "Here," in that same weird muffled voice. In that instant, I got chills down my spine. Something definitely wasn't right. I turned and ran as fast as I could up the stairs and onto the 2nd floor. I ran across the kitchen to the narrow staircase that led up to the 3rd floor. Then I stopped dead in my tracks, paralyzed with fear. At the top of the staircase was what I can only describe as a shadow-like person, without a face, saying in my mother's voice, "Here." I screamed at the top of my lungs and practically threw myself down the stairs and straight out the front door. I then waited outside near the trees, glancing over my shoulder every 2 seconds before my family finally came back from their walk. When I told them what happened, they didn't believe me at first, but seeing as I was crying and looking genuinely freaked out, they told me that they believed me. I don't know if they were telling the truth or they just wanted me to feel more comforted, but either way, there was no way that I was sleeping in that building that night. After about 10 minutes of reasoning with them, I decided that I would be more comfortable if I slept with my parents that night. This incident still haunts me to this day, and I rarely, if ever, sleep in a room alone in that house anymore. On a quiet winter evening about a year ago, I witnessed something that I can only describe as out of this world. While out on a walk by the 14 Locks Canal Centre in South Wales, UK with my partner, we were walking down the main canal path going down the hill, and about 2/3 of the way down, the canal sort of locks, and we decided that we were going to go back because it was dark and pretty miserable. And I suggested to my partner to cut in through the woods because, why not, right? We drove there for a walk after all. There's a small footbridge and a path which connects you to the main dirt path leading back into the car park from there. And when we were in the wooded area, my partner was complaining that she couldn't see because it was pitch black and was genuinely eerily dark. At this point, we were using the phone torches, and I suggested turning the phone lights off to see better because it was that dark that the phone lights just sort of made it worse. So we did, and it did help a little bit. And as we carried on walking towards the main dirt path going back to the car park, as we got onto the dirt path, I spotted something white in the corner of my eye that caught my attention, just by a tree on my 4 to 5 o'clock position, about 12 feet behind me. I turned to get a proper look, and when I looked at it, I was so shook by what I saw that I turned my head away almost instantaneously. Part of me didn't want to believe it, but deep down I knew what I saw, and it freaked me out. About 10 steps later, I said to my partner, "Babe, did you see that?" Of which she replied, "Yes, let's get out of here." As she's saying that too, we glanced behind again, and this thing was right behind us now. At this point, we ran. We really got on them 10 toes, and we didn't stop until we reached the car park. It's funny how the way back to the car park is uphill, and a pretty respectable walk on a good day, but we sprinted up that hill like it was flat, out of adrenaline and pure fear, I guess. Now, I know what I saw was real, and I honestly shivered inside when she replied acknowledging that she saw it too. This thing, whatever it was bright white in color. I can only describe it as a skinny-ish figure, but the thing is that there wasn't any obvious legs, arms, or features. It was about 6 to 7 feet tall and had a glow to it, and it hovered about a foot off the ground as well. I can remember this day like it was yesterday. It was like a white smudge in the air, roughly the shape of like a round milk ice cream stick, but at the same time a little bit transparent. Now, I'd normally be skeptical of ghosts and all that, but if I ever needed solid concrete proof that ghosts or spirits or, dare I say, alien entities exist, then that was it in front of my face. The fact when I asked her, "Did you see that?" and she instantly said, "Yes, let's get out of here," verified that indeed this thing was there, and I wasn't just seeing things. To this day, even when she talks about this story, she describes the exact same thing I saw, pretty much word for word. I'm glad that she was there because she saw it too, because if it was just me, I'd probably be questioning myself right now, thinking that maybe I didn't see that, but no, we both definitely saw it. I've gone back to 14 Lock since then, just to confirm that there's no signs or posts which could have reflected light or something, moonlight or general light pollution, and basically tried to debunk what I saw in any way possible. But the thing is that there's just nothing there that was the same height or even capable of reflecting light, so this thing was there for sure. Was this a ghost sighting though? Why did it just randomly show up, as I've been through there many times over many years and never seen anything like that before? It clearly knew that we were there and it was interested in us, considering that the second time I glanced at it, it seemed to have moved closer to us, much too close for comfort in fact. I've heard similar stories elsewhere and no one believed them either in their stories, but it's crazy to think that there's stuff out there like this. It was 1997. I was 28 and my then boyfriend and I lived in a remote village in Lincolnshire, England. He had a job where he worked from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and I was working in a bar, so I would take him to and from work so I could get myself to work with one car that we shared. It's probably worth mentioning too that the car was brand new. It had something crazy like 18 miles on the clock when we got it. I wanted something newer than the car that we had before because I didn't like the idea of being stranded down a dark country lane if the old car decided to just, end itself when I was driving alone. I don't know how many people know Lincolnshire, but most of it is rural with thin winding roads, and the place is so flat that you can see for miles. Now, I used to drive to pick my ex up, and the views in spring when the mornings were getting lighter was and still are absolutely breathtaking. Imagine farmers' fields all around you with basic little roads snaking along the edges. The fields themselves were separated in rows by not quite saplings but trees that would be a couple of years old, still thin and a bit gangly, and at this particular time of year were just starting to show hints of new leaves on their skinny branches. An absolutely beautiful drive in the lighter mornings, mainly because I was usually the only person on the road, so I could also drive as slow as I liked to watch the sun coming up over the horizon. So, I hope I've described the place enough to paint a bit of an image. And here's what happened. So one morning I was driving along the little road. It was about 5:30 in the morning and the sun was just peeking out on the horizon and the sky was completely cloudless. I slowed down to watch it as I often did, not paying much attention to the trees as they were in a row that ran down the side of the field, so they were never in the way of the view. When in my peripheral, I thought that I saw something move against the skinny trees. So I stopped the car completely, thinking that it might be a deer or something interesting like that. I waited for a few seconds and nothing happened, so I was just about to restart the car when I saw two of the trees walking out of the lineup. I say trees, but I don't have a clue what they actually were. Remember, this is a long time before the internet and the Slender Man and all the tales and superstitions, etc. I was literally frozen to the spot with fear. Two tall things walked out of the line of trees and started walking over to me. I was about 50 to 60 yards away from them, and the only thing that I could describe them as were oversized stick insects. They had two long legs and two long arms that almost touched the ground, and I'd say the tallest one must have been easily 12 feet tall, the smaller one maybe 10. They walked in a fluid motion, as if they were wading through treacle, almost like long hair would glide through water. It was just slow and very graceful. When my brain finally kicked into flight mode, I started my car and glanced over to see how close they had gotten. All the while, I was putting my car into gear and started it moving. The tallest one slowly lifted his arm up, like a silk scarf gliding through light wind, and pointed it at me. And it was then that my car instantly stalled. The dashboard warning lights were all on, all of them lit up, and at the same time, I just got the worst pain in my face all of a sudden. Mainly my jaw, but it made me scream out in agony, and I almost blacked out. With the pain debilitating me, I knew that I needed to get away, fast. I was so terrified that the car wouldn't start again because all the lights were still on. So I turned the engine entirely off, and thankfully it started again, and I drove like a mad woman to get out of sight. All the time, my face or jaw was burning, and when I got to my ex's work, he gave me a bottle of water to cool me down, but it didn't do much to help. And for weeks, my mouth felt like I had chewed on poison ivy, my jaw feeling like I had an abscess under each molar. I needed to see a dentist, and I knew that, but explaining what had happened would have made me feel stupid, so in the end I put it off. I had 3 amalgam fillings, all amalgam molars, and once the worst of the pain had gone, a couple of months later, weirdly I couldn't put anything metal in my mouth without getting a shock, like licking a battery shock. So I was eating with plastic cutlery all the time, and decided to give in and see if the dentist would change the fillings to ceramic ones. The dentist looked in my mouth and asked what had happened to my teeth. I played it off casually and asked why, because my fillings apparently looked like balls of mercury. So I explained the car ride, etc., and he said that my fillings looked like they had melted and pulled into smooth, rounded metal balls. I can assure you, too, that every word of this is true. I don't mind banter or questions, but please just don't be mean. It's taken a lot for me to tell this story to you all, and I hope you can appreciate that. I lived in this farmhouse from 2 to 10 years of age, and my mum said ever since we moved there that I would tell her every morning that somebody was sitting at the foot of my bed. I don't recall this because I was so young, but I do remember going to sleep in my brother's room across the hall because the shadow man was in my room. One morning, my mum woke me up for school and said, "Come on, get up." She went to the shower next to my room, but when I finally went to move, I felt something grab my ankles and a low growl sound. I absolutely just froze at that and remembered the anxiety that I felt, and my eyes watering too. The feeling let up and I went to move again very slow, and it did it again. My mum came in and was mad, saying, "I said you need to get up," which I replied, "I can't, something is grabbing me." At that point I was able to get up again. I don't know if this was sleep paralysis or, well, what it was, but I also remember that we had a cat, Oreo, and she never slept with me. So one night I carried her to my room and shut the door so that she had to sleep with me. The minute that I sat her down, she ran under the bed and growled so loud, meowing in distress. She jumped up onto the bed on my chest, swatting my face, and bit me, and then ran back under the bed growling again. I remember leaping from the bed scared that she was going to bite my ankles, and when I opened the door, she sprinted out of the room. I didn't think anything of it at the time until I got a bit older. There's honestly many more stories to that house as well. Me and my brother both saw the shadow man and watched him reach up to the shelf on the wall. On the shelf was a big glass unicorn my mum got from Mexico. He touched it and it fell to the ground and shattered. My parents woke up from it and we told them the shadow man did it, but obviously they didn't believe us and thought that we had done it. And we still remember this to this day. Before we inherited the house, my dad's uncle lived there alone, and one day he came home and had a heart attack in the front door and fell down the steps and wasn't found until later. My mum also said at night that she'd hear a 5-gallon bucket being tossed back and forth in the basement for some reason. But perhaps the scariest thing is that I reached out to the owners who bought our farm. I asked them if anything unusual happens in the house, and they responded with a text message. It read, "I know at least a few times they have. I don't remember anything specifically besides one time Lauren was putting his boy to bed when he was young, and Trayton told him that there was someone in the doorway and that he hung out up there sometimes when obviously there wasn't." That message sent chills down my spine. I don't talk about this much. It's also been many years since this happened, but this experience, it definitely still haunts me. So I was incarcerated in county jail for a year. My time spent was in lockdown. I could never pay attention to the exact time of day or night since the block clock was never maintained. I do know that it was quiet hours of the early morning before sunrise, though. Multiple days, I would see shadows and reflections through my window into the great room. I would regularly see silhouettes walk past my window, and I would often dismiss them as guards taking rounds checking on us inmates to ensure that we were still present. There would be times, however, that my curiosity would get piqued when I would see a passing shadow, but never heard any doors open or close from the guards in the bullpen. I would climb out of my bunk and try to look left and right out of my door's window, but never saw a guard returning to his post. Now, after weeks of seeing this same phenomenon, I finally saw something that sent shivers down my spine. One night, while I was reading a book, I just couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. I was used to the passing shadows by this point, but as I mentioned, they were always passing. This was something else. I don't remember ever seeing it appear or leave. It was as I can only describe as omnipresent, but it felt as though it had always been present, just waiting and watching. Only this time it allowed me to observe it, perhaps. Almost like it just materialized.